Chapter 1 Billion Poverty Subsidy. Luxurious suite, gorgeous woman, strange smell. Lu Chen woke up slowly. Finding himself in an unfamiliar environment, he patted his dizzy head and tried hard to search for his last memory. I remember that I had just finished working overtime, dragged my tired body home, and fell asleep immediately. When I woke up again, I was here. Out of habit. Lu Chen fumbled for his cell phone, hoping to find any clues on it. But what he saw through the phone screen was the face of a strange man, and he was 100% sure that this face did not belong to him. Because that fair and handsome face is much more handsome than mine. Strange environment, strange faces, have I traveled through time? Lu Chen muttered to himself. Suddenly, a tearing headache came over me. Countless images like movie clips kept flashing in my mind, and many unfamiliar memories began to appear out of thin air. Only when everything returned to normal did he confirm that he had really traveled through time. Came to this parallel world called Blue Star. And the owner of this body is also called Lu Chen. He is also a top-rich second generation. His mother Chen Shuyun is a well-known strong woman in Beijing and runs a pharmaceutical company with a market value of 200 billion yuan. Not only does he live in a 5,000 square meter villa, he also has more than a dozen servants including nannies, drivers, gardeners, etc. It can be said that he grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. But behind the prosperity is loneliness. The rich young master in front of others also has his own sorrow. For example, he doesn't know who his biological father is, and his biological mother is rarely around. The chaos of an ordinary family is the happiness that is out of his reach. For example, he was labeled a playboy and a spendthrift since he was a child, becoming a negative example for the wealthy circle in Beijing in educating their children. With Lu Chen's intelligence and talent, it was natural that he couldn't get into a good university. Fortunately, Chen Shuyun used money to pave the way and donated 2 laboratories to Shanghai University in exchange for admission without examination. Now, he is already a junior student. In addition, Lu Chen was not only kicked out of his comfort zone. They are also subject to strict economic control and can only receive 100,000 yuan in living expenses each month. In Chen Shuyun's opinion, men become bad only when they have money. Without an economic foundation, his son would no longer be able to do anything. But she never expected it. Young Master Lu is not living in vain. He lives a happy life in Shanghai thanks to the help of his friends. Although it is still far from what it used to be, as long as you save money, it is not a problem to have a temporary girlfriend. Just like Guo Bailing, who was lying next to him. They have been playing this role all the time, and the routine of transferring money shopping booking a room has become a tacit understanding between the two. And it lasted for a long time. In a trance, the memories of the 2 lives gradually merged together. But Lu Chen had mixed feelings. But when I thought about it carefully, I secretly blamed myself for being pretentious. He was an orphan, and at the age of 30 he was still doing nothing. It was a blessing from heaven that he could come to this world and be reborn. What else is there to worry about? Whether it's Earth or Blue Star, from now on there will only be one Lu Chen. I want to live my own wonderful life in this life. After a brief moment of confusion, Lu Chen thought firmly in his heart. Perhaps it was because his current state of mind coincided with some kind of rule. A mechanically synthesized sound without any emotion suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being reborn. The Shinhouse system has been bound. This system has tailored a path to becoming a wealthy person to enrich the host's life experience. As long as you complete the tasks issued by the system, you can receive corresponding rewards. Lu Chen's gradually calming mood became turbulent again. He thought that time travel was bizarre enough, but he didn't expect that there was a system. It was just like using cheats in a game. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the novice mission. Task content: collect the top luxury watches, luxury cars and luxury houses. Task time limit: 7 days. After hearing the system's prompts, Lu Chen felt both happy and worried. The joy is the wealth of the Shinhouse system. During the novice period, he must have a 3-piece set, which is something that many rich second generations dream of. If you have any one of them, you can show off for a long time. Before being restricted by Chen Shuyun, he also wore luxury watches worth millions and drove luxury cars worth tens of millions. But now it seems to be just average. There is still a big gap from the top. The sad thing is that a good cook cannot cook without rice. It is not difficult to complete this task, it just requires spending money. but the key is that I have no money. The balance in his card is not even enough for Guo Bailing to go shopping at Hermes. Since the system has recognized me as a novice, I should at least give you a novice gift pack, right? Lu Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. As if hearing this urgent voice, the pleasant prompt tone sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice reward, 1 billion Chinese yuan. The source of this fund is reliable and can be used with confidence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice reward, consumption cashback card X1, which has been deposited in the system inventory. Call consumption cashback to use it. All the negative emotions were swept away. Lu Chen shouted in his heart, long live the system. It gave 10 small goals at the beginning. Even his own mother was not so generous. The money he spent in the previous 21 years combined was not as much as this. Then look at the inventory. Consumption cashback card. Its function is just as it says. After consumption, you will get 10 times the cash back. However, there is a limit on the amount, and a single transaction during the novice period cannot exceed 1 billion. In addition to this, a character panel appears. Host, Lu Chen. Age, 21. Appearance, 90. Height, 185 centimeters. Constitution, 74. Spirit, 72. Intelligence, 84. Skills, none. Appearance and physique should be rated on a 100-point scale. Lu Chen has full confidence in the appearance of this body, and it can be said that a score of 90 is relatively fair. Although there is still 10 points of potential. But he is so handsome now. If I had this appearance in my previous life, I wouldn't have to work so hard from dawn to dusk. I don't know how many young girls and wives would try every possible means to make him fall at their feet, vying with each other to say to him, I will support you. So Lu Chen was quite satisfied. But what concerns him most is his physical condition. After all, your face is for others to see, but your body is for yourself to use. Physical fitness represents the overall quality of the body. For a 21-year-old boy, the value of 74 is a bit low. But it was also expected. After all, he did not miss out on smoking, drinking, and staying up late. In addition, Guo Bailing, who has a strong ability to absorb sperm, often makes him work day and night and exhausted, which further aggravates the damage to this body. Virtual points are completely normal. Judging from last night's battle data, the endurance can only reach 20 minutes. The situation where we don't have enough time and have to make up for it with frequency is not far away. In short, it is urgent to strengthen exercise. Exercises like Kegel horse stance must be arranged quickly. Chapter 2, The Wife of Harmony Must Be Abandoned. Guo Bailing is Lu Chen's classmate. The two of them, one after money and the other after sex, hit it off and reached a deep cooperation. There is absolutely no emotion at all. Although love will develop over time, it is also easy to get bored. My predecessor had already thought about getting rid of her. Moreover, this Lu Chen is no longer the same Lu Chen. If he continues to be with her as a boyfriend or girlfriend, she will feel like she is wearing a slut. After all, the soul is no longer the same. Husband, what are you thinking about? At this moment, Guo Bailing, who had just woken up, looked at him in a daze and couldn't help asking in a coquettish manner. Then she crawled out from under the quilt and extended an invitation with seductive eyes. I want more. After saying that, he jumped on the horse and prepared to try again. Although holding a warm and soft beauty in your arms, especially the touch of a certain part, can definitely make most men lose their minds. But Lu Chen remained unmoved. It's not that his will is so strong, but that he no longer tastes delicious after eating too much. Besides, Guo Bailing's superb skills were obviously acquired by learning from many masters. He could have ignored her previous experience of just playing around, but he didn't want to have any contact with such a woman. So he said coldly, let's break up. Guo Bailing, whose sexual interest was growing, was stunned after hearing this. Lu Chen at this time made her feel a little unfamiliar. Is this still the man who obeyed her in everything? He actually said such words in bed. What did you say? Guo Bailing suspected that she had heard it wrong, so she couldn't help but confirm it again. Let's break up. Lu Chen repeated it with a stronger tone. I thought that at most I could give her some breakup fee. As long as the problem could be resolved peacefully, this little money would not be a big deal. After all, he just got 1 billion yuan. If you want to find a better girlfriend, you have to pay a price. After getting the confirmation, Guo Bailing's expression changed instantly, and she no longer had the gentleness she had before. He said angrily, "We were together for 2 months and 13 days. We had sex 29 times and you fucked me 36 times, but I only spent 144,867 yuan on you. You say you're some rich second generation, but you don't even own a Porsche. I haven't even given up on you yet, and you're breaking up with me?" Lu Chen was a little dazed. The contrast came too quickly. Guo Bailing had never treated him like this before. 36 times is 144,867 yuan, the unit price is 4,000 yuan, and for someone like you, the best you can get is 800 yuan. It's clearly me who's at a disadvantage, yet you're still feeling wronged. Besides, do you have obsessive-compulsive disorder or are you interested in statistics? How do you remember so many numbers? It's like you have calculated them on a computer. Why? Guo Bailing asked unwillingly. Lu Chen was one of the investment targets she had carefully selected, and she was hoping that one day she could marry into a wealthy family with him and realize her dream of becoming a phoenix. But I didn't expect the accident to come so suddenly. Faced with this kind of questioning, Lu Chen was speechless, thinking, I can't say that it's because I think you're dirty, right? That would be too discouraging. But perhaps because of the dry weather, he suddenly felt a warm current flowing through his nostrils. I wiped it with the back of my hand and found it was blood. Then he suddenly had an idea and came up with a solution. I have a terminal illness and there is no cure. Guo Bailing, who was speaking harshly, was stunned, as if she had been hit by a time-stopping spell. He stared at Lu Chen, whose nose was bleeding, and tried to judge the truth of his words from his expression. But in the end, no loopholes were found. But I gradually felt happy in my heart. It would be great to have a terminal illness so that I could die early and divide the family property sooner. As long as I have a child with him, I can still live the life of a lady by virtue of the child's status. But on second thought, I felt that this might be a test. To test whether you like him or are just after his family's money. Wealthy families in movies like to use this tactic. Maybe it's the same in reality. Guo Bailing felt that she had grasped the key. No matter whether he really had a terminal illness or not, as long as she pretended to be true love, she could sit back and enjoy the situation. It's okay, husband. I will never leave you. Let's get married quickly and have a big fat boy. Let's spend the rest of your life together, okay? Looking at Guo Bailing's sincere expression, Lu Chen really felt that the Oscars owed her a little golden man. How could such a person go to Shanghai University? She should go to Shanghai Drama Academy. The future of China is missing a good actor. Then his expression changed again. My family is bankrupt, and now I can't even afford medical treatment. Bankruptcy? No wonder. Lu Chen is only generous once or twice a month, willing to buy himself a piece of clothing or a bag. Otherwise, he is more frugal than anyone else. This completely fits the image of a down-and-out rich second generation who wants to spend but has no money. Now she was no longer pretending. It turned out to be a silver wax spearhead, and you've been playing with me for so long. Damn scumbag, let's break up. Then she quickly put on her clothes, threw her small handbag over, slammed the door and left, leaving behind only a pair of torn stockings. This woman is so realistic. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile, thinking that the emotional debt had been repaid. Instead, I felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He took his cell phone from the bedside and leisurely opened an unread text message. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 5976 transferred 1 billion Huaxia RMB at 10:18 on May 13th. The current balance is 10,110,312 renminbi and 50 cents. Money is a man's confidence. Counting the 10-digit account balance, Lu Chen's hidden young master temperament reappeared, and his whole mental state was refreshed. There is a bit more maturity on the young face, and the uninhibited smile is full of confidence, mixed with a little bit of badness that everyone loves. He was so handsome that even Pan would feel ashamed when he saw him. Sell my love. Forced me to leave. When I finally knew the truth, I burst into tears. Lu Chen hummed happily as he came to the lobby of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, where he had booked a Riverview suite last night. After returning the room card, he took the elevator to the first floor. I accidentally saw a beautiful shop, which looked like a huge ship carved out of glass. Richard Mille, which means Richard Mille in Chinese. This is a Swiss watch brand, a representative of high luxury in the watch industry, and is known as the billionaire's ticket. Although it was created not long ago, it can compete with Patek Philippe and is a favorite of many celebrities, wealthy people, and athletes, with an average selling price of over 1 million. Richard Mille innovatively uses new materials, including grade 5 titanium, RCAP alloy, and aviation plastics. The dial has a bold appearance and a tough texture. Especially its unique and complex design makes it a leader in subverting the industry. Moreover, each watch is issued in limited quantities, ranging from a few to hundreds of pieces. It is expensive and has great collection value. Since he had nothing to do, Lu Chen decided to go in and take a look. "Hello, sir, welcome to Richard Mille," the teller greeted warmly. There are only a few small display cabinets in this shop of more than 200 square meters, and there was not a single customer when he came in. Lu Chen glanced at it casually, then asked, "Which is the most expensive watch you have here?" Chapter 3 Richard Margot. The teller lady kept smiling. She encounters customers who ask this question every day, so much so that her answers sound like she's reciting lines. "I'm sorry, sir, the store doesn't have it in stock." Lu Chen curled his lips after hearing this. Despite this preparation, there was still a sense of disappointment. Then he asked, "Can I make a reservation?" "Only a few watch models are allowed." The teller's tone remained unchanged. Seeing Lu Chen's unhappy expression, she quickly explained. "We produce very few watches, only about 5,000 pieces a year, and we have more than 40 stores around the world. Each store only gets 100 yuan, and if you look at the specific watch models, it's about 1 to 2 yuan per year. In addition, some powerful second-hand watch dealers have intercepted part of the supply." Lu Chen knew that this was only the superficial reason. The hunger marketing used by merchants also contributes to this, but all high-end luxury brands do this. Customers must be divided into different levels. Want products? Sorry, you are not qualified. Please purchase that or that first, or accumulate a certain amount of consumption. It's so infuriating. What is even more infuriating is that everyone is happy to accept it. Lu Chen didn't care how much money he spent, but he minded this sales method. "So get ready to leave." But the teller lady suddenly said, "Speak of the devil." Lu Chen became curious after hearing this. He followed her gaze and looked back. Then a wretched-looking man came over with a box full of watches in his hands. "They are all Richard Mille." I thought, this must be the middleman she was talking about. So he stopped again to see what was going on. "Brother Ma is here to pick up the watch, right?" The female cashier asked with a smile, and brought up 2 black shopping bags, which were obviously prepared long ago. "Ma Gu is a regular here." After talking for a few words, he opened the box to inspect the goods. Soon, an exquisite Richard Mille watch appeared before his eyes. Seeing Lu Chen staring at him, he began to introduce himself in a boastful manner. "This RM88 is an automatic tourbillon watch with a classic skeleton dial design. Encircled by game-style elements such as blooming smiling faces, warm suns, delicious pineapples, pride in cacti, pink flamingos, and bright rainbows. The case is made of pure white ceramic, the titanium inner bezel is treated with black PVD, and it is inlaid with sapphires and diamonds as our markers. It is limited to 50 pieces worldwide." Lu Chen smiled and nodded. But I didn't understand anything. However, through the watch, he felt the beautiful scene full of joy and happiness. "I feel like I'll be in a good mood when I wear it." Only then did I realize that behind time there is positivity and enthusiasm. At this time, Brother Ma introduced the second model. RM5205 Crystal Astronaut. The dial features a helmeted astronaut, reflecting his view from Mars, looking towards the blue planet. The regular model is limited to 30 pieces worldwide, and this sapphire crystal model is limited to 8 pieces worldwide. His face was full of pride when he said this. This kind of top-level watch is hard to come by, and ordinary people can only look at it on the internet. Only Richard Marco is so awesome that he got them together through special channels. If it were anyone else, there would be no way he could have done that. Look at the proud expression on that donkey's face. Lu Chen quickly looked away, fearing that it would sting his eyes, and thought to himself that this man was extremely ugly. But the watch is still very good, the design is simple but not simplistic. The key is that he can see the pointer clearly and will not be dazzled by the complex parts. "Sell it?" he asked, tentatively. He liked both of them, and if he could get either one of them, his trip would not be in vain. Ma Go looked at Lu Chen hesitantly. Of course he can sell it, that's the business he does. These 2 Richard Mille watches are extremely expensive. Although it is unlikely that he will keep them, he would be more than happy to cash them in as soon as possible. But that requires someone who can afford it. Although Lu Chen has good manners and temperament, his clothes are really ordinary. At best, he is a wealthy second generation and he doesn't have much money to spend. 1 million should be the limit. But if you want to buy the watch in your hand, some little kids still have to take the lead. You are overestimating your own abilities. But 1 million is still money, and there is no reason for him not to do business if it comes to his door. Then he said, I have quite a few worth around 100,000. If you're interested, you can take a look. Lu Chen understood immediately. This is because they think they can't afford it. Name your price. He tried his best to control his tone to make his words seem more believable. It's because I look too young, and my clothes are plain, so it's understandable that I'm looked down upon. But Maga still didn't believe it. I thought to myself, I was going to give you some face, so I expressed it in a more subtle way, but I didn't expect to meet someone who was unwilling to back down. Then just give a random price so that you will give up. RM88 Automatic Tourbillon 13 million, RM5205 Crystal Astronaut 30 million. Which one do you want? He said with a playful look on his face. This is already a fair price. Don't blame me if you can't afford it. Ma Ji's tone was slightly teasing. But Lu Chen didn't care. If it were before my rebirth, I might be angry or even feel insulted. As for now, there is not even any emotional fluctuation. We are not short of money, so why take it seriously? I want both. He raised the corners of his mouth and said confidently. He didn't know how much water was in the quotation, but he thought it shouldn't be too much, otherwise Ma Ge wouldn't have such a look of astonishment. To be honest, Ma Ge was indeed a little depressed. According to normal practice, you should ask for a high price and then pay it back on the spot. However, he was certain that Lu Chen couldn't afford it, so he skipped the middleman and directly quoted his lowest price. If the deal is done like this, I will lose a lot of money. I hope this guy is just pretending to be cool. He thought to himself. Then Lu Chen took out his bank card and asked how to pay. Seeing that he was serious, Ma Ge felt a little panicked. But he still took it and put the card on the portable POS machine, muttering to himself, it can't be swiped, it can't be swiped. In the end, he was disappointed. The POS machine slowly spit out the note, ignoring his wishes. The money and goods were paid. But Ma Ge didn't worry too much about it. Whether he made more or less profit, it was still profit, at least he had recovered the funds. In fact, you can also cheat, after all, empty words are not enough. But he disdains to do that. When business reaches a certain level, it depends on the word integrity. Playing dirty is actually damaging your reputation. At this point, Lu Chen was satisfied. My wrist is finally no longer empty, and I have completed 1/3 of the novice mission. On the first day of rebirth, I had a good start. I have to say. With the help of the system, even my luck has improved. Really? Cool. Chapter 4 Cullinan, not worthy of my temperament. Coming out of Richard Mill, Lu Chen came to a car dealership. The boss's name is Gao Fushuai. Although the name was full of blessings, he himself did not meet expectations at all. He is neither tall nor handsome, and not very manly. If you are not really rich, you will probably never find a girlfriend in your life except to be a scapegoat. The two met in a bar. After chatting, I found out that he was a friend of a friend. So they became friends, and as they interacted more, they found that they had similar interests. After learning about his tragic experience, Gao Fushuai expressed deep sympathy and said generously, "Brother will support you in the future." Then he threw out 100,000. From then on, this condition occurred every month, just like menstruation. Lu Chen also lived a happy sex life. Although Gao Fushuai is also a rich second generation, unlike Lu Chen, he knows when to be serious. He took advantage of his family's advantage early on and started a car dealership business in Shanghai. The business covers parallel import, maintenance and repair, second-hand replacement and national insurance. I have broken free from the constraints of my parents and achieved financial freedom. You have no money again? Seeing Lu Chen coming in, Gao Fushuai said jokingly. Lu Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. I don't borrow money every time I come here. Sometimes I even get a ride or a meal. He is not a money-driven person. This is for you. He threw a bag to Gao Fushuai. After taking advantage of the rich for so long, it was time to return the favor. At the same time, he nodded, indicating that it should be opened quickly. Coach Gao Fu was confused. Subconsciously suspected that it was a prank. Until the packaging box was opened layer by layer, the RM88 in the white ceramic shell was revealed. I can't calm down. Fuck, this year's new style. The yellow strap and white ceramic case looked so exquisite that he couldn't help but be surprised. And it's new. He knows better than anyone how rare it is to get first-hand goods. Lu Chen didn't say anything either. Instead, he gently rolled up his sleeves, revealing the crystal astronaut on his wrist, and exhaled a breath of hot air to wipe the mirror surface. He has a smug expression, obviously showing off. But Coach Goff doesn't care about these. His eyes lit up at first, and then became hungry. The snack I just mentioned is still available for purchase. But this one is different now, it is a limited edition among limited editions. And it is only sold to certain people. He took 2 steps at a time and came to Lu Chen, and said happily, I want this from you. Fortunately, Lu Chen saw the opportunity quickly. Struggle out of the pretentious state in time and dodge quickly before being robbed. Otherwise, you will end up losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. Gao Fushuai had no choice but to give up and turned around to fiddle with the RM88. Actually, he was just pretending just now. He was already very happy that Lu Chen had such thoughtfulness. Are you going to be young Master Lu again? Gao Fushuai asked. There are only 2 possibilities for owning 2 watches of this kind, either they were bought by your family, or you have money. He knew Lu Chen was still in school. So the only option is to lift the seal. But no matter what, at least it proves one thing, that is, Lu Chen is no longer short of money. Otherwise he wouldn't be so generous. He knew that the watch was worth tens of millions, but he did not mention paying for it because talking about money directly would hurt feelings. Since Lu Chen said it was a gift for him, he could take it with peace of mind. I'll make up for it somewhere else later. In his opinion, when making friends, the most important thing is the feelings, and you cannot care about the temporary gains and losses, otherwise you will be no different from a business partner. Brother Gao, give me the whole car. Lu Chen suddenly talked about business. Looking at the showroom full of luxury cars, he felt like he was selecting a mechanic. Eager to try. Gao Fushuai smiled slightly. I have a lot of cars here. Just drive away whichever one you like, he said generously. Then the 2 of them walked towards the exhibition hall. In addition to the common BBA, there are also all kinds of Lobenlin Fabeo. Lu Chen doesn't know much about cars. It's just that I've been exposed to most of the car models, so I don't care about the performance when choosing a car. It's like a novice looking at a woman. A pretty face and a good figure are enough. As for the skills, they are secondary. Gao Fushuai first recommended a silver sports car. How about this Panamera? The 4.0T Executive Extended Edition has comfortable space and good operating performance. This car can be said to be one of Porsche's best-selling models. Its handsome and unique appearance is very popular among young people. Even though the top-of-the-line model is only 2.4 million. But with ample power and an ultimate driving experience, it is more than enough for both commuting and picking up girls. But Lu Chen was not satisfied. He gestured up and down at his 185 centimeters height and said a little embarrassedly, I like big ones. The car in front of me is still too low, and it would be a bit cramped to sit in it. Gao Fushuai gave an understanding smile. Then came to another car. This is the Aston Martin DBX, a mid to large SUV. It uses a 4.0T V8 twin turbocharged engine with a maximum horsepower of 707 and a 0-100 km/h acceleration of 3.3 seconds. Can I satisfy you? Big mouth air intake grille, sharp headlights, and stylish and sporty lines. It looks quite simple and elegant. But if you look closely, it looks like a fatter supercar. Although it takes into account the characteristics of both models, it does not achieve perfection in either. Brother Yang, don't you have any good cars here? He asked speechlessly. It's not as good as his grocery shopping cart. It's okay to drive for a few days, but it's not suitable to be your first car. No good cars. After hearing this, Gao Fushuai really wanted to spit salt water at him to death. A car worth nearly 4 million is not considered good. Are you becoming too arrogant? It's like a toad yawning, with such a big tone. If it weren't for the watch, he wouldn't bother to surf here, so as to avoid getting angry. How dare you say you don't have a good car? So we changed the venue. After passing through a door, we arrived at another exhibition hall. There were more than a dozen brand new cars inside, all of which had just been delivered yesterday. BB version of Cullinan? All the options are fully loaded. He thought to himself, now you should be satisfied. You have to know that a few years ago, the only mass-produced top-level SUVs on the market were the Land Rover Range Rover and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. However, with the launch of the Bentley Bentayga, major super-luxury brands have followed suit, and the king among them is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. And this top-of-the-line BB version is the ceiling. But Lu Chen was still not satisfied. He shook his head in disgust. Cullinan is a car used by internet celebrities. It doesn't match my temperament. I heard such awesome words. Gao Fushuai was so angry that he laughed. He said sarcastically, "You have Reed Catkin stuck in your asshole, pretending to be a big cock. Have you forgotten how miserable you are? You have no temperament at all. If you want this one, take it. If you don't want it, get out of here." He had every reason to suspect that Lu Chen was not here to buy a car today, but to be picky. Chapter 5 Brabus G900 Rocket Edition. Don't hit people in the face, and don't expose people's weaknesses. The tall, rich and handsome man's words really touched people's hearts. This made Lu Chen feel a little embarrassed. He subconsciously turned his head to divert his gaze, but inadvertently saw a treasure. Then, I never wanted to take my eyes off it again. It is a big car that still stands out among many luxury cars. With an all-black body and exaggerated shape, it reveals a bit of luxury under its wild appearance. Very visually impactful. It looks like an ancient black warrior in armor. What kind of car is this? Lu Chen asked in surprise. He actually felt like he fell in love at first sight and he definitely couldn't miss it. The tall, rich and handsome man turned his head to look. Ever heard of Babos? It is the official modification factory for Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz cars modified by it are the favorites of royal families, nobles, wealthy businessmen and celebrities around the world. This Brabus G900 Rocket Edition is a modified version of the Mercedes-Benz G63. The entire vehicle uses a large amount of carbon fiber material and is fully bulletproofed. Equipped with a 6.0-liter W12 turbocharged engine, its maneuverability has been pushed to 981 horsepower, and its 0-100 km/h acceleration is only 3.7 seconds. It turns out that this car not only looks cool, but also has a powerful origin and performance. The more you watch it, the more you like it. The high-rise sports rear wing, the orange leather interior, and the impeccable interior space. It's exactly what I wanted. It's like it was specially made for me. That's it. Lu Chen made the decision immediately. In front of this Brabus G900, Cullinan is just a little brother. Okay. Gao Fushuai agreed readily. The price of G900 and RM88 is comparable, which can offset the difference, saving me from having to find other ways to make up for it. But Lu Chen didn't do that. Under his repeated insistence, I paid the capital of 12 million and then left with all the car purchase materials. Of course, I also applied for a temporary license plate. Car license plates in Shanghai can only be obtained through online auctions, and these auctions are only held once a month at the end of the month. Therefore, it is necessary to hang a temporary license plate. After coming out of the car dealership, Lu Chen went straight to Demon University. Because the class monitor issued a notice saying that a class meeting would be held, and no leave or lateness was allowed. Lu Chen had no choice but to return to school early. The mighty and domineering Brabus G900 drove smoothly on the road and did not attract much attention. People in Shanghai, who live in a big city, have long had their eyes peaked. Just the big G. The average person wouldn't give it any second thought. Only a few people who know about cars would exclaim, take out their phones to take pictures, or exclaim how cool it is. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Chen arrived at a classroom on time. After a while, Su Mingqi walked up to the podium and delivered her opening remarks with ease. Classmates, today's class meeting topic. It's a donation. As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of discussion broke out from the podium. It was not until after hearing the explanation that everyone realized that their classmate Zheng Qing had unfortunately suffered from uremia. Treatment requires a kidney transplant. But their family couldn't even afford the 500,000 yuan medical expenses required for the surgery, even if they sold everything they had. After approval, Su Mingqi initiated this donation campaign. After giving a moving mobilization speech, she took the lead in donating 1,000 on the spot. As a student of finance, everyone in the class is rich, and Wu Yaojie, who comes from a well-off family, was the first to step forward and respond. I'll donate 1,000 yuan, tighten my belt this month, and not go out to rent a hotel. He took the opportunity to show off. There was a burst of laughter from the crowd, making the originally dull atmosphere much more lively. After all, we have been classmates for 3 years. Everyone was not so indifferent as to remain indifferent. Led by the two of them, a small climax was soon created. I'll donate 500. I'll donate 200. I'll donate 100. But after one round, only 10,000 was donated in total, which made Su Mengqi a little discouraged. It's far from 500,000. Just when she was at a loss, she suddenly realized that her thinking might be wrong. We are all ordinary students, with only a few coins in our pockets, so even if we want to do something, we are powerless. But some people are exceptions, such as several rich second generations in the class. They have plenty of money. Thinking of this, Su Mengqi had an idea. She said in a voice full of temptation, "I can go on a date with the one who donated the most today." These words were earth-shattering. The boys in the class are getting extremely excited. Who is Su Mengqi? She is the most beautiful campus beauty in the Demon University, a pure goddess who has rejected countless suitors and has never been in a relationship. The YY index of her among male compatriots. Even Yui Aragaki, known as the most beautiful gaki north of the equator, can't compare to her. Date her. Even if what you imagine does not happen, it can still become a beautiful memory in your life. Money. That's not a problem. I'll add 10,000, and the school beauty belongs to me tonight. Wu Yaojie shouted loudly. Now the donation amount has almost doubled, which shows how great Su Mengqi's charm is among the students of Magic University. I'll add 20,000, another voice sounded. After hearing this, everyone turned around. I want to see who was so generous. It turned out to be a female classmate. Wu Qian, why are you joining in the fun? Wu Yaojie was angry. The man wants to get close to her, but you are a woman, why are you messing around? But Wu Qian was not afraid. Instead, he said arrogantly, I asked her to polish the mirror, do you have any objections? As soon as the words of tigers and wolves came out, Wu Yaojie was speechless. I thought it was okay, how about we group the order? However, he didn't have the courage to say it out loud, so he could only keep this tempting idea in his heart. After several rounds of confrontation, Wu Yaojie increased it to 50,000. There is no one competing below. Just when he was about to get what he wanted, Su Mengqi turned her gaze to Lu Chen, and the meaning in her beautiful eyes was self-evident. It's your turn to show off. It is said that gaze has weight. Lu Chen felt Su Mengqi's gaze and understood what she wanted to express. Disliked that he only donated 800. In fact, Lu Chen was not reluctant, but did not want to play with the school beauty. If you want to play, play for real. What's the point of just dating? If you can't eat or touch something, it will only make you anxious. But now the situation has changed again. Because they followed Su Mengqi's gaze, everyone looked over in unison. It left him no room to pretend. All right. Since you force me, I won't pretend anymore and just come clean. How much money is still needed? He asked softly. 327,600 yuan. Su Mengqi reported a number. Lu Chen didn't think much of it and thought, then just cover it. Anyway, 55 million has been spent, so this little bit of money doesn't matter. Besides, it is life-saving money, which is better than living a life of extravagance and debauchery. All of them. He waved his hand. The whole class was in an uproar. For an ordinary student who spends an average of 3,000 yuan per month, more than 300,000 yuan is really a huge sum of money. Even if you are not short of money, you don't have that much money. And he donated it casually. I have to say, he is really handsome. Even Wu Yaojie gave a thumbs up in admiration. Brother, you're awesome. My sister-in-law is yours. Chapter 6, Strong Flirtation. Lu Chen stretched out his hand and pressed down, signaling him to keep a low profile. However, the movement was so large that the watch on his wrist was exposed, a Richard Mille crystal astronaut. Although it was only 2 or 3 seconds, Wu Yaojie still noticed it. RM5205 crystal astronaut, is it real or fake? He asked in surprise. I swear to God, Lu Chen really wasn't showing off on purpose, he was just used to using his left hand. I didn't expect to accidentally reveal my wealth. He was about to deny it. But then I thought again, the more I try to cover up, the more I have to act as if nothing happened. People may not believe me if I tell lies. So he rolled up his sleeves higher. He spoke the truth seriously, it's absolutely authentic. I bought it for 30 million. How about I sell it to you at the original price? Of course Wu Yaojie didn't believe it. He was also a person who had gone a long way in pretending to be cool, and in his opinion, Lu Chen's tricks were not very sophisticated. Return 30 million. This kind of imitation sells for less than 300 yuan on Taobao. But see through it, but don't say it out loud. It's all about picking up girls, why take it so seriously? Forget it, my Vacheron Constantine 6620C is also good. When I get tired of it, we can exchange it. After saying that, he followed suit and rolled up his sleeves to demonstrate that calm demeanor. There is not a trace of artificiality, and it is much more real than Lu Chen. After the class meeting, Su Mingqi walked up to Lu Chen calmly, looking at him steadily with her beautiful big eyes. Said, "You can go now." The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked over here with complicated eyes. Some of them felt regretful, while others were envious and jealous, but none of them were friendly to Lu Chen. Lu Chen chuckled. He didn't care about this matter at first. But after seeing everyone's reactions, he immediately changed his mind. Anyway, the hatred has been aroused, so just be the bad guy until the end. I heard that being a villain is quite popular nowadays. Although he has always been kind. But it's also good to be bad once in a while. Let's go. He stood up slowly, grabbed Su Mingqi's little hand, turned around and walked out of the classroom. Soft and cool. Not to mention, it's very comfortable to hold. Su Mingqi was caught off guard and instinctively tried to break free, but she failed after trying several times. So I chose to obey. It was just the first time I was being held like this, and my heart was beating really hard, pounding like a drum. Until they left the classroom. The others finally reacted inside. The White Lotus is no longer pure. They walked all the way downstairs, and Lu Chen released his hand, allowing Su Mingqi to regain her freedom. She said in a whisper, "I'm going to change my clothes. If you're not in a hurry, just wait for me at the school gate." Then he pretended to be calm and left. Looking at the slightly flustered figure, Lu Chen smiled knowingly. He didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Being in the same class with the school beauty. Any normal man should have some ideas. However, Su Mingqi has always been a place where strangers are not allowed to enter, and even he dared not to desecrate her, but today he was able to leave a lingering fragrance on his hands. I can only say, it's pretty good. Outside the school gate, Lu Chen parked the car and waited. Soon Su Mingqi appeared. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, light blue jeans, and a pair of mixed-color flat sneakers. Although her outfit is simple and casual, it cannot conceal her outstanding temperament. Her long hair is draped over her shoulders, and she looks radiant with just a touch of makeup. She is worthy of being the most beautiful treasure girl in Magic University. Lu Chen waved his hand. When Su Mingqi approached, he opened the car door gentlemanly. After all, he was born into a wealthy family, so his demeanor is impeccable. He looks like a handsome young man just by showing off a little. But his smirk kind of spoiled the mood. But everyone has their own preferences. For girls who are used to being serious, this kind of bad boy look is even more deadly. This is what Su Mingqi is like at this moment. In front of the luxury car and handsome man, she felt a little dazed, but fortunately she was not materialistic and quickly adjusted her mentality. Get in the passenger seat. Lu Chen drove straight ahead and returned to the IFC in Lujiazui just as it was getting dark. This is where he left in the morning. The two went straight up to the 53rd floor of the hotel and came to the Jinxian Chinese restaurant. The place was already crowded, but maybe it was because he was lucky enough to book a window seat. Looking out from here, not only can you see both sides of the Huangpu River, but you can also take in the night view of half of Shanghai. Soon the waiter came over and handed the menu to Su Mingqi. But she hesitated for a long time and only ordered 2 not-so-expensive signature dishes. This is the kind of restaurant she least wants to go to. The prices are high, the portions are small, and the taste is not outstanding. Any dish costs 200 or 300 yuan. It's enough for a whole meal at a restaurant outside. But the wealthy Lu Chen didn't care about these things. He ordered whatever he liked and didn't care how much it cost. For example, 16800 Sudan River Fish King. 4280 Australian Lobster King. 2700 Japanese Abalone. 2580 Haidong Star Spot. After more than a dozen dishes, we ordered a bottle of 2009 Chateau Lafite. Candlelight dinner, red wine and beautiful women. Now everything is complete, and the atmosphere is extremely lively. But perhaps it is precisely because of this that Su Mingqi has always been rather reserved. Even seemed a little uncomfortable. They looked at each other in silence, like strangers sharing a table for dinner. Lu Chen sighed. I thought you were testing my ability to coax girls. But, simple. He suddenly said with great seriousness, there's something on your face. Su Mingqi didn't know it was a trick, and after hearing it, she panicked and touched her face reflexively. What's the matter? Lu Chen chuckled. It's kind of pretty. The routine was actually not very complicated, but Su Mingqi was still stunned. Then she realized that she might have been teased, and a blush instantly crept up her cheeks. But not angry. After all, being praised for my beauty actually makes me feel very happy inside. Rogue. She cursed softly. But that shy expression is so charming that it can penetrate any man's defense. Even Lu Chen is no exception. I just felt itchy in my heart and couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. After this incident, the two of them suddenly felt much closer. After all, they had been classmates for many years. It's just that we've never been alone together like today. Lu Chen saw that the effect was good. I then asked, do you know who your expression just now resembles? Su Mingqi guessed that there might still be a trap in his words, but driven by strong curiosity, she couldn't wait to know the answer. So we decided to cooperate again. Asked, who does it look like? However, he didn't expect Lu Chen to hold back and not say anything until he used the killing eye roll again. Then he listened to him continue to speak. Like my girlfriend. For a moment, my heart was beating wildly and I felt like I was being teased. Fortunately, the waiter came over at this time, and the two of them tacitly ended this topic, which could be either meat or vegetables. Instead, they started complaining about a teacher and gossiping about some campus rumors. Delicious food paired with good wine, the more you drink, the more intoxicated you become. Gradually, the bottle of wine was empty. Lu Chen was not yet satisfied with his drinking, but Su Mingqi was already drunk. Sometimes she looks naive and sometimes she looks pitiful. Lu Chen suffered tons of damage every moment, and his heart itched like a cat scratching. Chapter 7 My School Beauty Girlfriend. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with this evil fire tonight, Su Mingqi suddenly received a call. But within 2 minutes, he started crying loudly. Tears fell down her face as if she had suffered a great injustice. Customers at nearby tables looked over here, whispering and wondering what had happened. Lu Chen could tell with his toes that they had automatically imagined a love story between a heartless man and an abandoned girl. What he feared most was a woman crying, and he was at a loss as to how to comfort her. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal and I could only keep helping to wipe away the tears, feeling a little regretful. Why let Su Mingqi drink so much? After finally controlling her emotions, she explained the reason for what happened. My father acted as a guarantor for someone. I have assumed joint liability for 4 million yuan. If I can't pay it back tomorrow, my house will be auctioned off. Then he burst into tears again. I will have no home. Fortunately, the voice of confession was loud. It was unintentional that he defended Lu Chen. When the audience around saw that this was not a melodrama but a complete tragedy, they lost interest in continuing to inquire. The restaurant returned to peace again. But Lu Chen didn't. Big sister, you can cry if you want to, but don't hug my arm. It would be fine if you just wiped your tears, but you actually wiped your nose. He couldn't bear it anymore. So he said, I'll pay for it. Su Mingqi suddenly stopped crying, her tearful face full of disbelief. Really? She asked. That's 4 million. Even if Lu Chen was willing to lend it to her, he would have to ask his family for money, and the two of them had no reason to. But on second thought, this amount of money may be a huge sum for me, but for a wealthy family, it may be nothing at all. Gradually, I began to believe it a little more. I will definitely pay it back. Su Mingqi said with gratitude. This may be the only life-saving straw that I can grasp when I encounter sudden and drastic changes. And fortunately, I am with Lu Chen. If it were someone else, they might not come to the rescue. In fact, Lu Chen had a thought that this might be a scam, but in the end he chose to trust it. Because the other party is Su Mingqi. If I really believe the wrong thing, it doesn't matter. Spending 4 million to see the campus beauty is not a loss-making deal. He then transferred the money on the spot. After all this was done, Su Mengqi slowly calmed down. He chuckled, "Aren't you considering working like a slave, or even giving yourself to me to repay the debt?" The expression is a bit mean. Su Mengqi burst into laughter and wiped the tears from her face. He said stubbornly, "Isn't it possible?" To be honest, she really thought so. After all, a debt of 4 million was definitely enough to pay off for a lifetime. Moreover, Lu Chen is both handsome and kind. Although he has some minor flaws that are common among rich second generations, his merits outweigh his flaws and are acceptable. Why is it that a hero who saves a beauty is most likely to win her heart? Because when people are vulnerable, they are easily agitated and may show signs of falling in love. This state is called physiological arousal. This was the case with Su Mengqi at the moment. She was already feeling agitated, and with Lu Chen's generous donation, she was able to get some help. It's completely understandable to develop some feelings of admiration. But Lu Chen didn't know this. He thought it was his humor that turned Su Mengqi's sadness into joy. "Why don't you be my girlfriend?" Lu Chen continued to talk nonsense. 4 million is considered as a betrothal gift, just consider it as an advance payment for me. Su Mengqi snorted. Having an idea in your mind is one thing, but actually doing it is another. And is this a courtship? Are you serious? She asked in a low voice. Lu Chen laughed. After breaking up with Christine Kwa, I am in a period of being single and really need a partner of the opposite sex. At the moment, Su Mengqi is definitely a good choice. There is nothing wrong with her personality and appearance, and we know each other well, so being a confidant is just right for her. Just tell me if it's okay, he asked back. Su Mengqi nodded shyly. Expressed agreement. She had never had a boyfriend before, and she wasn't sure how sincere Lu Chen was, but she was more inclined to agree. Then just be idealistic. There is no turning back in youth, you always have to fall in love. After dinner, Lu Chen happily paid the bill, threw away the receipt and prepared to leave. Let's go. He extended his hand to greet his new girlfriend. Where are we going? Do we want to get a room? Su Mengqi was a little scared. Although I had anticipated this day, I was still a little nervous when it finally happened. I heard that it will be very painful the first time, I heard. Bang! Suddenly, there was a heavy knock on the head, and then Lu Chen's ridicule was heard. Are you so anxious? Only then did she realize that she had been overthinking it and felt embarrassed. Seeing Lu Chen walking out, he hurriedly followed him. First floor. IFC Shopping Mall. One of the best shopping malls in Shanghai, it has everything from clothing, jewelry, and watches, making it a must-visit shopping destination for the wealthy. There were crowds of people inside. Lu Chen came to the LV store excitedly, intending to go in for some shopping, but was blocked outside by a long queue. That's the queue. The service here is 1-to-1, and one salesgirl only serves one customer. When there is a large flow of customers, in order to provide good service and environment, the extra people have to wait outside. Another routine. But Lu Chen had no choice but to wait for half an hour. Such a long queue had already made him impatient, so he asked the cashier directly after entering the store. How can I avoid the queue? The teller heard his dissatisfaction and responded with a smile. You can make an appointment in advance, or become our super VIP by spending more than 1 million yuan a year. Not only do you not have to queue, you can also enjoy the exclusive service of the store manager. Lu Chen nodded without comment. Routine, still routine. But now he doesn't care at all, and is ready to upgrade his level so that these people can serve him to the end. After figuring it out, I started shopping in the store with Su Mengqi. The salesgirl first served me a bottle of mineral water, then enthusiastically inquired about my purchase intention and recommended suitable styles. Su Mengqi seemed a little embarrassed. In order to give her some time to adapt, Lu Chen decided to buy his own first. He doesn't plan to wear his old clothes anymore. So buy the full set. Go into the men's clothing area and start browsing from the beginning. If you really like something, just buy it. If you like something just so, ask Su Mengqi for her opinion. She was a little shy at first. Later, she transformed herself into a female advisor and talked about dressing in a knowledgeable manner. You know what, it sounds quite similar. Lu Chen buys clothes very quickly. There were 10 t-shirts and 10 short-sleeved shirts, more than a dozen pairs of trousers, shorts and sweatpants, and nearly 20 pairs of sandals, leather shoes, and sneakers. Following the salesgirl's suggestion, I also matched 3 suits. The rest of the belts, ties and small accessories were all bought in fixed sizes and different colors for each series. Each of them wants one. Chapter 8. Sir, could you please pay the bill first? I'm fine, Lu Chen said to Su Mingqi with a sense of relief. Making so many choices in a short period of time was like a final exam, and he felt like his brain was about to explode. So it ended hastily. In fact, every woman has a dream of luxury goods. Su Mingqi is no exception. She had been to Plaza 66 before, but she had only looked at it from the outside and had not dared to actually go into the store. I was actually quite nervous when I came to LV this time. But when he saw Lu Chen beside him, he inexplicably felt a sense of confidence. So I suppressed my timidity and inferiority. I chose a tweed dress and a pair of white high heels. The style is simple and the price is right. It's more to my liking. But Lu Chen was unhappy. Who was he looking down on? He asked speechlessly. That's it? Su Mingqi was stunned. After thinking about it, I put down my high heels and felt that this should be okay. Then I'll just take this one, she said. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. She was so innocent and cute. Other girls would have wanted to buy so much that their mouths were full. When it was her turn, she only picked 2. When she complained that she didn't buy enough, she was scared and put the shoes back. Compared with Su Mingqi, Guo Bailing, who always wants to drain herself, is simply a scumbag. Lu Chen pondered her clothing preferences. I love jeans, knee-length skirts, and loose-fitting tops. In short, it shouldn't be wrong to buy according to the conservative student style. He plans to choose for Su Mingqi personally. Raw-edge jeans. Black skirt. Knitted short top. After touring the entire women's clothing area, the cashier who followed me was already covered with all kinds of clothing. Some of them are Lu Chen's favorites. When the time comes, I will let Su Mingqi wear it so that I can enjoy it alone. After a thorough cleanup, he examined their work and discovered they had clothes, shoes, and accessories. But I still feel like something is missing. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind, and I finally figured out what was missing. Women's bag. So I took Su Mingqi back and found that they were all basic styles that can be seen everywhere on the street, and it is difficult to tell whether they are real or fake. I asked the salesgirl. Are all the good stuff in the VIP room? Take us inside. When the salesgirl heard this, she knew that Lu Chen was an expert. They did have a VIP room specifically for VIP members who came to the store. Used to sell limited edition products. The items inside are never put on display and can only be purchased by specific customers. And Lu Chen is just an ordinary customer. Although the clothes he selected were priced reasonably, he had not yet settled the bill, so it was unknown how much he could buy. Therefore, not eligible. Excuse me, sir, could you please pay the bill first? As long as you meet the requirements, you are most welcome to come into the VIP room and take a look. Although the teller felt embarrassed, he still refused decisively. Because she didn't dare to break the rules. Lu Chen frowned. I thought this teller was really inflexible. Even if Su Mingqi and I didn't buy anything else, it would still cost tens of millions. I have to pay the bill first. What's the matter? Are you afraid that we will cheat and run away with the bill? Fortunately, another person came over at this time and immediately asked the teller to come over. Hello, sir and madam, I am the store manager here. In fact, it was about Lu Chen buying clothes. She had been alarmed long ago and had been circling nearby, fearing that something might go wrong. After seeing the teller's improper handling, she appeared immediately without wasting any time. After all, Lu Chen's purchasing power is too strong, and what the store needs most are customers like him. Since you bought a lot of things, we will set up a special counter to check out these items for you. At the same time, you are invited to rest in the VIP room. May I? Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. I thought this is the correct way to open it. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind coming in empty-handed and leaving empty-handed with Su Mingqi. There's more than just LV in the mall. Then, led by the store manager, the two entered the VIP room. It's a bit like a smaller version of a store counter. Although there aren't many items stored there, each one is rare. Some of the bags looked particularly familiar. He had seen them in his mother's dressing room. But my mother prefers Hermes, especially the Sehiyuan series, which is used most frequently. Wait until you sit comfortably on the sofa. Pastries and sparkling water are already in place, and the VIP service is different. It really feels like home. There is no need for Lu Chen to urge him. The store manager took out a few bags. This one belongs to the Capucine series and is made of Nile crocodile leather. It means I think of you once a day and a grain of sand falls from the sky, forming the Sahara. It is made of the same leather as Hermes Himalaya, and is known as the ceiling of LV bags. A medium size in gold gilt, only 440,000. Lu Chen is fine. I've seen it so many times that I don't find it strange. But Su Mingqi was stunned. It was like looking at a work of art, and her love for it was beyond words. But when I heard its price, I suddenly came to my senses. This is not buying a bag. Even if it was exchanged for an equal amount of gold, it would not be worth more than 400,000 yuan. It's like robbery. But the meaning is so romantic. I think of you once every day, and a grain of sand falls from the sky, forming the Sahara. When she thought of Lu Chen again, her face turned slightly red. Lu Chen, who was standing next to him, saw all of this. My liking for Su Mingqi increased a little bit. There are not many girls who are so rational. Even I may not be able to do it if I were in your place. The other side. Seeing their cold reaction, the store manager thought the item was too expensive, so he picked up another one. This is the City Steamer bag. The design is inspired by the travel bag launched in 1901 and features an engraved padlock, nameplate, and hot stamped logo. It is also made of luxurious crocodile leather and can be carried by hand, on the shoulder or across the body, making it a favorite of urban fashion women. Small rose pink, 218,000 yuan. Compared to the Sahara. This one is much cheaper, but it is also a high-quality product, only slightly inferior to some custom models. The price-performance ratio is very high. If it were sold outside, it would definitely be snapped up. She looked at the two people opposite her. Seeing Su Mingqi indifferent and looking as if nothing had happened, Lu Chen didn't know what he was thinking. The store manager smiled awkwardly. I thought, if this is too expensive, why do you bother coming to the VIP room? The counter downstairs is quite suitable. If it weren't for the fact that she was outside and checking out clothes, she wouldn't have wanted to continue serving. But he still forced a smile and said, what about this one? This emerald round chain bag only costs 175,000 yuan, which is the cheapest among rare leather bags. There was a hint of helplessness in her words. Fortunately, Lu Chen stood up and said, pack these three up, and that one, that one, that one. We want them all. Chapter 9 Super Member. Lu Chen bought another 10 suitcases. I don't want to pack my purchases. I'll put them all in these boxes. Is everything all right? There were so many clothes outside that it was difficult to take them away without packing them up, so he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. The store manager nodded stupidly. The turn of events came too suddenly, and she needed to digest it first. I thought I had a problem with my pocket, but I didn't expect that in just a few words, Lu Chen had spent over 1 million. Although I have seen countless rich people. But this is the first time I have met someone so extravagantly rich since I started working in this industry. Buying LV is like buying wholesale. Su Mingqi also looked at him in astonishment. She knew that having money allowed one to be willful, but she didn't expect him to be so willful. It has simply reached the point of ruining the family. Even as a bystander, it was hard to bear to watch. Clothes and bags are just material possessions, so why spend so much money on them? It would be better to save them for a down payment on a house. In her limited knowledge, settling down is the top priority. So, any high consumption other than buying a house can be considered as a waste of money. The two men walked out of the VIP room leisurely and found that the packing was only half done, but the bill had already come out. The ground was covered with big circles and small circles. Mr. Lu, your total spending today is 2,168,700 yuan. Lu Chen nodded indifferently, took out his card and swiped it in one go. Then he asked the store manager, is that enough to charge 2 super memberships? The store manager almost crashed again and subconsciously agreed. That's enough, more than enough. After that, she personally helped the 2 people upgrade, and since then LV has had 2 more VVIP members. And next time you come, you don't have to queue. Send me directly to the Ritz-Carlton. The hotel front desk will tell you the room number. Is everything all right? Lu Chen didn't want to wait any longer and decided to leave first. The store manager promised to deliver it as soon as possible, then watched them leave and breathed a sigh of relief until they were out of sight. Oh my god, the feeling of oppression is too strong. The salesgirl sighed. At the same time, it is full of regrets. The costs should all be mine, but unfortunately I was not brave enough at that time, otherwise my income today would be equal to what I would normally earn in 2 months. I didn't expect that a small mistake would cause such a huge loss. It was really a case of carelessness that led to the loss of Jingzhou. What a pity. The store manager straightened his bowed body, feeling quite touched in his heart. The life of rich people is really casual. He's just here to become a member. She whispered leisurely, then turned back into the store and resumed her usual cool and elegant image. The Ritz-Carlton is a luxury 5-star hotel located on the top 18 floors of the IFC Center. It offers a panoramic view of the Bund. Lu Chen opened a presidential suite, which has 410 square meters of space and has 10 functional areas including a restaurant, bar and fitness center. The whole room is fan-shaped, and when you open the door you will see an oval entrance. The 270 panoramic transparent glass provides an exaggerated field of view, showing the stunning scenery of Lujiazui and the Bund in turn. Through the living room and study is the bedroom. The clever combination of marble and crystal glass creates an extremely luxurious and romantic beauty. Especially the spacious round bathtub, which is very suitable for taking a bath together. But someone didn't get what he wanted and could only lie on the 2-meter-long bed, quietly listening to the sound of the shower. Although I am full of anticipation, I can only feel anxious. Fortunately, an LV clerk came to deliver the goods, which distracted him briefly and prevented him from getting angry. Otherwise it would be over before it even started. Half an hour passed like this, the noise in the bathroom gradually stopped, and Su Mingqi came out wrapped in a bath towel. Her skin was white with a rosy glow and a hint of moisture, and her half-dry hair was draped over her round shoulders, adding a bit of charm to her. The lotus emerges from clear water, naturally without any decoration. Su Mingqi looked like this, making it hard to desecrate her. Lu Chen walked over gently, took the hairdryer and helped her blow dry her hair. A fresh scent of hair entered her nostrils. I lowered my head and took a few deep breaths, and I was completely intoxicated. Su Mingqi smiled slightly, feeling the intimacy of the man behind her, her heart filled with happiness and warmth. The two of them said nothing, yet it seemed as if they had said everything. Everything fell into place. On the bed. Just as Lu Chen was about to make a move, he was called to a timeout on the spot. Turn off the lights, Su Mingqi said coquettishly. He had no choice but to do so. But it is impossible to turn off all the senses. Vision, hearing, and touch are all necessary. Without any one of them, it will not be perfect. Faced with such unreasonable demands, even if we cannot refuse, we must selectively implement them. So I left the bedside lamp on. Lu Chen returned and prepared to break through the next level. Curtain. At this time, the pause sounded again. He stood up again in a rather disappointed manner, no longer having the excitement he had at the beginning. Su Mingqi took advantage of this gap to spread the white shirt on the bed, and then lay back in her original position. But Lu Chen was still sitting beside the bed. The first effort is vigorous, the second is weak, and the third is impotent. You won't have another time, will you? Su Mingqi laughed when she heard it. She also wanted to have a good memory of the first time, so she repeatedly promised not to make trouble again, and Lu Chen regrouped with a dull attitude. Although I had expected it, I couldn't suppress the satisfaction when I actually saw this plum blossom. For some girls, this may mean everything. Lu Chen looked at Su Mingqi with pity. From silence to sound, from pain to happiness. Inside the luxurious presidential suite, cheerful applause soon rang out, rising and falling in a gentle and melodious manner, and seemed to be getting more and more intense. After one episode of the web drama, the sound gradually stopped. Resting afterwards was essential. The two of them snuggled up to each other and whispered a lot of sweet words to each other. It was not until I felt sleepy that I forced myself to take a shower. The scene was more romantic in the misty air. Just as Lu Chen was about to do it again, a pair of pink fists came out to punch him. He was also blamed for not being gentle with women. After coming out, Meng Qi called the housekeeping service to have several sets of clothes washed, otherwise she would have no replacement clothes for tomorrow. Lying quietly in bed, I couldn't help but recall everything that happened tonight, feeling both melancholy and grateful. After all, I can't be a carefree girl. But fortunately, I chose Lu Chen, who respects and loves me. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Thank you. She spoke softly to the man beside her. Ha! Ha! Lu Chen was soundly asleep and unaware of anything. His snoring was even louder than when he was clapping. It was only because the presidential suite was well soundproofed, otherwise he would definitely have been complained about. At 6:30 the next morning, the shrill alarm clock rang. As a hard-working student, I have to rush to school before 8 o'clock to attend classes. Lu Chen didn't care, going or not depended on his mood, but Su Mengqi, a top student, didn't care. I don't want to miss a single class. Chapter 10, Buying an Apartment for 550 million. A Brabus G900 loaded with luggage. We sped along the Yan'an elevated road and arrived at the girls' dormitory in just half an hour. Lu Chen couldn't enter the girls' dormitory, so we sent her here and left. Only after the black car disappeared did Su Mengqi withdraw her gaze and start moving her things upstairs. By the time the 5 suitcases were lined up and neatly placed under the bed, she was already exhausted and out of breath. Miss Su, what are you doing? Roommate Zhong Ling was putting on her beautiful makeup. Seeing Su Mengqi moving around like she was moving house, she asked out of curiosity. The relationship between the two is like flowers and green leaves. They are used to being casual with each other in their daily interactions, and being naked and passing snacks to each other are common occurrences. This time she didn't hesitate to open the box, took out a bag and started shouting. Oh my god, is this LV? It's so beautiful. Yu Xiaoxia, who was washing up, heard the noise and ran out with a toothbrush in her mouth. She recognized the model at a glance. A Sahara worth over 400,000 yuan. She swallowed a mouthful of toothpaste foam, her tone full of disbelief. I also used the knowledge I learned on the internet to examine it inside and out, and surprisingly, there were no flaws at all. Only then did I believe it. Then he walked to the mirror with his arms folded, struck all kinds of poses, and was completely self-indulgent. Su Mengqi hurried over to stop it. But before he could succeed, Zhong Ling's surprised voice came from behind him. Fuck! And a whole box of clothes. She took out a t-shirt and tried it on herself. Seeing that they were about to be turned upside down, Su Mengqi had to give up Yu Xiaoxia and flew towards Zhong Ling. The blood-stained white shirt was inside. If you are discovered, you will be killed on the spot. At the same time, he kept wailing in his heart. Sure enough, they found out. There was no possibility of hiding these things from him. The key is how to explain it? Yu Xiaoxia was the first to come to her senses. Her curiosity was burning as she asked with great interest. Tell me quickly, where did these things come from? Su Mengqi hadn't figured out how to answer, so she could only choose to hold on to the end, hoping to get away with it. Besides, with the flower-guarding messenger Zhong Ling here, she will definitely help him out. But the reality is, not only did Zhong Ling not help, she also delivered a fatal blow. Tell me the truth, did you steal any men last night? How could there be something fishy going on when he stayed out all night for no reason? Her curiosity was even stronger than Yu Xiaoxia's. Don't mind changing sides temporarily. Su Mengqi did not expect that her diehard followers would also betray her. She could not help but feel guilty and angry, but she still planned to die rather than surrender. This matter between men and women is different from other things. It is best to keep it in your heart and keep it secret. At this time, Zhang Yu and the other man came over with a strange laugh and used the legendary milking dragon claw on her. While tickling him, he threatened, "Tell me or you will be severely punished." Su Mengqi was immediately hit in the weak spot. After only a few rounds of resistance, he confessed everything he could. The other side. Lu Chen did not stay in school to attend classes, but instead made an appointment with an agent to look at houses. He planned to build a home for himself first. He has done research on the luxury homes in Shanghai, which can basically be divided into 2 lines, horizontal and vertical. Vertically, it is mainly distributed on both sides of the Huangpu River. Lujiazui No. 1 Courtyard, Suyuan, Thompson 1, Riverside Arc de Triomphe, Greentown Huangpu Bay, etc. are all included. Horizontally, it is concentrated into 4 major luxury residential areas. They are Shishan Villa District, Gubei Rich District, Lujiazui Commercial District, East Suburb and Biyun International Community. Lujiazui is the intersection. Comparing the 2 lines, the vertical direction is mostly high-rise residential buildings, and the only attraction is the large flat with river view. There are many options horizontally, including high-rise and low-rise buildings, as well as single-family and manor villas. No matter what kind of house you want, you can basically find it. Lu Chen chose this horizontal line, the starting point of which was Gubei number 1 near Shijiao Hotel. It is said to be the ceiling of luxury homes in Shanghai. Although many other luxury homes will express dissatisfaction, it is at least at the top of the contempt chain in the western suburbs. The key point is that it is close to the school. Not only is it more convenient to stay outside, but you no longer have to check into a hotel every few days like before. When he arrived at the gate of the community, the beautiful agent is already waiting under the waterscape curtain wall. Ella specializes in luxury real estate transactions, but she has not been open for business for half a year and is living off her previous savings. Due to the economic downturn in the past 2 years, the real estate industry has fallen into a cold winter. The wealthy are busy selling houses to save themselves. Few are willing and able to take over, resulting in a significant decline in the competition for high-end real estate. Now, let alone buying a house, not many people even come to her to look at houses. When she learned that Lu Chen had 1 billion in cash to buy a house, she felt like she had seen a savior. Not only did she organize the resources at hand overnight, she also dressed up carefully before going out, just to increase the chances of closing a deal. Gubei number 1 is positioned as a high-end community, consisting of 8 high-rise buildings and 15 villas. The architectural style is modern Shanghai style with a touch of classicism, and the facade is clad with imported South African stone and Belgian copper. The biggest highlight is the private clubhouse for owners, which not only houses a large library with a starry sky, but also a private clinic staffed by experts from tertiary hospitals. Walking on the forest path in the community, Ella introduced it like a treasure, and it can be seen that she is very familiar with this place. You must have done a lot of homework before coming here. Lu Chen also has his own aesthetic sense. He likes the slightly inclined folded surface design of the building here. 3 levels of lines. It is neither cumbersome nor boring, and expresses the minimalism of modern classics in a very restrained way. It is low-key, luxurious, and has connotation, which matches my personality very well. Let's go to the villa in front and take a look, Lu Chen urged. That was his goal. As for the top management, he was not interested at all. The facade of the detached house looks simple and elegant, even taking simplicity to the extreme, but the space is very clearly layered. The space is U-shaped. There is a golf course to the south, which not only enjoys rich green resources but also ensures the independence of the inner courtyard. The living experience will definitely not be bad. Unexpectedly, Ella said with embarrassment, there's a client looking at a house up ahead. Could you please wait a moment? No one usually comes here, but I didn't expect to run into you today. Lu Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. That is the only villa for sale and it is located in the middle. Such a good house will not be taken up by others first, right? But everything has a first-come first-served order, and he could only wait helplessly. Not long after, a young man came out first. Following behind was an agent in a suit. Ella recognized him at a glance. He was Brother S, who was very famous in the industry. At this moment, he was extremely anxious and worried. The person in front of him was really difficult to deal with. Mr. Gua, the owner is very determined to pay the full 550 million yuan, not a cent less. You may not understand the market situation. This is what happens when properties are scarce. Prices keep rising and there's no shortage of sales. But Gui Xingxiang refused to listen to the explanation. He frowned with a look of impatience. In his opinion, there was nothing that could not be bargained for. Maybe someone is playing tricks and deceiving his superiors and subordinates to make a profit from the price difference. He chuckled and said, if it drops to 500 million, I'll buy it. Otherwise, I'll find another agent. For a moment, the two sides were deadlocked and neither could convince the other. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen became impatient. Isn't this just a waste of your time? If you can't reach an agreement, just give up the toilet. There are people waiting behind you. It's not like I have to wait until you finish negotiating before I can sell this house, right? He winked at Ella. Ella understood what he meant and went to talk to Brother E, and soon brought Lu Chen in. Mr. Lu, this villa has 5 floors. The 4 floors above ground cover an area of 860 square meters, the underground floor covers an area of 998 square meters, and there is also a 600 square meter outdoor garden. The layout is 6 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 7 bathrooms. The owner spent 4 years on the renovation, using only the world's top imported materials. The total cost exceeded a small goal. Lu Chen nodded and began to look around. After entering the door, there is a lofted entrance hall, and the entire wall is made of marble and metal ornaments. The reception room covers an area of 80 square meters. The 4 large floor-to-ceiling windows not only look spectacular, but also fully ensure the indoor lighting. There is a rest area outside the restaurant where you can sit here to digest your food and chat after dinner. The middle area of the house is the elevator and stairs. The first floor is also planned to have a cloakroom, powder room, and guest bathroom, while the second and third floors are mainly used for living. There are not only 4 suites, 2 large and 2 small, but also a spacious study connected to the family room. The 100 square meter master bedroom is located on the 4th floor. The dressing rooms for the male and female owners are separate, and there is a landscape balcony across the rest area. It must be very pleasant to enjoy the evening breeze and watch the moon here. In terms of space, it is extremely luxurious. Because based on the average price of a villa, this bedroom is worth nearly 30 million. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The basement is sunken and contains an entertainment room, a cinema, a swimming pool, etc. It has all the commonly used functional areas and even 3 nanny rooms. It's just that there are not enough parking spaces, 6 are not enough. After touring the place inside and out, Ella was ready to strike while the iron was hot. Mr. Liu, what do you think? This house is only 550 million. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, as if she was waiting for the lottery results. One thought is heaven, one thought is hell. Whether the current predicament can be alleviated, whether the annual performance can be achieved, and whether the tens of millions of commissions will belong to him, all depend on the man in front of him. If you succeed, you can open red wine and champagne, but if you fail, you will have to continue to eat coarse food. She couldn't help but be nervous. As you wish, I will take it. Ella screamed and jumped high, not hiding her excitement at all. If she sold this set, she would have enough food and drink for the whole year. How could this not make her happy? Lu Chen also smiled slightly. Happiness is contagious. This will be his first house in Shanghai, and emotionally it will be somewhat different. People who have lacked love since childhood need the warmth of home even more. And the only thing missing for the novice mission is a house. A villa with a total price of 550 million yuan should be considered top-notch. If the current set doesn't count, then we can only blame the system for being stingy and only giving a 1 billion development fund. He couldn't even afford to buy a decent house. Chapter 11. What if I am a hidden rich man? After hearing the news, Brother S was very envious of Ella. Guo Xingxiang was furious. He had clearly chosen the courtesan, but he didn't expect that someone else had gotten there first. A busybody can tolerate this kind of thing, but he, a client, cannot. Hey, kid. You're intercepting, isn't that a bit against the rules? He looked at the young man in front of him and immediately determined that he was from some important family, because neither his appearance nor his demeanor seemed like that of an ordinary child. Not to mention that you need to verify your capital of 100 million to view the house. Just because you dare to make such a boast on the spot, you must have the confidence to have 500 million in cash. Given his family's financial situation, he would have to sell some shares, but this person could get them so easily. How could he not have a wealthy family background? The circle of wealthy people in China is so small, maybe the parents of both parties know each other. That's why I took the time to remind you. But Lu Chen didn't care about all that. He just wanted to do it as quickly as possible. After all, he had a lot of houses to buy. But there is no time to waste here. Besides, you guys didn't reach an agreement in the first place, so how can you blame me for interfering? You can't just wait for a month while you guys remain deadlocked for a month. That's too overbearing. So he said unhappily, if you have money, buy it first. If you don't have money, don't bother. Guo Xingxiang took a deep breath and said nothing. He didn't expect Lu Chen to speak so harshly and not give him any face at all. At the same time, he kept complaining that the money his family gave him was too little. Otherwise, how could I be controlled by others? But you can lose the battle but not the spirit. You still have to maintain the necessary momentum. Wei Xingxiang, who only had 500 million, shouted to Brother S, the villas at Gubei No. 1 are just like this. Let's go to the Tan Palace next door and take a look. After saying that, he strode out. The louder he shouted, the less confident he was. Lu Chen didn't bother to argue with him, but drove straight to China Merchants Bank. Such a large amount of money cannot be transferred via mobile phone. With his current account level, he must go to the counter in person to handle it. Arrived at the destination in 10 minutes. Maybe because it was Monday, there were a lot of people waiting in the hall. The open windows cannot meet the demand at all. If you queue up obediently, who knows how long you will have to wait. Lu Chen quickly thought of a solution. An idea soon came to mind. He found the business manager through the name badge, a plump woman named Lily, and directly explained his purpose. I have 900 million yuan in my card and I want to go to the VIP room to handle business. This request was not excessive at all, but Lily only took a look at the bank card and refused without hesitation. Actually, it's not her fault. In the bank, people don't look at faces, because Lu Chen was holding an ordinary card. I want to enter the VIP room. At least you have to be a golden sunflower customer. So Lu Chen was not angry, and discussed the matter in a friendly tone. What if I'm a hidden tycoon? You don't want to be held accountable for neglecting a big client, do you? Having said that, he smiled slightly. You should check the balance of this card first and then decide whether to meet my needs. Lily was stunned at first. After thinking about it, I feel that it is true. It is better to be safe than sorry. It is better to confirm it to be on the safe side. If this guy dares to tease me, the security guard at the door will not be there for nothing. 1 minute later. She went and came back in a hurry. Following behind him was a short, fat, slightly balding middle-aged man. Mr. Lu, this is us. Lily wanted to introduce the middle-aged man's identity. But before she could finish, she was interrupted by the middle-aged man, who took over the conversation and said, My name is Lu Jianlong, and I am the president of this bank. I'm so sorry for not welcoming you, my distinguished guest. As he said this, he stretched out his chubby little hands. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Although Lu Chen disliked the sweat on his palms, he still shook hands gently. He was not surprised by the president's enthusiasm. His card was applied for here. Deposits are naturally counted as the branch's performance. This is nearly 1 billion yuan in funds, enough to rank in the top 10 on the list of depositors. The bank president should have personally received a top client like him, not to mention that there had been a small misunderstanding just now. It's all right to be polite. Your bank's VIP room shouldn't be busy, right? Lu Chen jokingly reiterated his purpose. Lu Jianlong laughed. He said cheerfully, the VIP room is too cheap. I'll invite Mr. Lu upstairs for tea. Of course, this tea is not for a date. Instead, it was in the president's office on the second floor, where Lu Jianlong brewed the finest Longjing tea himself. Lu Chen took a sip. I just felt the fragrance of flowers swirling in my mouth, and I felt a little more energetic. The two exchanged pleasantries for a moment, and then Lu Jianlong changed the subject and got straight to the point. Mr. Lu, are you interested in becoming a private banking client of China Merchants Bank? You can get not only financial services such as asset management, insurance services, trust services, tax planning, etc. You can also enjoy non-financial services such as high-end medical treatment, family physical examinations, airport VIP services, visa services, and global hotel reservations. As long as it is your request, we will do our best to complete it. Lu Chen knew that China Merchants Bank's private banking group was the largest among all domestic banks. Becoming a member was not only a status symbol, but also provided access to countless personal connections. Compared to this, the services above are not worth mentioning. Of course he was interested, but it was more for convenience, at least he didn't have to run around to do business often. If you need anything, it can be solved with just one phone call. So he nodded and agreed, then I'll trouble you, President Lu. Lu Jianlong was also very happy. At such a young age, he has a net worth of nearly 1 billion, and after investigation, it is found to be legal income. This is equivalent to keeping a god of wealth. Just maintain the relationship. Maybe in the future, there will be many more billions deposited. He quickly made a phone call, and a beautiful lady in uniform came in shortly afterwards. This is Zhou Jing, our private bank butler. She's available 24 hours a day. You can contact her for anything. If you are not satisfied, you can exchange it. Lu Jianlong spoke confidently and Zhou Jing took it for granted. Apparently, this was already an unspoken rule in the industry. When a beautiful woman matches a rich man, business becomes secondary. Lu Chen saw that she was pretty and capable, and was a top beauty no matter where she was, and was qualified enough to be selected as a concubine. Just smile to express your agreement. Then he handed her the bank card and a note, transfer 550 million to this account first. Zhou Jing took it respectfully with both hands. He quickly said, I'll do it right away. Please wait a moment, Mr. Lu. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Lu Jianlong's face, thinking that most of the money had gone away before it even warmed up, and the bank president must be very unhappy. But she was disappointed. Lu Jianlong looked as usual. Even Lu Chen was a little surprised. I thought that this bank president had good psychological quality and that he was no ordinary person to reach this position. Suddenly the phone vibrated. He guessed that the transfer must have been successful, so he silently said cash back on consumption in his mind. Chapter 12 Level Up. It's different from the tens of millions spent on watches and cars. The amount of consumption is huge, so it is worth it for him to use the cashback card, otherwise there will not be much money left after buying the house. In fact, 1 billion is not easy to spend. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 4 times the spending cashback. 4 times 550 million is 2.2 billion. Lu Chen suddenly felt more confident. It turned out that as long as there is food at home, there is no need to worry. The old saying is absolutely true. He picked up the cup and took a sip of tea to cover up his uncontrollable emotions. And just at this moment, Zhou Jing, who was operating the account, suddenly stood up and said incoherently, "Mr. Lu, you have the funds. They have arrived. The amount is 2.2 billion Chinese yuan." She tried hard to control her emotions, but she couldn't suppress the trembling in her voice. Although in the banking system, money is just a string of numbers. But seeing such a large amount of money flowing through still broke through her psychological defenses. Even Lu Jianlong gasped. I was just trying to remain calm about the loss of 500 million, but in the instant I was overwhelmed by huge surprise. This ups and downs happened too quickly. It's simply too much to handle. When he looked at Lu Chen again, his eyes almost lit up. Young people with an account balance of 2.6 billion are harder to find than wild ginseng in Changbai Mountain. Missing it is a sin, you must hold on to it tightly. But business dealings alone are not enough, some special methods are also necessary, but one must strike a good balance. Otherwise it will backfire. He secretly winked at Zhou Jing. After making sure he understood, he said, "Brother Lu, please sit down first. I'll go take care of something." Then he apologized and got up and left. There were no outsiders in the office anymore, so Zhou Jing relaxed and was no longer as reserved as she was when Lu Jianlong was around. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, she sat close to Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu, let's add each other as friends. No matter what happens, I am available to serve you 24 hours a day." Zhou Jing's voice sounded a little awkward. However, the meaning is quite simple, that is, there can be services beyond business. Thinking about Lu Jianlong's timely departure, he had a clear mind. There is naturally no reason to refuse this kind of food that is delivered to your door. Maybe one day you will feel empty, lonely, and cold and need to find someone to comfort you. So I added her WeChat. Not long after, Lu Jianlong came back at the right time. A black bank card was handed to Lu Chen, with the words private bank printed on it and a long string of 8s at the end. There are also more than a dozen VIP cards of various types. Hotels, restaurants, golf courses, etc. are all high-end places that cooperate with banks. Cardholders will automatically become their members without any consumption or recharging. This can be considered one of the benefits for private banking players, but the real purpose is just to attract high-end customers to each other. Everything that needed to be done has been done. Lu Chen was thinking about the house, so he made up an excuse and got up to say goodbye and leave. Then he called Ella and agreed to meet directly at the housing authority and go through the transfer procedures immediately after signing the contract. I have to say, things get done easily once the money is in place. After a series of clicks and clicks, the villa became Lu Chen's private property. The system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission, and reward, 50 free attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a 1-star tycoon. The search box function has been activated. For every 1 million Chinese currency spent, the host will automatically receive 1 Shenhao point, which can be exchanged for system resources in the search box. The requirement for the novice task is to collect all 3 sets. I have already acquired the RM5205 Crystal Astronaut and the Brabus G900. Now that the Gubei No. 1 villa has been transferred to my name, my novice mission is immediately completed. I also received a reward and opened a system function. He first looked at the free attributes. It turns out that the human body has 3 main parameters: physical fitness, mental fitness, and intellectual fitness. By allocating free attribute points to them, the corresponding body functions can be improved. As the saying goes, health is the capital of revolution. Lu Chen has been the most life-conscious person in his 2 lives. This reward really hit his G-spot and made him happier than giving him 10 billion Chinese yuan. After adding points, new awesome attributes are born. Host, Lu Chen. Age, 21. Appearance, 92. Height, 185 centimeters. Constitution, 9574 plus 21. Spirit, 9072 plus 18. Intelligence, 9584 plus 11. Skills, none. God of Wealth points, 611. In an instant, powerful energy poured into the body. The nerves are excited, the blood is accelerating, the muscles are expanding, and the bones are growing. The numbness in his body almost made him moan out loud, and the pleasure he felt when he was gushing out was not as intense as it was now. It's so sour that it can't be expressed in words. Once everything returns to normal, I feel like I have endless energy in my body. Lu Chen wanted to do 500 push-ups and 500 weighted squats right away to release the excess energy that had nowhere to go. My spirits were higher than ever before, and all the fatigue accumulated in the past was swept away. It's like being reborn. He casually read a passage from the contract. I found that I could actually repeat 30% to 40% of it. The professional vocabulary that was originally obscure and difficult to understand now seemed popular and straightforward. The 50-point attribute bonus brought about huge changes. It directly allowed him to step from an ordinary person to the ranks of geniuses. The second is the search box function. The operation is also simple and convenient. As long as you think about your needs in your mind, the corresponding resources will appear. Even better than Baidu. Lu Chen decided to give it a try first. So he called out with his mind, search box, consumption cashback card. Consumer cashback card, 100 Xinhao points, would you like to redeem it? After paying for the house, his cumulative consumption was more than 611 million, and the system's statistics of his God of Wealth points were also 611. It's not difficult to get 100 points. Yes. He answered without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback card X1. The benefits of consumer cashback cards are self-evident. Not only can you spend more money, but you can also use it with confidence. Naturally, the more of this kind of thing, the better. The greedy Lu Chen wanted to save more. So he resorted to the same old trick again. Consumer cashback card, 200 Xinhao points, would you like to redeem it? The price has doubled. Does it mean that if you redeem the same item repeatedly, the points consumed will be multiplied? He thought about it carefully and felt that it must be the case. If it were possible to flash the phone infinitely and quickly cash out huge wealth, the world would be plagued by inflation. Lu Chen still chose yes, but felt that he could no longer exchange it casually. And secretly remind myself that the system is just a tool. If you rely too much on it, you will become its slave. Enjoying the process of becoming a top rich man is the original intention. Unconsciously, his mentality changed. Perhaps this state of mind just fits the system's requirements, and its ding prompt sound rang in Lu Chen's ears again. Chapter 13, Enemies Meet Again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main quest newcomer. Complete the following branch quests to receive rewards. Spend money like water, the super rich's hobby is shopping. Please spend a total of 2.5 billion Chinese yuan. Current progress is 6.1125. Confidant, gain the favor of a friend of the opposite sex, and have them stay with the host wholeheartedly. Current progress, 01. Task time limit, 30 days. The main quest includes 2 branch quests. Lu Chen thought about the specific content and had a rough plan for completing it in his mind. A spending limit of 2.5 billion sounds like a lot, but it is just a matter of buying a few houses in Shanghai. Besides, he already has a set goal. Just buy them one set at a time. It is difficult to determine whether she is a confidant. It is easy to use money to force a woman's legs to open, but it is difficult to exchange her true heart for her. You know, the richer you are, the harder it is to get true love. What's more, it has to reach the point of complete devotion. There weren't many women around Lu Chen, and after weighing them all, he felt that only Su Mengqi had more potential. Most likely to meet this requirement. Although there were some episodes in between, his plan to buy a house was not interrupted, and he set out again with Ella. The destination is the internet-famous luxury residence Tangchenipin. Although it is considered an old house, this does not affect its status. Because there is only one Huangpu River in Shanghai, and there is only one Thompson Hotel on the Huangpu River. Located right next to the bottle opener, syringe and egg beater, its unparalleled location is its biggest advantage. The Huangpu River is very long and the Bund is also very big. But among the many riverside luxury homes, the Bund night view that can be seen from Thompson 1 is the most beautiful. Lu Chen chose that place precisely for this reason. In addition, when passing by People's Square on the way, he also went to Tsuehu Tiandi and bought a small flat of 338 square meters. The price is exactly 100 million. The reason for this trip was not because the house was so good, but because as it was located in the city center, he felt he should have a place to stay. The two soon arrived at Lujiazui. Although I was mentally prepared, I still felt embarrassed for the owner when I saw the low-key gate. Fortunately, the property management is very strict. Even with Ella's advanced coordination, the young security guard conducted the inspection carefully. After briefly explaining his purpose, Lu Chen parked the car on the side of the road and walked into the community. Ella began to transform into a little loudspeaker again, introducing the basic situation of the community. Mr. Lu, Thompson 1 is a landmark residential complex in Shanghai. It consists of two 40-story and two 44-story luxury apartment buildings, as well as a high-end riverside clubhouse. The AC buildings are for sale, while the BD buildings are for rent only. Buildings A and D have one unit per floor, with a flat area of approximately 597 square meters and a duplex area of approximately 824,986 square meters. Buildings B and C have 2 units per floor, with a flat area of approximately 435 square meters and a duplex area of approximately 605,1206 square meters. Not only did she not feel tired after dealing with the matter for half a day. On the contrary, because the first 2 transactions were full of passion, today's harvest was so big and simple, which was really unexpected. It's already 660 million. Ego, a star intermediary in the industry, dares to call his annual sales of 750 million the ceiling. Maybe I can break it in one day. Ella was nervous, excited, and full of anticipation. Mr. Lu, which apartment type do you prefer? At this time, Lu Chen was looking at the high-rise building in front of him. The afternoon sun shone on the outer wall, and after being reflected by the yellow aluminum metal plate, it exuded a kind of gold-plated and silver-plated nobleness. The introduction he just heard was too complicated and he couldn't make out what it meant, so he just spoke casually. The one with the best location and the largest area. Ella understood. Pointing to a building in front of him, he said, Building A has an unobstructed front and a better view from the upper floors. There's a top-floor duplex for sale right now. The building area is 986 square meters. She felt really lucky. The house was just released yesterday, but she didn't expect to use it today. It was as if it was specially prepared for Lu Chen. Go through the unit door into the lobby. A majestic feeling comes to you. The decoration and design inside are still top-notch in the industry even after more than 10 years. Its level of luxury is no less than that of a 5-star hotel. The lobby is divided into 4 areas. One is the position of the 24-hour butler, and the rest are visitor reception areas, where simple visits can be handled. Lu Chen walked and stopped, looking around with a scrutinizing eye. I think it's better than I imagined. Not only is there no obvious signs of disrepair, but it also feels heavy and has its own unique features compared to Gubei No. 1. The access control system is also quite unique, using fingerprint and palm print dual verification. Riding the elevator is like entering a secret room. He watched with interest. The elevator door just opened at this moment, and Lu Chen subconsciously walked in, but he didn't expect that he bumped into someone coming out after just 2 steps. At first glance, it looks somewhat familiar. Hey, Mr. Gua, are you planning to buy a house here? The person he bumped into was Guo Xingxiang. The two of them were going in and out, and it seemed that neither of them noticed the other. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. He dared to raise his hands and swear to the sky, he just wanted to say hello, but Guo Xingxiang snorted coldly after hearing it. It feels like I'm deliberately harming myself. He had never been to Tan Palace. The villas there were even more outrageous. 500 million was not even enough for the starting price. Instead, I came here after going around in circles, but ended up not liking any of the sets. No need to go up, the 595 square meter apartment is not interesting. Guo Xingqiang kindly reminded. Although the price is only over 200 million, both the decoration and layout appear quite old-fashioned. And the floor is still in the lower area. There is absolutely no value in buying it. Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly after hearing this and said, "It's okay, I'm looking at the top floor duplex. I heard there is this apartment type." Guo Xingqiang glared at Brother S, thinking that they were both agents, so why was there such a big difference between them? "Look at you, you don't have such resources." Brother S nodded awkwardly. He actually had his own difficulties, but he couldn't say them to his face. "Can you take me upstairs to have a look?" Guo Xingqiang asked. Top floor duplex. He wanted to learn more. "Let's go then," Lu Chen said casually without thinking too much about it. So the four of them took the elevator directly to the top floor. After coming out, you will see a copper entrance door with an auspicious cloud pattern carved on it. It looks quite grand. The living room has a ceiling height of nearly 7 meters and a width of 40 meters. The entire space is clean and tidy as if it has sunshine. The decoration adopts a modern and simple design style, and the space has bright colors, cleverly combining the dark color of the furniture, the light color of the walls, and the metal texture of the decoration. Really did it. It is simple yet luxurious yet elegant. Lu Chen stood on a balcony 100 meters high, with a panoramic view of the sun's brilliance and the century-old Bund. He felt extremely happy and a sense of ambition arose spontaneously. This feeling is so great. He decided to buy it immediately. But before he could express his opinion, Guo Xingqiang jumped out and said, "I want this house." After saying that, he gave me an expression that said, "Don't snatch it from me." Chapter 14. I like integers. After all, he was the fool he brought here. Brother S stepped forward and grabbed him. This penthouse has 6 bedrooms, 4 living rooms, 6 bathrooms, a 200 square meter garden, a 260 square meter swimming pool, and 2 underground parking spaces. The owner is a wealthy businessman from Hong Kong. Last year, he hired a famous French designer and spent over 30 million yuan on a second renovation. He has never lived in the house since then. So it's a bit expensive, at least 600 million yuan. After saying that, he gave her a look. Hint to him, "That's why I didn't tell you." Guo Xingqiang swallowed his saliva with a gulp. He felt that it was too difficult to buy a house in Shanghai. He couldn't afford the ones he liked, and he didn't like the ones he could afford. It's not like back in my hometown Jiangcheng where I can buy whatever I want. Poverty, or because of poverty. I felt a surge of resentment towards my father for not giving me money. He quickly took out his phone and called home to ask for money. "Dad, 500 million really can't buy a good house in Shanghai. Give me another 500 million. No, at least 300 million. After some negotiation, the funds for purchasing the house increased to 800 million. Guo Xingqiang felt that he was fine again, and the thoughts in his mind also changed. A duplex is not as comfortable to live in as a villa. It is said that the sun rises in the east and sets in the West Tan Palace, so let us go to Huazhou Junting and take a look. Having made up his mind, he became proud again. I'm tired of the penthouse in Thompson first floor anymore, so I'm going to buy the king floor in Huazhou Junting. Then his eyes rolled. He said to Lu Chen provocatively, "Brother, let's go together?" After spending more than 1 billion yuan to buy 2 luxury houses, he didn't believe that the other party could still be rich. It is better to use the remaining courage to pursue the enemy. Now is a good time to slap him in the face. How can we let it go? At this time, Lu Chen had just signed the contract and was transferring money through his private bank. After hearing his words, the corners of his mouth curled up. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Then call out the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 6 times the spending cashback. 3.6 billion received. The 300 million that Guo Xingqiang pitifully asked for was not even a fraction of the cashback he received on his consumption. Although both were born in Rome, there is a difference between inside and outside the country, and some gaps really cannot be made up by a father. Huazhou Junting consists of 21 manor villas with 7 architectural styles that interpret the style of European manners, and each has its own design patent. There is still one unit that has not been sold since it was launched. That is the British Tudor-style building, which took 1 year to design and 3 years to renovate. It is a world-class mansion masterpiece created by the developer with great effort. When arriving at the place, the sales staff at the site were already waiting at the door. After verifying the capital, we took a car to Building K. Ella and Brother S went there as the viewing agents. This was also their first time visiting. The entrance door is larger than the living room of an ordinary luxury house, and the two Roman columns look full of ceremonial sense. The 8-meter-high ceiling makes the living room look majestic. Classic murals, wooden walls, crystal chandeliers, silk hand-painted wallpaper, matched with classical and exquisite home furnishings, the noble temperament of a palace flows slowly throughout the space. The aristocratic restaurant, crystal bathroom, and luxurious rooms, each one of them is so charming that one can't help but linger. Suddenly I feel that the price of 900 million is not excessive. Although the usable area is only 2,800 square meters and the land area is only about 6 acres, it makes people feel that it is great value for money. New houses can be purchased in installments. So Guo Xingxiang could finally afford it. But this put the female salesperson in a difficult position, as two people wanted to buy the house that had not been sold for many years at the same time. What should I do? She had no choice but to call the manager. Mr. Liu, if you buy the house in full, you can get your funds back faster, Ella said. Regardless of whether it is reasonable or not, she must fight for Lu Chen. The installment payment won't be delayed for a few days. Brother S was not to be outdone. Mr. Gui is the son of Shenzhou Pharmaceutical. Moving in would improve the quality of your community. Both of them argued with the manager and there was a quarrel. Colleagues are always enemies, and as long as you help your employer get the most expensive apartment in Shanghai, you will definitely become famous in the industry. Wouldn't there be a constant stream of people looking to me to buy a house then? This might be the most important opportunity in your career, and you must fight for it even if it means doing everything you can. At this time, Lu Chen and Guo Xingxiang were also busy, contacting their own channels of communication, attempting to influence the sales manager's decision. Whoever fights for more weight will have the balance tilted in his favor. In fact, Lu Chen didn't have to fight, but after hearing Guo Xingxiang's identity, he was forced into a corner. Because of its own Novo Nordisk Medical and his own Shenzhou Pharmaceutical competitors. So today I not only have to fight for it, but I also have to get it. Otherwise, if my mother finds out one day, I will definitely be beaten up. Not long after, the manager received a call. He trotted over to the two of them and said respectfully to Lu Chen, Mr. Liu, let's go through the formalities. You can get a 95% discount. Hear this. Guo Xingxiang stood up, his face full of confusion and anger. Why? The manager's smile remained unchanged, and his attitude even became more humble. I'm sorry, Mr. Guo, the company just gave instructions that customers who pay in full have priority to purchase. If you're willing to make do, you might consider a second-hand villa here. I can help you contact the seller. This was meant to be a flattering remark. But words like make do and second-hand only irritated Guo Xingxiang even more. Forget it, Grandpa, I don't want it. After arguing with the manager, he turned his gaze away. Lu Chen, right? I'll remember you. Then he kicked over the stool that was blocking his way and walked out without stopping. He decided to go back and investigate what this guy's background was, as he had been humiliated time and time again. Is it because of confidence or ignorance? If it is the latter, that requires careful calculation. Ignoring the fury of the incompetent, Lu Chen quietly replied with a text message, "Thank you, President Liu." Lu Jianlong replied almost immediately. It's all thanks to branch manager Shi. I don't deserve Mr. Liu's thanks. Lu Chen smiled slightly and ignored it. When he predicted that there would be competition, he began to think about countermeasures. Who could have an impact on sales? Developer. Who can influence developers? In addition to the relevant departments, the banks are the ones to be counted. Loans and other things are inseparable from them, so they can naturally win some face. When he learned from the female salesperson that China Merchants Bank was one of the cooperating banks, he explained the situation to Lu Jianlong and threatened to take away all his deposits if the deal failed. Lu Jianlong was indeed very capable, and even the top boss of the branch was moved out. But it's normal to think about it. After all, 5.6 billion is not a small amount of money, and it's worth their effort for us. Mr. Liu, you need to pay 855 million. This is the price after the discount. But thinking about the cashback he would have to pay later, he immediately refused. I don't need a discount, I like round numbers. The people nearby were petrified on the spot. This is 45 million, and you just don't want it because you like integers? I'm afraid you're sick. No normal person would do such a thing. Chapter 15: A Romantic Encounter. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5x cashback. No matter how others criticized him, it did not delay the arrival of 4.5 billion yuan. At this time, his net worth had exceeded 10 billion yuan. And most of it is cash. His level of financial freedom is definitely higher than that of 99% of the rich, but this is just the beginning. The road to becoming a super rich person is still long. After coming out of Huazhou Junting, Lu Chen stood at the door thinking. Among the newly purchased houses, he likes Gubei No. 1 the most and plans to live there until graduation as his first base in Shanghai. So you have to clean it up properly. Like an empty wine cellar, a pond without a single fish, a garage in desperate need of filling, and essential daily necessities. There is also lawn and sanitation maintenance. Gubei No. 1 alone is already so troublesome, and if I add the other 3 apartments, I will have no time to enjoy life. Just be a housekeeper. Yes, that's right. Leave professional matters to professionals. It is indeed necessary to find a housekeeper. He doesn't have to be as professional as Batman, as long as he can guard your house. He instantly thought of Ella beside him. So I asked, Ella, what's your major? I studied hotel management at Hong Kong Polytechnic and became a real estate agent by chance. Ella responded softly. After hearing this, Lu Chen became more active. This girl is not only reliable, but also has similar professional knowledge. It's a good choice. Then he continued, are you interested in changing your career, such as becoming my personal butler? Annual salary of 5 million, with a car and a house provided. Ella was stunned. The private butler himself knows this and is mainly responsible for managing the service team, arranging the work of the nanny, driver, gardener, and maintenance worker on a daily basis. They are also responsible for the employer's social activities and travel, and accompany the employer to important occasions, etc. She was not unfamiliar with this and had no prejudice against it. I was just shocked by the amazing treatment. 5 million annual salary, plus a car and a house. Even many corporate executives would be envious after hearing this, right? He did make a lot of money today, but it was pure luck that he met someone like Lu Chen. Normally, it is normal for businesses to be closed in March. Being a housekeeper is different. Not only is the job stable, but you can also get a super high salary. It's like pie in the sky. I've never done this before, and I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. She quickly expressed her concerns. Lu Chen naturally understood the meaning of this kind of refusal, which was not a rejection. Except for breastfeeding, there is nothing you are born with. Aren't you doing pretty well in the intermediary business? The insecure Ella thought it was right. I don't have any other advantages except that I'm honest, hardworking, and studious. As long as I work hard, I think I can do pretty well. Okay, boss, please bear with me in the future. I got into the role pretty quickly. Lu Chen laughed. Let her deal with the follow-up matters first, then tidy up her own house and try to move in as soon as possible. By the time we finished everything, it was already dark. After a busy day, Lu Chen just found a hotel for convenience and planned to stay there for one night. He came to the front desk. Give me the largest suite. The waiter smiled and confirmed, Sir, would you like the Metropolitan Suite? How could Lu Chen know what the name was? But he guessed that this should be it, so he nodded to confirm. But when he moved in, he found that it was a 2-bedroom layout, which was a bit useless to him. You can't have each bedroom sleeping for half the night, right? But it doesn't matter. So what about the presidential suite that cost 138,888 last night? Even though it has an area of more than 400 square meters, he only uses 1/3 of the space. So he just smiled and didn't care about it anymore. Dinner was eaten in the hotel restaurant. As the saying goes, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about sex. Survival needs are met, but physiological needs are not. After his body was greatly strengthened, he always felt a sense of restlessness. The little brother raised his head more frequently than ever before. This had never happened before, even when he ate 10 roasted kidneys. Could it be possible to nourish the kidneys and strengthen yang by adding some to the physique? Then why should I take Shinbao anymore? As long as you have enough rich points, you might be able to add a perpetual motion machine. Lu Chen took out his phone and sent a text message to Su Mingqi asking for help. I'll pick you up, come out and have fun. The reply came quickly. Su Mingqi said, my roommate already knows about us. I feel embarrassed to go out at night. And it still hurts a little. If you really want it, you can find someone else first. For example, Gua Bailing. Then she made an expression of picking her nose. Lu Chen didn't know whether she was encouraging or jealous, so he deliberately avoided the topic. Well, luckily I still have the fifth girl. As for Su Mingqi knowing about Guo Bailing's existence, he didn't find it strange at all. After all, they were both well known in school, and they had been flirting for so long, it would be strange if no one knew about their affair. But one thing is certain, that is, Su Mingqi can no longer be relied upon. It would be nice if we could have a romantic encounter, he thought to himself. Although this idea is a bit nerdy, it is the best way to solve the problem at hand. When the job is done, I can leave without leaving my name. No need to worry about police inspections. It's the best of both worlds. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. So he went to the bar on the first floor and ordered some drinks and snacks. Find a booth and sit down. This is the hotel's bar, but there are quite a few customers. Among them are young and beautiful professional white-collar workers, charming young women with all kinds of charm, and even blonde and blue-eyed foreign girls. There are several. There is meat, vegetarian, Chinese, and Western food. Whatever you want to eat is available. But he had been playing the role of Jiang Taigong for a long time, but no fish took the bait voluntarily, which made him doubt his appearance for a while. The system gave it a score of 90. There won't be any moisture, right? Yeah, how could I forget? Thinking of this, Lu Chen suddenly realized that there was no limit to the number of times the search box function could be used. As long as the points and level of the rich man were sufficient, basically any wish could be fulfilled. It's just a romantic encounter, isn't it easy to get it? My heart is moved. Search box, romantic encounter. He called out in his heart. Bite. The system's classic prompt sound appeared as expected. Peach Blossom card, 100 godly rich points, would you like to redeem it? Lu Chen answered yes without hesitation. Then he immediately checked the instructions. Peach Blossom card, love remains despite thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. How about a romantic encounter? Arrange. Host, please recite the Peach Blossom card silently, and this function will take effect immediately. I've been going through so much trouble just for this trivial thing. My pants are going to have holes if I don't use them anymore. Of course I have to use it immediately. Peach Blossom card, Peach Blossom card, Peach Blossom card. Important names must be called 3 times. The system is indeed a system. As soon as Lu Chen finished his thought, a figure appeared in front of him. The long-awaited goal appeared. Chapter 16, Romantic Luck or Romantic Disaster. Handsome guy, can I get to know you? A girl who was 160 centimeters tall and weighed 160 kilograms, like a small tower, appeared in front of Lu Chen. It turned his surprise into shock. Young Master Lu's expression was extremely interesting, but he still forced himself to remain calm, pretending to be confused and innocent. Who are you looking for? What's the matter? In fact, I felt like I had eaten a fly, and I wondered if the system had sent the wrong product. If this is the girl of his life tonight, he would rather quit masturbating right now, even if it means becoming a monk or practicing the Book of the Golden Flower. The Handsome Man and the Beast. It sounds like a story when you hear it, but it is an accident when you encounter it. The fat girl understood his expression, but still pinched the corner of her clothes and explained, "Don't look at me as ugly, but I am very gentle." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Chen heard the sound of goosebumps falling to the ground. If he hadn't considered the other party's self-esteem, he would have immediately transformed into the runaway prince and would not have stayed here for even a second. He smiled grimly. What a coincidence! I like spicy food. How could the fat girl not know that this was a polite refusal, but the boy in front of her was so handsome? So handsome that one will fall in love with him at first sight. How could she bear to give up so easily, so she decided to try again. After all, one should always have dreams, what if they come true? Think of your strengths. The fat girl said shyly and proudly, I'm a virgin. Lu Chen's hand holding the wineglass trembled. He believed the fat girl's words very much, but at the same time he wondered if he had done something wrong to make her think there was still a chance. Sorry, I'm afraid of blood. Lu Chen refused again. The fat girl's face darkened after hearing this. I thought that you can't judge a book by its cover, but I didn't expect that the handsome guy was the same, a vulgar person who only cared about appearance. In an instant, most of the good impression disappeared. However, she was mostly disappointed. Seeing that there was no hope, she left reluctantly. Lu Chen doesn't care about other people's body shape or appearance, nor does he judge people based on their appearance. He firmly believes that inner beauty is more important than anything else. But the premise is that you can't take advantage of his body. Otherwise, you can only have a soft heart but a sharp tongue. After drinking 2 glasses of Johnny to calm his nerves, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and decided to wait a little longer. This fish must be a surprise, the next one might be the main course. But I can't help but feel a little less excited. But it is precisely because of this that he looks a little sad, adding a bit of charm to his youthful appearance. Handsome guy, can you buy me a drink? Along with the scent of ebony rose perfume, a coquettish and frivolous voice was heard. Lu Chen turned his head to look. The person who came had long wavy hair, a new Chanel bag in her hand, a deep V skirt that did not cover her chest in front or her buttocks in the back, and the flower on her face was trembling. The key is age, at least 50 years old. It's like when someone farts while you're taking a deep breath. The disgustingness of that moment is beyond words. This is not the kind of affair I want. Lu Chen wailed in his heart. Auntie, this wine is not enough for me to drink alone, he said rudely, with a cold look on his face that said no strangers allowed. Anyone can see that this means you are not welcome. The big waves didn't care. She has always been very patient with good-looking young men, especially a handsome and elegant young man. Even a slap in the face can be considered a pleasure. When you are young, you don't know the sweetness of soft rice, and you mistakenly waste your youth on planting rice seedlings. How can one know the hardships of life without experiencing the harshness of society? She once again appealed to their emotions and explained the benefits. Young man, have you ever thought about not fighting anymore? Auntie has money, so she can save you 20 years of detours. Lu Chen almost laughed out of anger after hearing this, and couldn't help wondering in his heart why all the people he met today were weirdos. But I also blame myself. There's no point in attracting bees and butterflies. Now, not only did I not encounter the phoenix, but I also summoned the ladybug. The fat girl is at least cute, but what's wrong with this old lady? She wants me to avoid taking 20 years of detours. Believe it or not, Grandpa can stuff 10 bowling balls into your pocket. He had never suffered such humiliation before, and he was immediately furious. Auntie, your husband just died, so he must have received a lot of inheritance. Why haven't you used Hermes yet? Now that you're at an age where you want to be pure and free from desire, you should practice square dancing more often. When I've squandered all my 10 billion and you can finally pump water out of your dry well, we can have a casual romance. And now, please crawl away. After repeated setbacks, Lu Chen finally exploded, launching a barrage of attacks like a machine gun. Although he didn't use any swear words, they were still heartbreaking. Big Wave was so angry that his whole body was shaking. She stretched out her hand and pointed at everyone for a long time, but couldn't utter a harsh word. Before the shock, he walked dejectedly towards the next target. It feels much better after venting it out. Lu Chen lit up the cigarette and took a deep sip, feeling an indescribable sense of refreshment. But at this moment, another man wearing cropped pants and with his fingers pinched in a lotus position came over and sat opposite him in a blink of an eye. Brother, you looked so manly when you scolded me just now. The voice was artificial and effeminate, which made him feel particularly uncomfortable. Lu Chen grabbed the bottle in his hand. He shouted sternly, GNMD. How bold can a victim be? I was so scared that I kept shouting to buy a disc. 3 in a row. Lu Chen didn't dare to stay any longer. At this point, what was the point of having a romantic encounter? Ensuring physical and mental health was more important than anything else. So they retreated immediately. In the elevator, he thought of Zhou Jing and sent her a location message. After all, she was a private bank manager and should know what to do. 24-hour service. It's only 10 o'clock in the evening, still working hours. The elevator door opened with a ding. Lu Chen strode towards his room, but when he opened the door, he found that his wallet was missing, and his room card and ID card were inside. It's really a double whammy. At a loss of what to do. Suddenly someone shouted, Mr. Lu, is this your wallet? He looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a girl running over breathlessly, holding a portable selfie stick in her hand. She stood far away, as if she felt it was a bit presumptuous. He quickly explained, I just found it in the restaurant on the second floor. The room card inside had the room number on it, so I followed it and found it here. Seeing this, Lu Chen walked forward. He took the wallet in his hand and kept expressing his gratitude. Unexpectedly, I found that the girl looked familiar. Nearly 170 centimeters tall, with a body of suitable size. She has short hair, a heart-shaped face, and a beauty mole below her cheekbone. Her eyes are especially expressive, so watery that she looks dazed, as if she's half drunk. Looking at the device in her hand, she looks like a live streamer. Suddenly, a name comes to mind. Your name is Joey? The girl fluttered her eyes and nodded. Yes, my real name is Joey, the E that means rely on. Chapter 17, Sexy Operation. Joey chuckled. As a small anchor, it is a very happy thing to be recognized. The entertainment industry in this world is not very developed, and Lu Chen rarely pays attention to those so-called internet celebrities, but Du Joey in front of him is an exception. That was one night about half a year ago. Outside, the wind was howling and drizzling, and he accidentally saw a beautiful female anchor singing under the overpass in a green military coat. Although his singing is not very good, he only has a dozen fans. But still stubbornly persisted there. Lu Chen had a sudden inspiration. As if possessed by some mysterious force, he searched all over the demon city, just to see with his own eyes whether the girl was pretending to be strong or just wearing a disguise. Hard work pays off, and he found it before dawn. Then I squatted quietly by the roadside, listening and watching, thinking about my unruly 20 years. I was deeply touched for a moment. He kept the minimum living expenses for that month and used the rest of the money in the card as rewards, and later became a frequent visitor to the live broadcast room. There are many gifts at the carnival. So when I met her offline, I quickly recognized her identity. When Joey heard Lu Chen talk about this experience, she seemed to be back to that night, thinking of the bitterness and sadness at that time. My eyes couldn't help but become moist. That was my first time doing a live broadcast. I was so dumb and didn't understand anything. So the number one on the list is you. Even after so much time has passed, her number of fans is still less than 200,000, and her income is only enough to make ends meet. I just found a wallet downstairs. I recognized the black private banking card at a glance and guessed that the owner must be extremely rich. Only then did he quickly catch up. In fact, I have some ulterior motives to get close to the big brother. But Lu Chen felt that it was such a coincidence, and wondered if the person he would have a romantic encounter with tonight might be Joey in front of him. You know what, it's really possible. He tentatively said, go in and have a glass of water or charge your phone. Those who should understand this invitation-like excuse will naturally understand that all we need is a stepping stone. Just take advantage of the situation and go with the flow. Joey didn't want to suffer from no one's support anymore, and had already prepared to sacrifice herself. Besides, Lu Chen is young and handsome, and they have a previous connection, so it wouldn't be too much of a loss to give my first time to him. Okay. She agreed. After entering the room, Lu Chen really poured a glass of water and was thinking about how to persuade her patiently, but he didn't expect Joey to be much more straightforward than him. Do you want to wash first, or should I? That's just her personality. She won't hesitate when it comes to making a decision. Lu Chen has never been a slow-paced person. I was just taking care of the girl's feelings just now. Since she is not being pretentious, just let it go. Let's go together. After a brief pause, the two reached a tacit understanding. The bathroom in the room was not very big, so they did not choose to use it as the first battlefield tonight. Instead, he returned to the bedroom. There is more space here, so no matter what you do, you can do it freely. He made the first move. Joey was seriously injured and vomited blood. First? Lu Chen asked in surprise. What happened today was too simple. He thought Joey was experienced, so she obeyed so easily. I didn't expect. Of course, it's a bargain for you. Joey said unhappily, enduring the pain. Lu Chen really felt that he had gotten an advantage. I thought I picked up an ordinary stone, but unexpectedly it turned out to be imperial green. Anyone would feel lucky. The battle continues. Although Joey is a rookie, he is very motivated. After being overwhelmingly suppressed, she tried to fight back several times, but unfortunately the power disparity between the two sides was too great, and victory or defeat was not determined by her will. Eventually the army was completely defeated. But Lu Chen still felt full of energy and had endless strength. So I prepared to come again. Joey could only plead for mercy with a bitter face. Didn't I say that those who surrender will not be killed? I demand that the prisoners be treated well. After saying that, he crawled into the quilt and wrapped himself up in a ball. Lu Chen was both angry and helpless about this behavior of hanging up the banner of exemption from fighting. At the same time, he was also surprised at his own strength. He plowed the land for half an hour without feeling tired at all. It's like an iron ox. If Zhou Yi allows. He had enough confidence to fight until dawn. But now. We can only stop now. Suddenly, my phone rang, and I received a message. I'm at the door of the room, Mr. Lu, please open the door. Sender, Zhou Jing. Lu Chen then remembered that he had sent her his location after leaving the bar. But then he was stunned. Oh no, there was a car accident. He thought to himself, one is not enough and two is too many, it is really a trouble of sexual happiness. What should I do? The clever brain was running at high speed, but after 3,600 revolutions, it still couldn't come up with a solution that would satisfy both parties. In the end, you can only decide. Conceal the truth. So I said, I have a friend coming over, stay in the bedroom and don't go out. Not only did Joey believe it, she was so scared that she crawled out of the quilt. Her first reaction was that someone was catching her cheating. I feel scared. No. She quickly agreed and reminded Lu Chen again, don't let anyone else in. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Then he walked to the door of the suite and welcomed Zhou Jing in without showing any guilt. This kind of psychological quality. A must-have for scumbags. Mr. Lu, I'm here. Zhou Jing was obviously a little nervous. She was originally shopping with her best friend, but after receiving the message, she hurried back home and changed into high heels, black stockings, and a tight skirt before coming here. Just to make Lu Chen like it. Go take a shower first. Lu Chen pointed to the bedroom on the right. The room was empty. Zhou Jing's outfit is indeed stunning. Even though her appearance is not top-notch, her round figure adds to her beauty. It can already be ranked among the best. Lu Chen tried it and felt it was indeed good. He went straight in with ease and found that although there were many difficulties, it did not have the characteristics of the first time. So, no longer care. After scoring twice, Lu Chen used his old trick again, you can leave now, or you can sleep until tomorrow morning. I'm going to meet a friend, so I won't be here with you. He said and went back to the master bedroom. At this time, Joey was already asleep. He lay down gently on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. The other side. Zhou Jing smiled self-deprecatingly. She saw Lu Chen's scrutinizing gaze clearly, but she had no explanation. Because I don't think it's necessary. But at this moment, it was still lingering in her mind. If she wasn't afraid of disturbing her best friend when she got home, she wouldn't have stayed here until now. It's dawn, time to go to work again. It's all about living. Zhou Jing washed her face and walked out of the bedroom, and someone came out from the opposite side. Sister, why are you here? Sister, why are you here? The two shouted in unison. Chapter 18, even the emperor cannot avoid the customs. Oh, what a sin. Zhou Jing and Zhou Yi, they are actually sisters. Lu Chen felt that IQ was a really good thing. Millions of readers had guessed it, but he had been completely unaware of it. I unexpectedly met a pair of sisters. If I had known this relationship earlier, would it be more exciting? But there is no such thing as if. The two of them stood there for a long time, as if they could not accept the reality. He hid back in his room. At this time, the only one left in the living room of the suite was Lu Chen, who was at a loss. He had never experienced such a thing in his 2 lifetimes, and for a moment he couldn't decide what to do. Think about it. Finally decided to go ahead with it. There are not so many ways to have the best of both worlds. As long as he is willing to take responsibility, he will feel at peace with himself no matter what the final result is. But who should I go to first? Zhou Jing is an introvert. She seems weak on the surface, but she is actually stubborn inside. Not a good communicator. On the other hand, the carefree Zhou Yi is much stronger mentally and is more receptive to new things. Good strategy. Then choose her. As the saying goes, a fortress is conquered from within. As long as he could capture one of the two first, the remaining one would be easy, so he walked into Zhou Yi's room. Humph, bad guy. Zhou Yi wrinkled her nose, her tone full of dissatisfaction. How can I face my sister in the future? She thought to herself. It would be better to find someone else. Even if they really came to catch someone cheating, it would be better than the current situation. Lu Chen smiled slightly. The other party was just worried about this, and did not feel shocked or ready to commit suicide. That will be easy. To express my apology, I am willing to give you 2 million every month and will never let you be without money. He first appealed to their interests. Although the word raise is not mentioned. But the meaning is self-evident. An annual fee of tens of millions should be more than enough even for a second-tier star. It shouldn't be a big problem. I don't want it. Joey refused. And his expression was very resolute, not like he was pretending. Lu Chen was a little surprised, not knowing whether she was really not interested or was just waiting for a better price and wanted more. It seems. You have to pay extra. So he said, I'll give you another house, which is over 300 square meters and worth at least 100 million yuan. The houses in Suihu Tiandi are very famous in Shanghai. Even billionaires can't afford it. Is it okay this time? But Joey still had the same expression, wrinkling her nose and not caring at all. Humph, not that rare. This unconventional move immediately left Lu Chen at a loss, and he thought that it might not be just a big appetite. But it didn't cater to his preferences. Give it what it likes. He had another idea, I can make you a top internet celebrity. Hearing this, Joey shot up. Real? At this moment, the sadness on her face had been replaced by surprise. She was smiling and looked even more excited than last night. It feels like my G-spot has been hit. Lu Chen nodded confidently. I didn't expect the silly girl likes this. Besides, it's just to support an internet celebrity, it doesn't seem like it would cost 100 million. If you don't believe me, I can write a document, he said again. Joey stared and thought about it. I feel that there is no need to do this. The document is to guard against gentlemen, not villains. If Lu Chen didn't want to take responsibility, he could have gotten away with it long ago. Since they are still here. That means I never thought of cheating. What happened last night was just a little absurd, there was no such thing as anyone forcing anyone. How much responsibility does he have? It's just fate. My motives are not pure, I just don't know why my sister is doing this. Thinking of this, Joey couldn't help but feel a little worried. She couldn't help but want to go see Zhou Jing, so she said, I think you've passed this test. But it's hard to talk to my sister. I can only try my best to persuade her. Lu Chen was immediately overjoyed. This was the sentence he was waiting for. When Joey saw his obscene smile, she immediately thought of something and poured a basin of cold water on him on the spot. You don't want to get both sisters? It's like having an erotic dream under a locust tree, or scraping felt off a turtle's back. What a beautiful thought. We won't agree to this. Give up on this idea as soon as possible. When his little thoughts were exposed, Lu Chen's smile froze. Is it obvious what you are doing? It's so depressing that the trap was revealed so quickly, and it would be abnormal if you didn't have any ideas. He felt the need to argue his case. He then reasoned with her, saying, Emperor Cheng of Han married Zhao Fian and Zhao Hada, Emperor Shizong of Zhou married Empress Dafu and Empress Xiaofu, and Huang Taiji also married Yuer Dayu and Yuer Xiaoyu. Even the emperor is not immune to this, let alone me? After hearing this, Joey wanted to refute. But I found myself at a loss for words. After organizing his words for a long time, he finally uttered two words, wrong logic. After saying that, he went to find Zhou Jing. Lu Chen came out of the room and sat in the living room of the suite waiting. 10 minutes later. The two sisters walked out one after the other. Zhou Jing was silent with red eyes. As a good sister, Joey. The verdict was read out. After discussion, we decided that you will support my sister and she will support me. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. What a cool operation. Compared with what I did last night, it is absolutely on par with what I did. I get the same pleasure for twice the money. It's a bit of a loss. But in the long run, half of the sister-in-law's but belongs to her brother-in-law. Sooner or later, Joey will not be able to escape the clutches of the devil, and she will be transformed from a relative into a wife. The two sisters may also have an idea, which is to let Zhou Jing be legitimate while Zhou Yi fights guerrilla warfare in secret. After all, the world is clear and ethical. You always have to consider your face. What? Do you have any objections? Seeing Lu Chen's surprised expression, Joey asked fiercely. Lu Chenlian said he didn't dare. Signed an unequal but fantastic treaty with them. Half an hour later. Green Lake World. He handed the access control and keys to Zhou Jing, and transferred 2 million to each of them. Then he said, spend this money first and buy furniture and other things as you wish. The house is delivered fully furnished but without furniture or appliances. All need to be added. So I gave him a little more money. But I didn't give him too much, but planned to increase it gradually, otherwise it would easily develop a picky appetite. After coming out of Tsuehu Tiandi, Lu Chen went to the car dealership of the rich and handsome man. One car is no longer enough to meet the demand. He needs to buy a few more. Inside the dealership, business here was still booming, and he barged in shouting and yelling, more casually than if he were entering his own home. The shop assistants were used to this and no one reported it or stopped it. I walked all the way to the office of the rich and handsome man, only to see the female secretary Cheng Ying, who was tidying up her clothes with a rosy face. What's going on? There was a missing button on the white shirt, and the black bra was faintly visible. The pencil skirt was wrinkled, and the zipper on the side was open. The slightest movement brings out the spring scenery. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something fishy going on between the two of them. Definitely not normal. The culprit, however, acted as if nothing had happened, sitting in the boss chair and smoking calmly, as if he had not done it at all. Chapter 19: Stealing Principal Wang's car. Lu Chen suddenly had a feeling that women were really troublesome. They were not like men who could just pull up their pants and meet people. Excuse me, shall I leave? He smiled obscenely. Cheng Ying felt even more embarrassed and left quickly with a blushing face. Gao Fushuai then said speechlessly, "This is not your home, don't come here for no reason." There was dissatisfaction and disgust in the tone. No concealment. After all, he had ruined someone else's good thing, so it was normal to be ignored. Lu Chen sat down with his legs and sword, and laughed nonchalantly. "I'm here to take care of your business. Get me some nice cars." But the tall, rich and handsome guy didn't appreciate it. Now this guy has very high standards and doesn't even look at ordinary cars. What he called good. It must be at the level of the Brabus G900. But luxury cars worth tens of millions are not cabbages. They are usually limited editions of each brand, and even the number of them is limited. He asked for several cars as soon as he opened his mouth. It's really a big mouth for the lion. If all the treasures in the box are given to you, who would I sell the remaining broken cars worth millions to? He was afraid that Lu Chen would throw a tantrum, so he didn't dare to refuse directly. So I drew a big pie. SC is hosting a supercar carnival next Friday. Their founder has teamed up with several car dealerships to collect 5 top-tier supercars for auction. You will definitely be satisfied. Lu Chen laughed after hearing this. He knew about the SC Supercar Club, the country's first non-profit green club. It has more than 300 members. The entry requirement is to own a sports car of Porsche 911 or above. And submit real and valid personal information, and after registration and review by the management department, you can become an associate member of the club. But you have to participate in an event. Only then can you become a regular employee. According to the membership support rate and car price, they are divided into master members, elite members, and platinum members. Above them are the vice president and the president. The organization is very strict. He thought for a moment and asked, "What kind of cars are they?" Seeing Lu Chen's interest, Gao Fushuai smiled slightly, then counted on his fingers and listed a long list of car models. Bugatti Bolide, Koenigsegg Jesko, Lamborghini Sian, Pagani Utopia, and Aston Martin Valkyrie. Hearing these names, Lu Chen was shocked. Although he had never seen the actual car, he had heard that any one of them was a top-of-the-line sports car. An existence like the top of a pyramid. The fact that they were able to collect them all shows the strength of the club. Brother Gao, which one is your credit? In his opinion. Since several major car dealerships are involved, Boss Gao must be involved, and he might even have brought out the best. Bugatti Bolide. Gao Fushuai threw away his cigarette but said with some pride. Lu Chen found that he had underestimated him. The basic price of this car is 4 million euros, and only 40 units are sold worldwide. You must have bought a Chiron to be eligible to buy it. There are so many ways and channels, you have to find Brother Gao to buy a car. Whenever I think about how stingy he was when I wanted to buy a car, I can't help but feel angry. He didn't keep the good things for himself. Hateful. It seems that SC still needs to join, and there must be at least one of the 5 cars. But to join the club you need a sports car, and I don't have one yet. Brother Gao, that Daytona SP3 at your door is pretty nice. When he entered the showroom, he noticed that a Ferrari was about to be loaded, but he didn't know where it was going to be shipped. Classic yet beautiful shape, sharp and smooth waist curve. Lu Chen couldn't forget it after just one look. Although it may have been bought, as long as it has not left the dealership, there is a chance that it can become yours. Gao Fushuai sighed. He understood the meaning of that sentence, but he couldn't agree to it. That was ordered by Principal Wang. Don't have any bad intentions. Smart? Lu Chen was a little surprised when he heard this name. Although I am not much worse than him in terms of level, I think I don't have the mercy to let him give up. After all, I haven't been in the circle for a long time. Fewer and fewer people know about him, otherwise he would have known about his family background, which was not inferior to anyone else. Why would you bother with a car? But it was also my previous life's fault that I was exiled to this devil's city. It would be fine if he had just been sealed, at most he could just stay an outsider and keep a low profile, but now that he has the system and a net worth of tens of billions, it would be a bit unreasonable to continue to be timid. We have to fight for it no matter what. Even if that Ferrari belongs to the son of the former richest man. Brother Gao. You don't want your sister-in-law to find out about Chang'ing, do you? Lu Chen threatened. Looking at that smug smile, Gao Fu was so handsome that his teeth were itching. He actually dared to threaten me with his fiancée. It's true that my aunt can tolerate it, but my uncle can't. But when I think about the colorful flags flying outside, the red flag at home cannot fall. At worst, I can just put the grudge to rest first. Confucius said, one step back opens up a new world. Confucius said that if you are patient for a while, the sea will be calm. Confucius said that a lack of patience in small matters will ruin great plans. He kept preparing himself mentally, and after a while he said bitterly, wait, I'll try. After saying that, he called Principal Wang. Brother Tsong, have you heard about Bugatti's auction and sale of new cars? Yes, we can't bring shame to China. We must be determined to get it. That's right, this car belongs to you. Also, the car you ordered is ready and will be delivered to you this afternoon. Oh, no, then save the money for the auction. Hang up the phone. Gao Fushuai proudly put away his phone, feeling very proud of his own wit as he had resolved the conflict in just a few words. Lu Chen was also very satisfied as he finally achieved his wish. This is the advantage of importing cars. If you go to a 4S store to order, you have to wait at least a year and a half, and by the time you drive the new car, it will have become an old model. Later he learned about it from the tall, rich, and handsome man. Bugatti has a new car that it plans to sell at auction, with part of the proceeds going to charity. This Chiron Profili is the only one of its kind in the world and is a highly customized supercar. It is no less impressive than the voice of the night. Lu Chen secretly kept it in mind and prepared to get involved when the time comes. Of all the supercars, he likes Bugatti the best. But they only produce 80 cars a year, which is a luxury that cannot be bought even with money. Even if you can break through the siege of the world's wealthy and successfully obtain a reservation quota for a certain model, it will take a few more years to deliver. Maybe you will go bankrupt before you even get the car. Therefore, this auction is not to be missed. That's the quickest way to buy a Bugatti. Let us take care of this matter, Lu Chen calculated. Gubei number 1 has 6 parking spaces. Including the car promised to Ella, at least 5 more cars are needed to fill the space. He thought about it. Said to Coach Goff, get another Rolls-Royce. All top-of-the-line options are required. Perhaps because he didn't want to see Lu Chenjiang's arrogant face, Gao Fushuai called the sales manager to take him to choose a car. And they repeatedly reminded me not to give even a penny of discount. Otherwise it will be difficult to relieve the anger in my heart. Anyway, the family of the medicine seller is rich, so the son will not feel bad about selling his grandfather's land. There were so many Rolls-Royces in the dealership that Lu Chen chose the Heaven Blue Phantom, Sakura Pink Dawn, White Ghost, as well as the Black Phantom and Cullinan, including the Daytona SP3. A total of 70 million. After swiping the card, all of them will be issued temporary license plates and then loaded into the trailer separately. Led by the Brabus G900, they drove towards Gubei number 1 in a mighty manner. Wherever it went, it attracted attention. Chapter 20, do you use a Rolls-Royce to buy groceries? Boss, we're here to work. At noon, Ella came to the villa again, wearing a professional suit, looking much more handsome and capable. It has a bit of the style of the White Bone Demon. There were also 3 other women, all dressed beautifully and looking quite pleasing to the eye. It was the nanny she hired. This is Ms. Lee, 28 years old, with a master's degree, CET6 English, and a C1 driver's license. She specializes in storage and organization, clothing matching, luxury goods maintenance, and furniture and appliance cleaning. This is Ms. Zhang, 35 years old, with a master's degree. She's worked as a nanny and a senior nutritionist. She's proficient in both Chinese and Western cuisine and can care for a variety of pets. This is Sister Wang, 31 years old, with a master's degree. She's skilled in medical care, spa massage, and plant care. She also has 10 years of driving experience and can be your full-time driver. Ella introduced the three of them in one breath. There is a shortage of high-end domestic workers now, and she had to use a lot of connections to get a few good ones. Although the annual salary is around 400,000, I don't think the boss cares. Boss, do you think it's okay? She asked. Luchan sighed lightly, feeling that Ella had made things worse. We are just looking for a few nannies. Do we need all of them to have a master's degree? Or is this industry just so involuted? And they are all graceful and charming. What if a gun goes off accidentally one day? Let us try it first. You have the power of life and death. Whether to fire someone or give them a raise, it's all up to you. He gave Ella full trust and also released the greatest power. After all, if you doubt a person, you will not employ him. If you employ him, you will not doubt him. At the same time, he also warned the three people to do their duties. Regardless of whether the master is there or not, the butler can make the decision with just a word. Afterwards, Luchan took them to the basement, walked into the packed garage, and said, Ella, choose your own car. Ella looked left and right. I feel extremely embarrassed. How should I choose? The worst car here costs several million. They say a good horse deserves a good saddle, and the same is true in reverse. I am just a housekeeper, but I already have an annual salary of 5 million and drive a car worth more than 5 million. Never mind. I already have such a high salary, so I'm not afraid of buying another car. At worst, I can just choose the cheapest one. Then choose Gust. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. He also asked her to rent a house as soon as possible and he would reimburse her for the rent no matter how much it was. In fact, Ella can also live in the villa. But since they are two single men and a single woman, it would be a bit inconvenient. He also didn't want too many outsiders in his life, including the nanny who came today. Go to and leave work on time from now on. However, considering the needs of life, the housekeeper cannot be allowed to go too far away, so the scope is limited to Gubei number 1. Then let her drive away. Cramming 7 cars into 6 parking spaces has affected normal entry and exit. Sister Zhang, you come and pick the grocery cart. When Sister Zhang heard her name, she hurriedly agreed, and then asked uncertainly. Boss, do you also use a Rolls-Royce to buy groceries? Her previous employer was a company boss. Although he also lived in a detached villa, his private car was a Maybach. And used to pick up and drop off children. It's Audi. The most common thing the employer said at that time was that he must buy a Rolls-Royce when he had enough money. Unfortunately, he later went bankrupt and was fired. A car that many CEOs can't get on. He actually let me use it to buy groceries. What a luxury. At the same time, Sister Zhang also felt a sense of pride. In the future, she would be the number 1 among the nannies who bought groceries. See who dares to look down on me. Let's take the Cullinan. She made her choice excitedly. This decision also coincided with Lu Chen's thoughts. This was the car he least wanted to drive, and it would be perfect for buying groceries in the future. Next, Ella assigned tasks to each nanny, which was to go out shopping and prepare the necessities of food, drink, defecation, urination, and housing first. Then put your things in place. Seeing that she had arranged everything in an orderly manner, Lu Chen let her do it with confidence and provided her with unconditional financial support. And repeatedly reminded. The quality of life must be guaranteed. For all items, not only should you buy expensive ones, but you should also buy the right ones. People came and went and the villa returned to peace. Lu Chen was about to take a nap, but at this moment he heard voices outside. Dude, you just moved in? A tall, fair man asked. At the same time, he stretched his head and kept looking around, looking very familiar and curious like a baby. Slightly funny. His companion has thick eyebrows, big eyes, and is slightly plump. Perhaps feeling that this was impolite, he quickly took over the conversation and said, My name is Jiang Hong, and I live here too. This is Lu Xiaohua, a friend I brought with me. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. I thought it was a neighbor. Both of them are around 30 years old, obviously not of the same generation as me, but age is not a problem. After all, we live in the same neighborhood. It is inevitable that we will meet often in the future, and it would be nice to get to know each other, so I briefly introduced myself. Lu Chen, nice to meet you. He had just finished speaking. The tall and fair Lu Xiaohua couldn't help but gossip. I heard that this house is priced at over 500 million, and it must be paid in full? Although there are nominally 15 single-family villas in Gubei No. 1, half of them are vacant because the developer himself has not sold them or the company holds them. There are actually not many people living there. But anyone who moved in was undoubtedly a wealthy person, and the two of them came here for no other reason. I just want to get to know the owner of this place. Full payment. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Then he added, it's not like we don't have the ability. Jiang Hong raised his eyebrows when he heard this answer, thinking that if he counted the cars around him, he would have spent almost 600 million. Even if he was young and successful, it would be impossible for him to be so rich. Most of it was given by my parents. But with such abundant cash flow, his net worth must be at least tens of billions, but there is no one with the surname Lu on the wealth list. Hiss. Invisible rich man? If that's true, it's a bit scary. Jiang Hong had similar thoughts, but he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at Lu Xiaohua with an exaggerated expression. How does this shamelessness compare to yours? It's a good match, we're evenly matched. Lu Xiaohua agreed with a laugh. A few jokes. It brought the three of them closer together. The purpose of contact has been achieved, and the next step is to demonstrate value. Lu Xiaohua patted Jiang Hong and said with a smile, from now on, when you want to eat, drink and have fun, go find this guy. Half of the high-end restaurants and bars in Shanghai have shares behind them. Jiang Hong laughed and yelled, get lost. Then he pointed at Lu Xiaohua and said, he's the eldest son of Huasher Group. His family is mainly engaged in the supply chain business, and they have done quite well in the direct supply platform for alcoholic beverages. Huasher Liquor Store, number 1 in the industry. The two of them performed a very straightforward double act, but Lu Chen didn't care. Instead, he liked this kind of honesty. Simple but not dirty. Make friends. It's nothing more than exchanging resources. How can everyone get what they need without making it clear? It's just like what happened right now. When he heard the word wine, he thought of Lu Xiaohua's role. Huasher, do you have any good wine? He asked tentatively. Lu Xiaohua patted his chest. That's natural. Chapter 21 Wine Storage. Huasher Liquor Store's business covers the whole country, with more than 5,000 sales outlets. It has cooperated with major well-known wine merchants in the world and its brand value exceeds 20 billion. So, Lu Xiaohua has the confidence to say this. Seeing this, Lu Chen was even more satisfied. He waved his hand and said, then give me 3,000 bottles. He made a rough estimate. The wine storage rooms of the 4 houses require 5,000 bottles to fill. But you can't put all your eggs in one basket, and you can't rely on just one store to buy wine, otherwise it will be difficult to guarantee the quality of the wine you receive. We'll talk about the remaining 2,000 bottles later. No problem. Hearing that there was a business coming, Lu Xiaohua was immediately overjoyed. I'll deliver it to you tonight. Only 3,000 bottles. Small order. Their company's headquarters is in Shanghai, and their largest wine cellar is nearby. Not to mention 3,000 bottles, they can even handle 10 times the amount. But then I heard Lu Chen say, 2,000 bottles of red wine and 500 bottles of foreign wine. The higher the unit price, the better. I don't want anything less than 100,000. 500 bottles of Maodai, Wulianye, Janya, Luzhou Laojiao, and Yangzhou Laojiao. Don't give me anything that's less than 30 years old. Lu Xiaohua exclaimed, oh shit. This business is not a small one. If we do it according to what Lu Chen said, it will cost at least 500 million Chinese yuan. Huasher Liquor Store's revenue last year was only 8 billion. If I could get my father to buy me another sports car, he would happily agree. And it's worth tens of millions. Only. Brother Chen, your request is too high. 300 bottles of this grade of wine is easy to order, but 3,000 bottles is too much. Lu Xiaohua said with a bitter face. Lu Chen nodded in understanding. Most of the good wines are collected by private individuals and rarely circulate on the market. Even if a bottle appears in a store, it is displayed as the store's treasure. Won't sell easily. You know. The price of a bottle of 1982 Lafite is only 80,000 to 90,000. How difficult would it be to collect 3,000 bottles that are better than this one? It requires not only a deep foundation, but also extraordinary channels. For example, asking a collector to give up his possessions. Or sell it at various auctions. Lu Xiaohua also thought of this and felt that as long as he put in more effort, he would be able to complete the task eventually. So he changed his mind and agreed. The three continued chatting. Mr. Hua, how much is the most expensive wine? Lu Chen suddenly asked. The question was so simple that Lu Xiaohua didn't even need to think. Of course, it's the 1945 Romane Conti. Only 600 bottles were produced at the time, and it's now worth 3.86 million. Actually, this brand of wine is not cheap. Because the grape Pinot Noir used in brewing is the most difficult variety to grow in the world, the annual production is as small as only 5,000 bottles. The cheapest one costs more than 100,000 yuan. It's not bad. Lu Chen smiled cunningly. I only need 2 bottles. Lu Xiaohua immediately slapped his mouth. I secretly blamed myself for showing off and ended up shooting myself in the foot. I don't know how much effort I put into just this one sentence. But he remembered that he had only 1 bottle at home, so at worst he could steal it to get the job done. The two reached a preliminary agreement. Lu Xiaohua notified the regional manager to come over for detailed discussions. Such a large business must sign a contract and proceed step by step according to the rules and procedures. But anyway, my own contribution is indispensable. He is already thinking about what kind of car to buy. Preparation takes some time, so you can't let things get cold during this period. You have to strike while the iron is hot and try to get closer to the other person. Lu Xiaohua patted Jiang Hong on the shoulder and said, Old Jiang, isn't Brother Chen generous? Brave, no need to say. Jiang Hong replied sincerely. He was not praising, but sighing. The vast majority of the second generation spend their time on food, drink, and entertainment, and they think it is great to have 18 million in their hands. Someone like Lu Chun who has no limit on spending money. Even though he has a wide circle of friends, he has never seen this before. Then should we not be stingy? Lu Xiaohua continued to ask. Jiang Hong had no idea what he was up to, so he could only respond based on his feelings. It must not. Lu Xiaohua sighed in approval. As expected of a good friend with whom he had known each other for many years, this assist was really good. You arrange it tonight. Jiang Hong, who was a little confused, finally came to his senses and thought that the rhythm was a little wrong. You are the one who took advantage, why do you let me arrange it? There are 2 kinds of people in the world who cannot do this. One is the green-haired turtle, and the other is the sucker. The pattern is small. Lu Xiaohua sighed and continued to squeeze. Besides, who told you to run a restaurant? Jiang Hong was so angry that he was speechless. The saying is true, you can judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart. It turns out that Lu Xiaohua is so shameless. Besides, what does it mean to run a restaurant? That's high-end dining. I'll go out and you call the people. He said in a pretended annoyance. In fact, it was just a pretense. Firstly, the 2 of them were used to this way of communication, and secondly, it was an opportunity to curry favor with Lu Chen. Even to show your presence. In the eyes of businessmen like them, having a lot of money means having great strength. Although Lu Chen's background is still unclear, judging from the money he has shown so far, it is undoubtedly at least 1 level higher than myself. It's like a small king meeting a big king. You have to be humble. Only 2 kilometers away from Gubei No. 1, in the villa area outside the Magic City guest house, there is a small and somewhat old villa. There is a restaurant inside, which has been on the Black Pearl 3 Diamond list for many years. It's called Jinxiwi. Lu Chen felt that he had reached the destination as soon as he stepped on the accelerator. It was so close that even the Ferrari's engine didn't heat up. It was a waste that he changed his clothes before going out. The environment here is private and the decoration is chic. Whether it is a business banquet or a date, it is worth a special visit. The 3 of them went straight up to the 2nd floor and entered a private room. Brother Chen, please take a seat. After entering, Lu Xiaohua pushed Lu Chen to the main seat. Lu Chen couldn't avoid it and stumbled inside, but he didn't sit down seriously without knowing the consequences. Instead, he continued to choose a position inside. See him not sitting. Lu Xiaohua held Jiang Hongla there and said, "Old Jiang, you are ugly and old, so you have no right to sit here." Jiang Hong discovered that he was the one injured again. He wanted to refute it, but found that it was an indisputable fact. One is a young man in his early 20s, and the other is a handsome man. Only he himself looks average and has gained weight early. It's so infuriating. Order food. There are signs all over it. The first dish is a stomach-warming soup made with octopus and lotus root. Just as they were about to start eating, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. Aren't their friends coming over? He remembered that Jiang Hong had mentioned calling people before. But now there is no sign of her. Although she is probably here to keep him company, he doesn't mind waiting. Lu Xiaohua said and smiled indifferently. You're talking about Chang Wei, right? He hasn't been here for so long. I'll make him drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment. Lu Chen immediately understood. That person must be doing poorly, otherwise he wouldn't be treated like this. The trend of flattering the powerful and bullying the weak applies to anyone in any situation. Even friends in the same circle can have very different status. Where there is a big brother, there are little brothers. It's normal. I'm sorry, I'm late. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. The door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and several people walked in hurriedly. Chapter 22 Celebrity Dinner. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. Chang Wei opened the bottle of wine on the table and drank 3 glasses in succession. A blush soon appeared on his face. It was as if this was a penalty drink. And it was like it was specially prepared for him. Lu Xiaohua didn't stop him from beginning to end. It was not until Chang Wei finished drinking that he said, "Damn, my Louis XIII Black Pearl. You've wasted at least 100,000 with these few bites." His face was full of heartache. But it wasn't Chang Wei who felt sorry for him, but the good wine that he had only brought 2 bottles with him, one of which was already half finished. Then he pointed at Lu Chen with a smile on his face. "I brought this specially for Brother Chen to taste." Lu Xiaohua said 3 sentences in total, and each sentence contained 800 thoughts hidden in it. He first calmly let Chang Wei be punished, then explained the value of the wine, and finally did not forget to highlight Lu Chen's identity. "Look. Even I call him Brother Chen, so you know how to treat him." Chang Wei also saw the opportunity quickly and greeted him with compliments. "Brother Chen, my name is Chang Wei, please take care of me in the future." At the same time, guessing in my mind. Who is this Lu Chen and what does he do? Why have I never seen him in public? Could he be from another place? Out of inertia, he thought Lu Chen came to the Magic City to have fun. Although he did not look down on them, he did not take it too seriously and still focused his main attention on Lu Xiaohua and Jiang Hong. Chang Wei waved his hand. Several girls quickly sat down. A fragrant breeze blew over, a voice of Brother Chen was heard, and a beautiful figure sat down. At this time, Lu Chen looked around and saw that there were men and women mixed together, and he felt that every woman looked familiar. Jiang Hong saw his confusion. He smiled and said, "Chang Wei is the son of the CEO of Times Entertainment and also serves as the general manager of the company." Lu Chen suddenly understood. It turned out to be a celebrity dinner. Look again carefully. The person sitting between Jiang Hong and Lu Xiaohua is called Joyce Chang. Her career was originally mediocre, but her popularity has increased after her divorce. Now it ranks among the top. The person next to him is named Sun Qian, who is known as the Chinese version of Jun Ji-han. He has starred in several popular film and television dramas, but later he was involved in a scandal and is now much more low-key and introverted. He was familiar with the other 2, but couldn't remember their names. Look at their seating arrangement. Lu Xiaohua noticed something was wrong and started to discuss with Zhang Xini, Miss Zhang, Master Lu and Master Jiang like mature women, "You should sit over there quickly." He pointed between the 2 men. As the protagonist of the banquet, Lu Chen should be there to accompany the most famous Zhang Xini. But I sat in the wrong seat just now, so I tried to adjust it. But Joyce Chang doesn't think so. They came here with a mission. The company had just launched a new play, and whoever got the most investment would become the leading female role. Jiang Hong and Lu Xiaohua are well known for their wealth, so if they make some sacrifices, it will be no problem for them to make a few million. And what about Lu Chen? No one introduced him just now. I think either his family background is not good enough, or he is the son of an official with a sensitive identity. This time, Joyce Chang was only after money and had no intention of currying favor with the powerful. How could you settle for second best? Master Lu, Sun Qian is only a few years older than Master Lu. They have more in common. I'd better stay here and drink with you and Master Jiang. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Xiaohua cried out inwardly that something was wrong, and quickly looked at Lu Chen. Seeing that his face looked normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. I thought to myself, Joyce Chang is really ungrateful. Don't you understand? When you come to a dinner table like this, you have no right to think or not. Just do as you are told. It wouldn't matter if it were any other time. But what kind of occasion is this today? What if I spoil Lu Chen's mood? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He gets angry as soon as he squints his eyes. Chang Wei quickly stepped forward upon seeing the situation and said to Zhang Xinyi, who had a cold expression on her face, Xinyi, go quickly. He kept making eye contact while talking and joking. I thought to myself, my aunt, why are you still throwing a tantrum? Being a big star for a long time gives one some confidence. It seems that Joyce Chang has made up her mind and remains unmoved no matter how people try to persuade her. Lu Chen also wants to save face. He remained calm on the surface, but his eyes grew colder. She's old, has bad skin, and is divorced. I don't like her. Just let her stay there. Besides, I don't want to drink. Hearing that she was being criticized for nothing, Zhang Xinyi snorted in dissatisfaction. She is sought after everywhere. It's been a long time since I've been forced like this. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire box was filled with solemnity, and even the good guy Jiang Hong was reluctant to stare at Cheng Wei. In short, it is a naked threat. On one side is the second generation who cannot be offended, and on the other side is the company's biggest star. Cheng Wei broke out in sweat. Only now did he realize how important Lu Chen was to Jiang and Lu. It seems that I have underestimated myself. Sun Qian, why don't you toast to Mr. Lu? Cheng Wei hurriedly tried to make amends. Since he couldn't intimidate Joyce Chang, he had to find someone to replace her and get away with it. When Sun Qian heard someone calling her, she looked embarrassed. But he still raised his glass, put on a smile and said, Mr. Lu, calm down. I'll toast you a glass. Cheng Wei is trying to smooth things over. This angered Lu Chen even more. Sun Qian has been holding her stomach tonight and her face doesn't look very good. Anyone with a little common sense knows what's going on. And I was forced to drink. Lu Chen gently put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at Cheng Wei, who made this decision. Is it that I didn't explain clearly, or is there something wrong with your hearing? I said, I don't want to drink. The words were spoken word by word, and the atmosphere became more tense. No one dared to answer or refute. Lu Chen, who had been pampered and used to living a life of luxury for a long time, was like an angry lion at this time, with his domineering aura showing off wantonly. Some people really can't be given too much face. Not only is it easy to open a dyeing factory, but you will also not know the importance of it. He doesn't care whether he is famous or not, nor does he care who accompanies whom, but he can't stand being looked down upon by others. Female celebrity? Ha, who do you think you are? Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. When the third knock on the door came, Jiang Hong's voice was heard in the box, which had been silent for a long time. Come in, he said hoarsely. A middle-aged man walked in, as if he sensed something, and walked cautiously in front of Lu Xiaohua. Hua Xiao, the contract is ready. Lu Xiaohua coughed lightly and thought that he had come at the perfect time. He opened the contract and took a quick look. Feeling there wasn't a big problem, he handed it to Lu Chen with a smile. Brother Chen, are you satisfied with this interruption? The others felt the pressure relieved and unconsciously moved their bodies. Lu Chen first flipped through the wine list. The first bottle of 1945 Conti made him feel a little better. 1907 Piper Heidsieck Champagne Vessel of Silence. 58 bottles of Hanyu Playing Cards Whiskey Set. 1956 Jinluen Brand Mutai. The first batch of 1,000 bottles alone is worth 250 million Chinese yuan. Lu Chen was very happy. He signed his name casually, called Zhou Jing to transfer the money, and then returned the contract to Lu Xiaohua. The two smiled. Jiang Hong, Cheng Wei, Sun Qian also smiled. Ding! The host has spent a total of 2.573 billion Chinese yuan, completing the branch mission. Spend money like water. Get the mission reward, 5 billion worth of listed company stocks. Please select the desired listed company. Chapter 23, 5 billion, Venting Anger. The system prompt sound is still so charming. The moment the wine money is received, the branch task spend money like water is completed. What surprised him was the branch mission reward. A large number of companies appeared before my eyes, including engineering machinery, tourism hotels, software development, department stores, etc. Everything you need. Just click on a major category and the specific companies will be displayed below. Lu Chen quickly weighed the pros and cons. If you choose a larger sector, 5 billion worth of stocks can only be regarded as a wave, and you will not gain any voice or control. At best, it can only be regarded as an investment. So look for small-scale industries. He thought of several instantly. He was about to make a decision, but then he felt that the purpose of life is to be happy, and now someone is making him unhappy. What to do? You have to get it right. So he finally chose the film and television concept and also set his sights on Times Entertainment Company. Its market value is only 7.1 billion. But it is already at the upper middle level in the industry, which is a good goal. Ding! Interference with reality successful. Host, please complete the acquisition on your own. The system will provide 5 billion funds in due course. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with this approach. By interfering with the thinking of only a few people, you can minimize loopholes and even make them invisible. Don't leave any trouble for yourself. Even if someone brings up the past in the future, they won't know where to start. Mr. Lu? Chang Wei was flattering Lu Chen when he suddenly saw him in a daze. He thought he had said something wrong again and became nervous again. Lu Chen coughed lightly and brought his consciousness back to reality. He smiled and asked softly, "How was the entertainment business in your time?" The sudden tenderness surprised Chang Wei. Just now there was thunder and lightning, but in the blink of an eye the rain stopped and the sky cleared up. The rhythm control was really on point. No wonder Lao Tzu said, "A hero is not judged by his origin, and a hero is not judged by his age." It's operating normally, with a small profit. His tone was more complimentary. Lu Chen himself didn't know whether it was true or not, and now he was too lazy to find out. Since the system had already taken action, why bother with so many concerns? So he asked directly, "Are there any shareholders who want to transfer their shares?" After hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears and watched the development of the situation quietly. There was no outsider present. Especially Chang Wei. Although he appears calm on the surface, his heart is already turbulent. Although Times Entertainment is an old company with a peak market value of over 50 billion, it has lost its former glory after several strategic mistakes. Celebrities and their agents are leaving. So much so that someone like Joyce Chang can become a top star. My old man was disheartened and had gone abroad to recuperate a long time ago, but I was the only one who suffered and had to struggle to support this mess. I didn't expect that there would be people who would target a company like this. How could he not be excited? "Mr. Lu, how many shares do you want?" Chang Wei asked in a low voice. Lu Chen didn't answer immediately after hearing this. He tapped the table with his fingers and thought for a moment before speaking. 5 billion, at least 67%. Chang Wei understood immediately that this was a bid for absolute control, but such a large number of shares could not be transferred easily. Not only does it require the approval of the shareholders' meeting, but other shareholders must also be persuaded to participate. Moreover, the price is too rigid and difficult to operate. This isn't going to be easy. Chang Wei pretended to be embarrassed. At this time, a 36-month-old duck head was served. Lu Chen ate it like a pig's trotter and refused to respond to Chang Wei's words. The meaning is very clear: you can do whatever you want. Chang Wei was still anxious to get out, so he quickly compromised. "Prepare the money, and I'll take care of the rest." Matter. Actually, it's not as difficult as he said. It's just a matter of mobilizing other major shareholders to sell together. As long as the benefits are sufficient, no one will be uninhibited. Given the company's current poor condition, there should be many people looking for buyers. He had heard the rumors a long time ago. Then, I wish our cooperation a successful one. Lu Chen said to Chang Wei. Is that it? Zheng Sini, who had something to hide, trembled. Chang Wei pointed out that he was responsible for maintaining the company's reputation, but he was weak and incompetent and had no courage, so he could be too pampered. But Lu Chen is obviously not a good person. The scene of him showing off his power just now is still vivid in my mind. If he becomes the new boss of the company, the consequences are predictable. I guess being shelved is the least of his worries. At this moment, she felt extremely regretful. Why was she so ungrateful just now? No, this grudge cannot be left overnight. She opened another bottle of wine on the table, poured half a glass of wine, pulled her deep V collar lower, and carefully walked behind Lu Chen. Bow and apologize. Mr. Lu, I was blind to what I had just seen. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with me. This glass of wine is for you, he said and drank it all in one gulp. The 40-degree Louis XIII was like a line of fire, passing through the throat and reaching the stomach, causing Zheng Sini to choke and cough continuously. But no one felt sorry for her. How arrogant he was just now, how humble he is now. It's less. Lu Chen was neither happy nor angry, as if he was just stating a fact. Seeing this, Sun Xian picked up the bottle and filled half a glass for Zhang Sini. A woman would take revenge on the spot. It was you who usually suppressed me and implicated me just now. He drank it all in one gulp. But Lu Chen still didn't say anything. Zhang Sini also faced the alcohol test. Seeing that there was only one cup left in the bottle, she made up her mind and snatched the bottle and drank from it. But after drinking a few sips, he vomited all over himself. Lu Chen finally felt sympathy and said, although the wine is good, you can't drink too much. Let's put today's matter behind us. Seeing the future big boss speak, the two girls except Sun Xian helped Zhang Sini to go to the bathroom. Pick it out. The last dessert was a bowl of bird's nest stewed with ginger, potato and ginger, which also indicated that the banquet was coming to an end. 2 bottles of wine, 500,000 yuan, and I didn't drink a single sip. Lu Xiaohua said with concern that his wineglass had fallen over at some point, leaving a large area of the gray tablecloth wet. The rest went into other people's stomachs. He was about to act pretentiously, but then he thought 500,000 was nothing. The other party had just promised to give out 5 billion without even blinking an eye. Zhang Hongshan shared the same sentiment. These tanner-so dishes didn't taste good at all. If there is a smell, it is the smell of gunpowder. 5 billion, just to vent my anger. So awesome. At this time, Zhang Wei was the one with the most complicated feelings. He originally thought that he had ruined the business. Not only would he be unpopular, but his plan to attract investment would also be ruined. Unexpectedly, my luck turned. There is an opportunity to cash out. At the same time, I was thinking that I would never have to be a pimp again. It was so fucking frustrating. Outside the restaurant, everyone dispersed. Sun Xian, do you want me to take you home? Shang Wei sent a nanny car, but Zhang Sini and others were still inside, so she couldn't go back alone. Now, standing alone, Lu Chen felt compassion and asked casually. Sun Xian was not polite either. Tangchen Yipin, I live there. Chapter 24 Check-in. I would rather believe in ghosts than believe what a man says. How could it be such a coincidence that I live in Thompson 1 and you live there too? I think you're after my body. Sun Xian thought evilly. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when she thought of her situation, she quickly changed her mind. If the boss wants to send it, then let him do it. There's a red light anyway and there's nothing he can do. So I agreed. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lu. Sun Qian winked playfully and continued, my future boss. Her cute and charming appearance made all the men present drool over her. Even Lu Chen secretly called her a little devil. I feel like the more I look at it, the more weird it becomes. Her facial features are delicate and elegant, with soft and graceful lines. Her long flowing hair is messy on her face, and her skin is as white as snow and tender, full of collagen. She exudes elegance and intelligence, yet has a fresh and refined temperament. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women, he couldn't deny that this was a stunner, and the kind that would make any normal man excited when he saw her. It was rare for Lu Chen to act like a gentleman. He opened the butterfly door of the Daytona SP3 and got into the car sideways while protecting Sun Qian. When I saw the raised but, something started to grow, but then there was a sigh. What a coincidence. If things go smoothly, he wouldn't mind taking in another one to expand his harem. But now it seems that there is not much hope today because the conditions do not allow it. Then be more patient. The process is also fun. Boom. With a roar of the engine, the red Ferrari gradually disappeared and everyone gradually withdrew their attention. His eyes were full of envy. Men envy Lu Chun for his good fortune, while women envy Sun Xian for having a backer. Despite all the resentment in my heart, I still sigh, it's great to be rich and beautiful. Thompson, 1st grade. In front of the slightly shabby gate, the security guard on duty today is a handsome young man. He had long since developed a keen eye, and the faces and license plates of the residents and the community were all memorized in his mind. Anyone passing by here will definitely recognize it immediately. Suddenly, an unfamiliar Ferrari drove up. Just as he was about to go forward to inquire about the situation, he saw Sun Xian sitting in the passenger seat. Then the limit lever is opened actively. Out of curiosity about the celebrity's privacy, he leaned over to look at the driver's seat. Lu Chen, Building A, top-floor duplex owner. A piece of information suddenly popped up: he owned the best house and no one in the community was more distinguished than him. Welcome home, valued owners. The young security guard greeted. This surprised Sun Xian. The security guards today are really enthusiastic. She said with some surprise that even though she was a star, she rarely enjoyed such treatment after living there for a long time. Lu Chen smiled and said nothing. Instead, he went straight into the basement, parked the car in his own space, and asked Sun Xian which building she lived in. Then I found out. It was just a few floors below mine. He thought that since he was already here, he might as well go up and take a look at the house, so they all got into the elevator. Sun Xian suddenly became alert. He wanted to protect himself, but didn't dare to offend Lu Chen, so he could only speak pitifully. I'm really not comfortable. For a moment, she thought of several situations. Especially those movies I have seen in the island country. The plot of a creepy man breaking into a house and following people keeps flashing in my mind. Lu Chen deliberately didn't explain. And she always keeps a mysterious smile, which makes her look even more perverted. Until another floor button lights up. Sun Xian, who had too much inner drama, finally understood what was going on. It turned out that she was overthinking. The boss really has a house here. As the ding sound rang out, the elevator door slowly opened and she ran out with a blushing face. The feeling in my heart is complicated and confusing. Fortunately or regretfully. Inside the top-floor duplex. There wasn't much change inside the house, but it was much cleaner and brighter. I guess Ella had someone clean it. Lu Chen lay on the balcony railing, feeling the warm breeze that smelled of river water, and looking at the brilliant lights of thousands of homes in the distance. He didn't take Sun Xian's precautions seriously at all. Instead, he was thinking about his own things silently, smoking one cigarette after another. Money really can bring happiness. But it can't stop loneliness and solitude. How to live in this life? He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Time flies, and it's Friday in a blink of an eye. When Lu Chen woke up in Gubei number 1, it was already 12 noon. He went down to the restaurant on the first floor in his slippers. Nanny Zhang quickly brought out the warm food. After 3 days of preparation, we can finally officially move in. He is planning a family dinner. They had already informed Jiang Hong and invited the chef from Jingxiwi. This would be simple yet grand, and would save everyone the trouble of running around. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Chen picked up his phone and called Su Mingqi. Hey, where are you? He asked in a brisk tone. Although the two of them chatted constantly, they hadn't seen each other in a few days. Don't say it, I miss you so much. I'm at school, just about to go out with my roommates. There was also joy in Su Mingqi's voice, and there were a few laughs coming from the side, which should be her roommate. Wait for me, I have something to talk to you about. Lu Chen continued. After hearing an "oh" from inside, he quietly hung up the phone, ate a few mouthfuls of food, and walked towards the underground garage. After some hesitation, I chose the Phantom in Paradise Blue and prepared to experience the driving experience of Rolls-Royce. This is a 2-door, 4-seater GT sports car. The comfort is naturally beyond words, it feels like sitting in a space chair. Its 6.6 TV12 engine provides strong and abundant power, and overtaking only requires a light step on the accelerator. No matter how fast you go. There was no noise in the car, and the good sound insulation even made him forget that he was driving on the road. Seeing the elegant goddess of celebration, the riders became much more friendly, and not only did they not encounter any traffic jams along the way. Some people even offered him the right of way. No wonder they say rich people have high quality, it turns out they encounter fewer unreasonable situations. The distance is not far. Lu Chen quickly arrived at Magic City University. After throwing a cigarette to the security guard, he drove the car into the campus smoothly. This phantom has not been registered. In principle, it is not accessible. That's why we do that. I'm downstairs at your building, he said on the phone. Su Mingqi ran to the balcony in panic. At a glance, he saw Lu Chen waving at him. Don't worry, wait for me for 2 minutes. At this time, in the dormitory, roommate Zhong Ling was hanging clothes. After hearing Su Mingqi's movement, she looked downstairs curiously. Handsome guy. She gossiped to another roommate, Xiaoxia, look, there's a luxury car. Yu Xiaoxia's hand trembled and her eyebrows were drawn crookedly. I was about to blame Zhong Ling, but when I heard the word luxury car, I was no longer able to be angry. She put down the makeup mirror and ran to the balcony. I quickly stretched my head and looked outside, only to see a handsome man looking up at me. You're not here to pick me up, she joked. Chapter 25. Welcome the hostess home. What the hell are you dreaming of? Zhong Ling said rudely, didn't you see that Principal Su was packing her things? They all knew about Lu Chen's existence, so they were not surprised. But when I saw that Rolls Royce, I couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She is beautiful, good at studying, and even her boyfriend is unparalleled. Thinking to myself, Lady Luck is so partial. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, 2 people escorted Su Mingqi out. Zhong Ling pouted and looked unhappy. Didn't we agree to go out to see a movie tonight? Now it seems that it has gone down the drain. Who needs sisters when I have a man? Yu Xiaoxia added appropriately. The thin-skinned Su Mingqi was suddenly embarrassed. It was indeed she who broke the appointment this time, but wasn't it all because of someone's surprise attack? She looked at Lu Chen resentfully. Lu Chen didn't know the details, but through the conversation between the 3 people, he roughly guessed what happened. Then he said, if you don't mind, you can go together. He wanted to ask Su Mingqi if she was willing, but he was afraid that she would become the target of public criticism again, so he stopped in time and changed his words. And then I felt a little regretful. Isn't this just finding 2 light bulbs for yourself? Thank you, brother-in-law. Zhong Ling cheered. I can eat and drink for free again. At this time, Yu Xiaoxia noticed that many classmates were watching. Even though she had always been a little vain, she couldn't stand it at this moment. He hurriedly urged. Let's go, everyone is watching. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly opened the car door, folded the driver and passenger seat backrests to the front, and let Zhong Ling and Yu Xiaoxia sit in the back. Wait for Su Mingqi to sit firmly. He started the car and drove out of the campus. Su Mingqi was dressed very beautifully today, and it was obvious that she had dressed up specially. The loose white pocket short-sleeved shirt could not hide her plump chest, but also set off her slender neck and a pair of arms. It's absolutely beautiful. The button skirt is more sensible, exposing half of the white and tender thighs, giving the benefit just right. Drive carefully. Su Mingqi blushed and pouted after she found out. This made Zhong Ling laugh secretly, and she thought that if they were not there, Lu Chen would definitely take action directly. That is so unsafe. Yu Xiaoxia, on the other hand, was very experienced and didn't take this little action seriously at all. Instead, she looked at the space in the back row. He said seriously, this car is not suitable. It's a bit short. Zhong Ling was confused, so she looked up and saw that the top of the starry sky was still 2 fists away from her. Even if I grow 10 centimeters taller, I can still fit in. Why did you become shorter? It's quite good. It doesn't feel crowded at all, she retorted subconsciously. Yu Xiaoxia usually doesn't laugh unless she can't help it. But now it is a general situation. Then there was a puff. Happy. Su Mingqi was so angry at her roommate's teasing that she twisted Lu Chen's waist hard and turned it 360 degrees like a switch. Then, another pig slaughtering scream was heard from the car. After a while, in the underground garage, the 3 women got out of the car, and the lift door leading to the villa slowly opened. Welcome home, mistress. Ella and the nanny were on the left and right, with a cherry blossom pink convertible sports car in the middle, surrounded by colorful balloons and beautiful flowers. On the front of the hood are the car keys and access card. The sense of ceremony is full. When Lu Chen drove into Gubei number 1, Su Mingqi felt something unusual. When I saw the scene in front of me again, tears couldn't help but flow down. Which girl doesn't like romance? Which girl doesn't want to have a home? The words "welcome the hostess home" completely broke down her defenses and made her feel unprecedentedly touched. Thank you, Lu Chen. Su Mingqi threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. Although she had thousands of words in her heart, she couldn't say them, and in the end she could only say thank you. She felt that she had changed. If it was just liking before, it has become love now, the kind that I have no regrets about. At this moment, my heart melted. So happy. Zhongling's eyes were twinkling with little stars. The plot that can only be seen in TV dramas actually happened around her, which made her feel like she was having a god's perspective. As if I could relate. How great it would be if it were me. Unfortunately, not every girl is Su Mingqi, and not every girl will meet Lu Chen. Wah 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 wah. A burst of applause made the atmosphere even sweeter. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Lu Chen felt that he should give Ella and the others a bonus. This was such a great event. Even a little unexpected. If he doesn't encourage him, he will feel guilty about it. Su Mingqi wiped away her tears of happiness and entered the villa surrounded by people. Yu Xiaoxia held her and whispered, "Take us around the mansion." This was the first time she had seen such a big house, and she couldn't help but want to take a look inside. Su Mingqi also wanted to look around, but she didn't dare to make a decision on her own, so she turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled dotingly. "I already told you that you are the hostess, why are you asking me?" Hearing him say this, Su Mingqi felt warm in her heart, as if she was being held in the palm of his hand. This was probably what it felt like. I am not only happy, but also lucky. Then he said it proudly. I asked you to lead the way. Mr. Lu rarely suffered a setback, so he obediently acted as a guide. In fact, there was nothing much to see at home, so he led the three girls to the courtyard, where there was a large pond. There are 33 koi fish. Koi is an ornamental fish, known as the living gem in the water, and is very particular about its bloodline. They are named according to their color. In addition to the three major colors known as the red and white, Showa, and Teisho, there are also the red crown dragon, the Akazuki dragon, the Hirsachi dragon, and the peacock dragon. The mixture of many species makes the whole pond a beautiful sight. Among them there are 9 koi kings. They are over 1 meter long and weigh more than 40 kilograms. Each one is worth more than 1 million yuan and is a rare and top quality product. The rest are slightly inferior, but not much different. Lu Chen spent a lot of effort to collect them. Just this pond of fish plus the filtration equipment cost him a total of 20 million Chinese yuan. It's simply extravagant to the extreme. He casually scattered a handful of fish food. The koi fish jumped out of the water to compete for the food. Yu Xiaoxia quickly posed and took a lot of beautiful photos. It's so beautiful. Is this fish delicious? Zhongling almost drooled. Lying by the pond, the first thing that comes to mind is eating. In order to avoid having too much fish on the table, Lu Chen quickly asked them to leave and go to see the black pine and rockery in the yard. In and out, up and down. Finally back to the starting point. Su Mingqi and the other two became more and more excited as they walked around, but Lu Chen didn't want to move anymore. Don't you want to watch a movie? There's a movie theater here. His meaning was very clear, which was to stop it and stop torturing my body with your curiosity. But this proposal was not passed. Because the three girls discussed and decided to go swimming in the swimming pool. Chapter 26 Bad Coach. Fortunately, Ella was thoughtful and bought a swimsuit 2 days ago, otherwise she would have to swim in her underwear. After a while they came out of the locker room. Zhongling is not tall but very plump, while Yu Xiaoxia is thin and bony. When they stand together, they look like a pairing of braised pork and lettuce. Can be meat or vegetarian. In order to avoid suspicion, Lu Chen planned to leave. After all, they are all Su Mingqi's roommates. It's not good to watch too much, but I can't help it if I don't watch. But he was stopped by Su Mingqi. Go change your clothes. She said matter-of-factly, I'm a landlubber. You have to come down and teach me. Faced with this kind of request. Although Lu Chen was not very willing, he still agreed reluctantly. His main purpose was to teach Su Mingqi, and taking a few glances at other things was just a byproduct. Change clothes quickly. Unlike women's one-piece swimsuits, his are almost just boxer briefs and look very tight when worn. There is no way I have enough money to lift my butt. Even if you want to hide it, your strength does not allow it. Yu Xiaoxia glanced at the bulging ball and unconsciously compared it with her boyfriend's. Finally came to a conclusion. So big. I just don't know what the timing will be like, otherwise Su Mingqi would be very happy. The single Zhongling was even more useless. She even forgot to disguise herself and stared at him with her eyes wide open. Wow, 8-pack abs. That lustful little expression was no different from a man looking at a bear, except that she had no experience. I am still unable to focus on the key points like Yu Xiaoxia. Su Mingqi noticed some difference and felt that he was much stronger than last time, but it was just a fleeting thought. Then I thought of the romance that night. I couldn't help but blush. Lu Chen jumped into the swimming pool with a splash, which immediately caused ripples and interrupted their reverie. Come on, I'll teach you. He slowly walked to Su Mingqi and asked her to hold on to the edge of the pool to practice floating, while he held up her fat-free belly to help her control her body balance. Later I found that one hand was enough. Then the other one became dishonest. Sometimes he would pick his belly button, sometimes he would touch his little breasts, and sometimes he would pull out some weeds. Su Mingqi soon became unable to bear the torture and protested, "Coach Lu, please respect yourself." She seemed to be warning, but in reality it was a plea. If you change the time and occasion, for example, on the bed in the bedroom, or even in the living room, dining room, or bathroom. But in this swimming pool, under the watchful eyes of my roommates. How can I not be panicked? Student Su, now practice the leg-kicking movement. Lu Chen finally showed mercy and let Su Mingqi change her posture. Who knew it would be even more unbearable? The flawless white back, the sexy and round long legs, and the subtle posture and cleavage. Every glance brings great harm. If the swimming trunks weren't of good quality, he wouldn't be able to hold it. It was already 6 o'clock when we came out of the swimming pool. The private chef team arrived at this time and quickly prepared a table full of dishes using the ingredients, seasonings, and cooking utensils they brought with them. The taste and service are no worse than in the store. Cheers! Including the nanny, 8 people raised their glasses to celebrate, drinking Dom Perignon champagne. Compared with red wine, it has a lower alcohol content and is easier to drink, making it most suitable for festive occasions like this. Zhongling smacked her lips and said, "Delicious." She couldn't describe the specific taste, but it felt a bit like kvass, and had a bready taste in her mouth. Very comfortable. If it tastes good, drink more. Looking at Zhongling, who was drinking like a beverage, Yu Xiaoxia jokingly filled her glass again. While others only took 2 sips, she had already finished her drink. Don't just drink, eat more vegetables. Su Mingqi also looked doting. Zhongling has the boldness of a northerner. She does everything simply and directly, without any twists and turns. She is her best friend in school. With fine wine and delicious food, the bottles and plates were soon empty, and everyone except Lu Chen showed great fighting ability. If a prime minister's belly can hold a boat, then a woman's belly can hold a warship. He really couldn't understand how those people could finish a big bowl of rice after drinking 5 bottles of wine and a whole table of food. Burp! Su Mingqi burped. Lu Chen fanned himself with his hands, and then was met with a barrage of punches. "You're disgusting." But although she said she hated it, she couldn't help being happy in her heart. Ella and others toasted her frequently and called her Miss Su. Respect from others and envy from roommates. All of this came from the man beside her. He never promised anything, but gave so much silently. How can I repay you? It seems that there is nothing I can do but try my best to love. After dinner, they chatted, and Yu Xiaoxia suddenly said, "Mingqi, we should go." Lu Chen looked at his watch. Seeing that it was exactly 9 o'clock in the evening, he asked Sister Wang to prepare to send someone off. She was the only one who didn't drink tonight. In other words, they dare not drink because of their duty. When Zhongling heard Yu Xiaoxia say that they were going back to school, she wanted to stand up immediately, but her body was no longer under her control. Suddenly he staggered and sat back down. "She is drunk. Look at you, you still drank so much." Su Mingqi scolded softly. But looking at her like this, he couldn't harden his heart after all. After a little thought, he said, "Why don't we let them stay? It's the weekend anyway, so we can spend 2 days together." Lu Chen thought about it and felt that it was a good idea. With someone accompanying Su Mingqi, he would feel more relaxed. Play games and sleep in. How free! And it was just such a small matter, she could do whatever she wanted. The guest room was clean and ready for occupancy at any time, so Lu Chen asked Ella and the others to go home from get off work. Su Mingqi arranged for Zhongyu and the other 2 to stay on the 3rd floor. Then he went back to the bedroom. Student Su, let's continue learning swimming. The bad coach Lu Chen wanted to teach again, so he carried her into the bathroom without saying anything. The swimsuit for the afternoon was still hanging on the clothes rack. This made Su Mingqi instantly think of a word, which is also a common bad taste among men. Uniform temptation. Shouldn't it be a stewardess uniform or a nurse uniform? What's the point of a one-piece swimsuit? Stop, I'll do it myself. She grabbed her skirt, which was slipping down, fearing that it would be torn by Lu Chen. But just as he finished speaking, he heard a crackling sound, and the scene he least wanted to see appeared. The two of them froze at the same time. Su Mingqi looked at the torn waistline, her face full of heartache. Look at what you have done. Lu Chen touched his nose awkwardly. He argued, who told you not to cooperate? After he finished speaking stubbornly, he suddenly felt that his arguments were too far-fetched. After all, he was the one who used brute force first. Then he hurried to comfort her. Throw it away and I'll buy you a new one. In his opinion, it was just a piece of clothing. It just so happened that he bought all LV last time, and the style looked too monotonous. It's also a good opportunity to change your clothes. But Su Mingqi didn't think so. This was the first time Lu Chen bought clothes. Even if he bought better or more expensive clothes in the future, they could not be compared with these. Because the meaning is different. That's why I feel distressed and even sad. Don't want. She lowered her head and said seriously, as long as it's bought by you, I won't throw away any of it. Chapter 27, The Level of the Super Rich. This sentence contains stubbornness, cherishment, and affection. Although Lu Chen was a bit straight, he quickly understood the meaning. He opened his arms lovingly and held the girl in his arms, with infinite tenderness surging in his heart. Sorry. It was the first time he uttered these 3 words since his rebirth. Hearing Lu Chen's slightly low voice, Su Mingqi secretly blamed herself for being too sensitive, and the unexpected hug made her feel even more regretful. I put my face against his chest and listened to his pounding heartbeat. The whole world is quiet. The familiar face slowly lowered itself, and she subconsciously closed her eyes, then felt a touch of warmth. When feelings run deep, they become stronger. When it's time to express them, they should be expressed, not a typo. Su Mingqi spoiled Lu Chen a lot and satisfied his bad taste in swimsuits, but Lu Chen didn't know how to be gentle with women. He refused to go to bed. After 10 minutes, Su Mingqi began to feel sore in the waist and legs, so she couldn't help but urge, is it done? Yeah, I'm done warming up. Lu Chen replied. Another 10 minutes later, Su Mingqi, who was about to fall apart, had almost lost the strength to speak. You were over it last time. Lu Chen was very proud. When a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. At that time, I relied on my real ability and had not yet received the physical strength bonus, but now I am certainly no longer a weakling. After all, a physical fitness score of 95 points is comparable to that of top athletes. 20 minutes is far from the limit. 10 minutes later, Su Mingqi had given up resisting. Do whatever you want. I don't believe it will last until dawn. The night will eventually pass, and the storm will eventually end. The battle ended after an hour. However, neither of them noticed that the bathroom window was not closed tightly, and directly below it was the bay window of the guest bedroom. Zhongling fell asleep early because of her drunkenness. The soft snoring sounded like spring thunder to Yu Xiaoxia. Coupled with the smell of her breath, she felt suffocated. Although there was a fresh air system, she still opened the window to ventilate. I don't know when it started, but there were faint sounds coming in. Yu Xiaoxia was also a seasoned woman, and she understood everything instantly. There was only one bedroom upstairs, where Lu Chen and Su Mingqi lived. Although I could guess that they would applaud, guessing it was one thing and hearing it was another. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Yu Xiaoxia didn't leave the window until the beautiful sound ended, her heart filled with envy. Why does Su Mingqi get all the good things? In fact, her conditions are not bad, but people are afraid of comparison, and they always like to target the strong. The gap is immediately apparent. Aren't you tired of listening to this? Zhongling suddenly sat up and said. Yu Xiaoxia was just lost in thought when she was startled by a voice. Damn Zhongling, when did you wake up? She was so focused on eavesdropping that she paid no attention to what was happening in the bedroom. After all, they had been roommates for 3 years, so Zhongling easily saw through Yu Xiaoxia's thoughts. After all, women understand women best. She said jokingly, you're jealous, aren't you? Yu Xiaoxia was a little annoyed when her secret was exposed. Aren't you envious? A luxury car, a luxury house, a good boyfriend. Su Mengqi now has everything we have been pursuing our whole lives. Zhong Ling remained silent. Then he got off the bed and came to Yu Xiaoxia and grabbed a handful of her lower abdomen like a monkey stealing peaches. It seems like he's being a hooligan. What do you mean? Yu Xiaoxia frowned. Zhong Ling sighed heavily, imitating the way ancient private school teachers taught their disappointing students. Hold your crotch. Don't envy things that are out of touch with reality. Just because someone won 5 million, you can't buy lottery tickets every day, right? When you envy others, your present happiness will disappear. Yu Xiaoxia was stunned. It feels like a word of enlightenment awakens a person from a dream. No wonder I keep feeling today that my boyfriend, whom I used to be so proud of, is now useless. It turned out that my reference frame had changed. She looked at Zhong Ling in surprise, her eyes full of surprise. You usually look silly, but I didn't expect you to be quite intelligent. Although the words were a bit rough, they were sincere compliments. At this moment, Zhong Ling was a side she had never seen before. She was not the usual silly girl at all. Zhong Ling didn't care. She chuckled. There was a kind of indifference that I laughed at that others could not see through, but I still agreed. I am a fool with stupid tricks. After such teasing, Yu Xiaoxia felt much happier and the knot in her heart was finally solved. In the master bedroom, on the big bed. After the afterglow, he felt even happier. Holding the lazy cat in his arms, Lu Chen remembered something important. Have you resolved your family issues? He asked. Su Mengqi was drawing small circles. She paused and nodded, feeling indescribably sweet inside. It's nice to have someone to rely on. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a soulmate and completing the branch quest confidant. Obtained mission reward, special skill Eye of Observation, but. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest a newcomer, successfully promoted to a 2-star rich man. Get mission rewards, enable the free point addition function. Main quest is being generated, please wait. The familiar system prompt sounded, and Lu Chen remained calm and composed without any panic. He glanced at Su Mengqi secretly, and seeing that she was smiling with her eyes closed, he immersed his mind completely into the system. The main mission is just beginning. There are 2 branch tasks in total, namely spending money like water and confidant. The sudden completion of the confidant mission should be thanks to Su Mengqi. It turns out that it is so easy to make a woman fall in love with you. Give her happiness first, then give her sexual happiness. He summoned the Eye of Observation to introduce its functions, to check the target person's information, to identify intimacy and loyalty, and to see whether negative distance can be generated. The current level of the super rich is limited to 3 uses per day. Today was almost over, and it would be a waste to use the skills, so Lu Chen first found an experimental subject. Name, Su Mengqi. Age, 21. Appearance, 96. Height, 165 centimeters. Intimacy, 83. Durability, 2. Health, 98. Combined with the instructions, he had a basic guess. Intimacy and loyalty are relative. If you use it on people close to you, then intimacy will be shown. Reaching 80 is what is called a confidant. If you are just an ordinary person, you will show loyalty, which allows you to distinguish between loyalty and treachery, and tell whether the other party is a friend or an enemy. Durability is roughly the number of times deep communication occurs. Each applause consumes 1 durability, so Su Mengqi's value is 2. Healthiness probably doesn't refer to the body, but rather to the ability to engage in deep interactions and avoid inadvertently spreading disease. It's worthy of being a special skill, it's so damn practical. It is simply an essential skill for conquering the world, building a harem, and seeking pleasure. Chapter 28, Arrogant at first and respectful later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the main quest 2, test your skills. Complete the following branch quests to receive rewards. Spend money like water, the daily life of the super rich is all about shopping. Please ask the host to spend a total of 5 billion Chinese yuan. Current progress is 2.593 billion 5 billion. Confidant, gain the favor of 2 friends of the opposite sex, and have them stay by the host's side wholeheartedly. Current progress, 1-2. Making money the right way, even the rich need dreams. Please set a small goal and start by earning 100 million Chinese yuan. Current progress, 0-100 million. Task time limit, 90 days. The first two branch tasks have not changed much, only the number has increased. It is actually very simple to make money in a proper way. With the knowledge of being the son of a chaebol family in this life, coupled with the experience of workplace struggles in the previous life, and the unlimited money provided by the system, if he still can't earn a small goal, then he might as well just find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Now he was more concerned with something else. Free addition of points, every 10 points can be converted into one attribute point, and the host can add physical, mental and intellectual points by himself to continuously improve his overall quality. The rewards for the main quests are all for opening up new features. It is also equivalent to adding a golden finger. Compared with these incredible effects, the little money provided by the system is not worth mentioning. So Lu Chen never cared about money, as long as he had enough to spend and complete the task. He looked at the current properties. Host, Lu Chen. Age, 21. Appearance, 92. Height, 185 centimeters. Physical fitness, 95 plus. Spirit, 90 plus. Intelligence, 95 plus. Godly points, 2193. Skill, Eye of Observation. Then he spent 23 points without hesitation to increase his physical, mental and intellectual strength to 101. He wanted to try if his physical limit was 100, and whether he could break it by adding points. An electric current, far stronger than the last time, kept running through the body. Lu Chen's soul was about to leave his body. He felt as if he was floating in the air, and his whole body was in a hazy state. The heart beat as fast and sharply as a drum, the blood vessels expanded and contracted as if earthworms were crawling, and even the muscles began to spasm. Trembling. It's like having an epilepsy. This upgrade lasted for 5 minutes before the body and consciousness gradually returned to control. Lu Chen, Lu Chen. The exhausted Su Mingqi was about to fall asleep when she suddenly noticed the bed shaking, and then she discovered something was wrong with Lu Chen. Scorching body temperature, alarming heartbeat, twitching body. She searched all the medical knowledge in her mind, but couldn't find a way to deal with it. She could only call out the name over and over again in panic. Lu Chen, hold on. I'll call 120 right now. Su Mingqi said with tears in her eyes, please don't be in any trouble. At this time, Lu Chen had just woken up and his body was not very flexible. He raised his arm and grabbed Su Mingqi's wrist. It's okay, I just had a nightmare. Despite his constant words of comfort, Su Mingqi was still very worried and insisted on going to the hospital for a checkup. Fortunately, my body recovered quickly. He suddenly jumped up, trying to prove that he was indeed safe and sound, but he didn't expect that he would succeed. You have to know that the bed is soft and it is not easy to use as leverage. But even if he can still stand up like this, it can only be said that his core strength is too strong after being strengthened. Su Mingqi felt much more relieved. Then he seemed to have thought of something, his eyes full of strangeness. Have you eaten too much? What to eat? Lu Chen asked curiously. His consciousness was still evolving, so he didn't think much about it. That kind of medicine. Su Mingqi stammered, otherwise, how could you suddenly become so much stronger? Lu Chen was stunned after hearing this. It's okay to doubt one's character, but you can't doubt one's ability. This is a naked insult to a man. No, I'm just gifted. And yet, Su Mingqi didn't believe it. Words are too pale and powerless. Lu Chen wants to prove it with actions. But it was rejected sternly. As for the reason, everyone who should understand will understand. In order to avoid being cheated, he went to check it out in person and found that it was indeed pink with red and swollen, so he decided to stop. After playing around for a while, they got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. He stood in front of a half-length mirror and found that the changes in his body were greater than he had imagined. With bulging biceps, standard 8-pack abs, and strong quadriceps, his whole body is full of strength. No wonder Su Mingqi looked at me like that. A little bit lecherous, horny, and wanting. The next day at noon, Zinti Andy. In a popular internet hair salon, Lu Chen was sitting on the sofa to rest, with the fruits of the three people's morning shopping and eating at his feet. There were a lot of big and small bags. Although the items were all purchased in small shops and the unit price basically did not exceed 100 yuan, they bought a lot because of this. And carry them all by yourself. Going shopping with a woman is a man's nightmare, and going shopping with 3 women is a nightmare within a nightmare. It was only because Lu Chen's physique was far superior to that of an ordinary person, otherwise he would be no better than a tired dog being dragged around. After the shopping, my body was no longer tired, but my mind was not much better. It takes 4 hours to do my hair. I was going to go crazy if I kept waiting, so I asked, can I go for a walk on my own? This request is not excessive. It was a follower's last cry. Sure, just come back and pay later. In view of his good performance, Su Mingqi agreed on the spot. So Lu Chen walked onto the street again. Xintiandi is a Shikuman-style neighborhood with a sense of fusion of East and West and interweaving of old and new. The store decoration is also very distinctive. It has become a must-visit destination for young people. He wandered around aimlessly and finally stopped in front of a watch shop. The watch shop is not small, at least 100 square meters, and it sells all the common luxury brands. There was an old acquaintance sitting at the counter. Watch dealer Lao Ma. Once at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, I sold him 2 Richard Mille watches. Hey, Lao Ma, he shouted as he entered. Old Ma, who was wearing rimless glasses, shuddered and was about to explode when he saw Lu Chen standing in front of him. Oh, it's Mr. Lu. He excitedly came out from behind the counter, brought a stool with his own hands, and helped Lu Chen sit down. The attitude is not ordinary attentive. Lao Ma, are you so enthusiastic towards every customer? He asked jokingly. But I knew in my heart that it was impossible. Even if it is just a pretense to show service attitude, it will not be as enthusiastic as before. How could it be? Old Ma licked his face and smiled. This is Mr. Lu's exclusive service. Lu Chen was puzzled. Last time he looked down on me, but today he treated me like a boss. It was too obvious that he was rude at first but respectful later. Although I bought 2 watches, I don't seem to be short of money. But it's not worth it. Why? He asked. Chapter 29. Old Ma smiled mysteriously. Friends have been saying lately that some big shot is buying up luxury homes like crazy in Shanghai. Even the top floor apartment in Huazhou Junting has been snapped up. That person should be you, right? It turned out that he had witnessed his own money ability. This is understandable. Naturally, people will not have the same attitude towards the rich second generation and the big guys. But the key is, how do you know that person is me? Lu Chen asked the question in his heart. The wretched old Ma chuckled, with an expression that said, you underestimate me. Lao Ma's friends are from all walks of life. From the way they described it, I knew it was you. It's because we just met once. After hearing this, Lu Chen neither admitted nor denied it, but he understood what it meant to be a powerful city tycoon. He was indeed a veteran who had lived in the Magic City for a long time. It's indeed not easy. I am richer than him, but I don't have as much background as him. Okay, are there any good things? Both of them stopped talking at that point and put the topic aside. Talking too much will only make things less beautiful. Good things must be had, just pay enough money. New Richard Mille, the RM66 suspended tourbillon. Lu Chen took it in his hand and looked at it. There was a 6-shaped rock gesture on the dial, floating as if without any support. Against the backdrop of the black watch body, it gave people a wild and unrestrained feeling. It is much more pleasing to the eye and luxurious than that island country's black warrior. See, he's interested. Lama then added, it has a name, called the Devil's Horn, and it is limited to 50 pieces. I'll give you a friendly price of 15 million. Lu Chen didn't comment and opened another box himself. Inside is a Patek Philippe watch with an orange strap and a platinum body. The dial looks like a hollow car wheel and looks very metallic. Compared with the Devil's Horn, it looks both serious and majestic. What about this? He asked. Lao Ma smiled slightly. Patek Philippe 5750p, a watch with top-level complex craftsmanship and a minute repeater function. Limited to 15 pieces, 12 million. It's more than 10 million. I don't know if it's really worth that much or if Ma is just being cruel and asking for an exorbitant price. He had reason to suspect that the old man was ripping off the rich. There's just no evidence. The last watch on the counter is also a Patek Philippe, with a blue strap, a blue dial and a watch body inlaid with diamonds, which sparkles under the light. Compared with ordinary formal watches, there is not much new. As if she saw his disdain. Lao Ma took the watch in his hand and said, this is a Patek Philippe 5374, equipped with a minute repeater and a perpetual calendar, 2 traditional complex functions. The diamond on it alone is 11.73 carats. I won't sell it for less than 33 million. After saying this, he placed it in a box as if it were a treasure, carefully guarding it, fearing that it would fall and break in his hands and he wouldn't be able to sell it. Lu Chen originally looked down on it. But when I heard the price was so high, I felt it wasn't that ugly. Moreover, he is really good at pretending. Although this 5374 watch is not very good looking, it is simple and elegant, and its classic design will not easily become outdated. As the slogan says, no one can own a Patek Philippe, it is just preserved for the next generation. A watch with collectible value is good even if you don't wear it. Thinking of Su Mingqi's empty wrist, he continued, "Ladies, take a few and see." "Okay," Old Ma said happily. There are far fewer women's watches than men's watches, and the selection is not very wide. After careful selection, Lu Chen only picked out two. One is the Richard Mille RM0702, with a white strap and pink case, which is a perfect match with the cherry pink Dawn. Combining the two, Su Mingqi is a typical pink lady. Another is Patek Philippe 7968, which has 40 baguette diamonds on the dial, arranged to look like a rainbow circle. It is much more fashionable than that men's grenade. Lu Chen pushed them forward. "What's the price?" When talking about money, Lao Ma immediately became serious. Richard Mille RM0702, 9.8 million. Patek Philippe 7968 is cheaper, only 1.66 million. It is indeed much cheaper than expected, and the two together are not as expensive as the 5750p. This made Lu Chen feel a little embarrassed. It was the first time I bought a watch for Su Mingqi, and I bought such a bad one, as if I was reluctant to do so. "Forget it, just take these $5. Lu Chen said with a little regret. When Lao Ma heard that he wanted it all for 5 yuan, he was very happy. This was the biggest deal he had made recently. A total of 71.46 million. I'll round off the number and give you 70 million. It's always nice to be wiped out. Although rounding off the number wiped out 1.46 million, and Lao Ma definitely earned more, he still swiped the card without hesitation. Take off the Crystal Astronaut and replace it with a Patek Philippe 5750p. This watch is not the most expensive, but it is Lu Chen's favorite. The mechanical feel of it fascinates him. Go out and come back with a full load. But only more than an hour had passed, and since he would just have to wait if he went back, Lu Chen started thinking about what else he could do. Then one thing came to mind. As the saying goes, don't put all your eggs in one basket. I only have a bank card from China Merchants Bank, so who knows if there will be any unexpected situations. To be on the safe side, you should apply for a few more. So they set their sights on the bank. More than 2 hours later, he succeeded and had 6 black cards in his hand, each with 10 million transferred into it. And there are 6 more private banking customer identities. When I got back to the hair salon on time, Zhongling was the only one still blow drying her hair. Her time management was just perfect. "It's time to pay the bill," Su Mingqi said coquettishly. Lu Chen agreed and looked at her hairstyle, only to find that there wasn't much change. He didn't know what she had been doing for the past 4 hours. "I can only tell myself in my heart that just be happy." "What did you buy?" Looking at the packaging bags, Su Mingqi asked curiously. Lu Chen had originally planned to give it to her as a gift after returning home, but now that he had discovered it, he took it out in advance. So I handed one over. The outermost layer is a pure black paper box, with no fancy decoration except a row of English letters. Not conspicuous at all. The inner layer is square, like a smaller shoebox, but the texture is definitely much better than a shoebox. It feels heavy in the hand. After opening it, it is still a box, but it has prints on it. You can guess what it is by opening it up to this point. Watch. Su Mingqi was surprised. Under Lu Chen's encouraging gaze, she suppressed her excitement and opened the blind box. The white strap, transparent case, hollow dial, and a full circle of diamonds look like a pair of slightly open pink lips. The sparkling diamonds are the teeth. Chapter 30 Times Entertainment. So beautiful. A group of people had gathered around at some point, and they were even more excited than Su Mingqi. As a hair salon with an average consumption of more than 1,000. Those who come here to get their hair done are all well off, and many of them recognized the model of the watch, which immediately caused them to scream in surprise. Is this Richard Mille? The Rose Quartz 0702 is limited to 7 pieces worldwide and will be sold for nearly 10 million. Hubby, I want one too. If you have a beautiful family, I can buy you a better one. You, break up. Suddenly there was a lot of noise. Some of them were amazed, but more of them were envious. Even Yu Xiaoxia, who had achieved great enlightenment, almost collapsed again. This is something worth tens of millions, and they just gave it to each other casually before they got married. It's just messing with your mentality. Seeing more and more people gathering. Lu Chen didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he called Su Mingqi and the other two and quickly left the hair salon. 2 days passed quickly as we ate, drank, and had fun. Monday morning. Under Lu Chen's strong persuasion and the instigation of her two roommates, Su Mingqi drove the Yaoying to school. Because Lu Chen didn't have time to send them off. Chang Wei called him early and asked him to sign the share transfer agreement. The process of equity acquisition is quite complicated. Reaching an agreement with Chang Wei is only the first step, and there is still a lot to be done. After the last dinner, he contacted a professional intermediary agency to conduct due diligence on Times Entertainment. As of last night, it was basically completed. With the intervention of the system, the major shareholders were surprisingly cooperative, so the shares were gathered relatively quickly. Almost overnight. All preparations are completed. The office address of Times Entertainment is in the Extreme building on the shores of Taiping Lake. As soon as Lu Chen walked into the first-floor lobby to meet his advisory team, Chang Wei came up to greet him with a smile. "Mr. Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." In fact, he was happier than he looked. The film and television industry is no longer like it was a decade ago, when a few companies could dominate the market with high valuations and high profits. Even the old man who refused to admit defeat couldn't help but cash out and leave. This shows how serious the recession is. If I had made this decision a few years earlier, I wouldn't be in such a bad situation now. Fortunately, it's not too late. 3 billion in cash is enough to live a carefree life. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two went directly to the company's conference room, where the shareholder in question was already waiting. "This is Mr. Lu from Ali Ventures. This is Mr. Zhang from Penguin Pictures. This is Mr. Xiao, the company's director." Following Chang Wei's introduction, Lu Chen shook hands with them one by one. Among them, Ali and Penguin were partially transferred, while the other directors cleared out all their positions and did not stay in Times Entertainment. Meet Lu Chen. Lu, Zhang, Xiao, and the others had surprise and suspicion in their eyes. Although Chang Wei said he was very young, I didn't expect him to be so young. It even made me doubt whether he was 20 years old. Can such a young man lead Times Entertainment out of its predicament? Most of the time, he just wants to have fun and get involved in the entertainment industry by messing around with women. They couldn't help but feel fortunate that they didn't miss the opportunity to sell their shares. The agreement was jointly drafted by both parties, and all disputes had been resolved before. Lu Chen signed his name neatly. Happy cooperation. It was the same old handshake. And at the same time as the handshake, the system completed the most important step. Pay. About a minute later, Director Zhao's financial advisor came up to him and whispered, "Mr. Xiao, the funds have arrived." Okay. Mr. Xiao smiled. Others pay in installments, or delay payment as long as possible, but Lu Chen manages to get the money to his account within seconds. I can only say, honest and straightforward young people are just pleasing to the eye. "Mr. Chang, what are your plans next?" Lu Chen asked Chang Wei after everyone else left. This guy was a bit cunning and kept 4.99% of the shares. Is the third largest shareholder. Chang Wei smiled slightly. He said flatteringly, "I want to follow you in the future. I wonder if Master Lu is willing to accept me." Times Entertainment is the Chang family's only industry. Now, apart from these shares, I am so poor that I only have money left. Without him there would be nothing to do. With less than 5% of the shares, he can continue to work at Times, which not only allows him to secure the profits but also mobilize the company's resources. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. But Chang Wei also has great sincerity in it. The powerful strength shown by Lu Chen is worth his bet and following. To be honest, Lu Chen was a little tempted. The company has been acquired, but someone still needs to manage it. But he himself doesn't have the energy. Still be your general manager. Lu Chen gave Chang Wei this opportunity. A person with neither strong ability nor big ambition is most suitable to be a puppet spokesperson. It can keep the company running without seeking power or usurping the throne. Think about it from this perspective. He is a good choice. But to be on the safe side, I still examined it again with the eye of observation. The results showed that loyalty kept fluctuating, from the initial 38 to 56. Loyalty is like intimacy. The minimum value is 100 and the maximum value is plus 100. 0 means no feeling at all, and 56 is obviously very high. After all, it was only the second time we met. This also fully illustrates a truth: whoever gives you milk is your mother. Thank you, Mr. Liu. No, thank you, boss. Chang Wei was overjoyed to see his request approved. The wishful thinking has finally come true. Although he has lost the decision-making power in the company, all matters, big and small, still have to go through his hands, and he is still second only to one person and above hundreds of people. If Lu Chen is the ancient emperor, then he is the prime minister of the current dynasty. So I quickly made up my mind. From now on, I will follow Mr. Lu's lead. With you at the helm and me in charge, we will definitely create a new era. Chang Wei patted his chest and made the promise. Doing the surgery? Lu Chen said mischievously, that must be so painful. He was joking, but in his heart he was thinking about how to place some spies in the company. At least the secretary to the board and the financial director should be replaced by their own people. This way, Times Entertainment will not be out of control. Mr. Lu is really humorous. Now even Lu Chen's farts smell good, not to mention his teasing. Chang Wei not only enjoys it, but even regards it as a kind of intimacy. He treated the same attitude as the leader. Company, what difficulties are there? Lu Chen put away his smile and started talking about serious matters. In today's entertainment era, his words are final. There is no problem that cannot be solved. But you also need to know what needs to be done. Seeing that his elder brother had finally spoken, Chang Wei began to complain and poured out his grievances for more than 10 minutes. But to sum up, it's nothing more than a lack of money in works. So he immediately used the cheat code to redeem an entertainment resource package, which was placed in his real name mailbox. I just don't know what's inside, and whether it's worth spending 100 godly rich points. Find me a computer. Lu Chen said. Chang Wei slapped his forehead, his face full of apology. The office is ready, I'll take the boss there right away. Then the two of them came to a room. Chapter 31, Never touched anything below B. The first thing you see after pushing the door open is the living room. Four single sofas are arranged in a U shape, highlighting the dignity and comfort of the visiting guests. On the right is a separate bathroom. Behind the 3-meter-long solid wood desk is a whole row of bookshelves, which does not look old-fashioned with the decoration of fashionable ornaments. There is a delicate lounge chair on the balcony. Outside the window is the core of this area, Taiping Lake and Taiping Park. If you shift your gaze to the left, you can also see Tsuehu Tiandi where Zhou Jing and Zhou Yi live. And what made Lu Chen most satisfied? There is a private suite inside, so you don't have to book a room even if you want to do something bad. All supplies are brand new. I have to say that Chang Wei is very dedicated and he knows how to play the workplace very well. After logging into his real name email account, he found that there was indeed an unread email. Lu Chen downloaded the attachment and opened it, and he immediately felt very familiar. 3 TV series, 3 movies, and 20 songs. Although they are not ready-made audio and video, but exist in the form of scripts and lyrics, they have all been very popular in their previous lives without exception. He copied it and gave it to Chang Wei. There are some resources here, go back and prepare them. The main business of Times Entertainment Company includes 2 sectors, artists and production. It has many powerful actors such as veteran actors, but lacks traffic that can make money. Lu Chen's plan is to create stars. With the resources in his hands, he can definitely make a few artists famous and bring considerable profits to the company. Chang Wei had no idea what he was up to and could only leave the office with suspicion. Check out the resources. Actually, today is a very important day for all employees. After all, a change of ownership and a new boss taking office means personnel changes and redistribution of resources. This inevitably makes many people feel uneasy. Although the acquisition process is confidential, there are always some rumors, especially for some senior executives. It is basically not a secret. But if we talk about who knew it first, it must be Joyce Chang and a few others. As a popular star and the top sister of the Times, she doesn't have to come to work in the company often, but she still came here specially today. The resentment after the dinner has turned into anxiety. Has Mr. Liu, who was then a boss today, really forgiven me? She wanted to test it out. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Lu Chen didn't know who would be looking for him at this time. Chang Wei had just gone out. Could it be that he had come back again? Come in, he said calmly. Zhang Sini walked up to Lu Chen in an orderly manner, but found that she had forgotten all the speeches she had prepared. My mind was full of that stern face at the banquet. Just ask directly. Boss, are you still mad at me? In fact, for Lu Chen, there was no need to be angry. After all, he had already vented his anger at that time. However, it is inevitable that there will be some bad impressions. If Joyce Cheng hadn't come this time, he would probably give her some special care at some appropriate time. Even if we don't suppress them intentionally, we will give them fewer benefits. But now, the last thorn in my heart was gone, and when I looked at this big star again, he was obviously much more pleasing to the eye. He lay back cynically. Do you think my heart is smaller than yours? After hearing this, Zhang Sini felt relieved, knowing that Lu Chen no longer cared about it. It seemed that apologizing decisively at that time was a wise move. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this atmosphere today. Looking at the milk bottle the size of her fist and then at Lu Chen's strong chest muscles, she felt that she was indeed a little inferior. As an experienced young woman who has been in the entertainment industry for many years, she understands men's minds very well. It's very firm. Joyce Cheng shook her shoulders and said coquettishly. But in Lu Chen's eyes, it seemed quite seductive. If it were in the past, he might have been aroused, but after 2 days of release over the weekend, this little teasing would not cause any harm. But in the face of provocation, there is no reason not to fight back. He smiled mischievously. I haven't touched it, how do I know if it's really hard? Perhaps this sentence was too direct, and could even be taken as a hint, so Zhang Sini did not dare to respond for a while. Lu Chen also felt that it was too direct. I wanted to quickly come back, but I found that I, who had always been eloquent, was at a loss for words. I stuttered for a long time but couldn't express another meaning. Are you trying to say that you didn't mean that? Joyce Cheng giggled. It turns out that even the overbearing CEO Lu Chen can have embarrassing and humiliating moments. And it all happened in my own hands. This made her secretly happy, as if she had avenged herself. Look, you forced me to drink so much alcohol. Humph. It's just that his arrogance is a bit obvious, and he doesn't even use acting skills to disguise it. This made Lu Chen very angry. Unless it was in bed, how could he let a woman have the upper hand? Since the other person is thick-skinned enough, don't blame him for being mean-spirited. Or, let me try? Lu Chen forced out a harmless smile, walked outside the desk, and made a dragon claw gesture like milking. He said with a wicked smile, I've never touched anything below B. Seeing that her chest was about to be attacked, Joyce Cheng screamed in fear and ran all the way to the door before stopping. I feel half ashamed and half annoyed. There's even a little bit of excitement. Director Lu, although we have signed a contract with the company, we will not accept unspoken rules. She deliberately opened the door and spoke very loudly, especially the 3 words unspoken rules, which she almost shouted out. At least the whole floor could hear it. Lu Chen's face suddenly became dark, thinking that his reputation was almost ruined. He never thought that Joyce Cheng would dare to fight back. The employees knew that the boss liked to use unspoken rules before they even met him in person. It seemed like they couldn't stay at Times Entertainment anymore. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded again. A girl in her early 20s, with a slim figure and pretty face, who looked like an ordinary person walked in. She was timid, yet courageous. Lu, Mr. Lu. As long as you give me a chance, I'm willing to do what Sister Sini is unwilling to do. As for opportunities, it is naturally the opportunity to debut. There are still many trainees in the company who train hard every day and try their best to get into the circle. The competition is no less difficult than the college entrance examination. To be honest, Lu Chen did not approve of the girl's behavior, but he admired her courage. How many people in the world would dare to risk their lives on the verge of heaven or hell and say give me a chance in front of the biggest boss? If it were my previous life, I wouldn't have such courage. May I have your name? The girl replied in a panic, my name is Xiaoling Fei. What can you do, acting or singing? Sing. Xiaoling Fei answered again. Pick a song you know and sing it at random. Lu Chen is willing to give her a chance, but he also wants to see if she has the ability. Opportunities can be given to those who are prepared, but they also need to have the ability to seize them. Chapter 32, A woman who acts like a spoiled child has the best fate. Xiaoling Fei also understood this principle. She cleared her throat, got into position, and sang a popular song of the modern era. Lu Chen doesn't understand the professional evaluation criteria. He felt that the voice was ethereal and comfortable to listen to, and its level surpassed that of anyone he had ever met. Whether in KTV or bar, no one can match him. "Let's go find Mr. Chang," he said casually. "Just say I asked you to pick a song." Xia Lingfei bowed, tears welling up in her eyes. "Thank you, Director Liu. Thank you, Director Liu. I'm available anytime if you want." Lu Chen coughed lightly. "Wave her away." If it weren't for the last sentence, perhaps this would have become a story of discerning talent. But now the taste has changed. There may be such a rumor many years later. Back then, the singing queen Xia Lingfei sold her body in exchange for a bright future in the entertainment industry. Thinking of Joyce Chang's tricks, he was so angry that his teeth were itching, and secretly decided to make things difficult for her. Let her know that the boss must not be offended. A stingy and vindictive male boss. Especially don't offend them. For most of the next day, Lu Chen held several necessary meetings and interviewed several senior executives. Then I left the company before getting off work and went back to Tsuehu Tiandi to see the two sisters. Among the two, Zhou Yi is the most likable. Not only does she send greeting messages every day, but she also gives some benefits from time to time. I've seen everything from JK clothes to legs in stockings. If he wasn't waiting for the two women to move into the new house, he would have rushed over to watch the reality show. When Lu Chen walked into the house, Zhou Yi was broadcasting live. "Family, that's all for today. See you tomorrow." She hurriedly exited the live broadcast room and ran out of the bedroom, looking happy and angry. "You cruel, stinky man, you still remember to come?" After saying that, he jumped suddenly, hanging on Lu Chen. If it weren't for the 101 points of physical strength, Lu Chen would have sprained his waist. In that case, I can only win by lying down at night. He subconsciously pushed it up, not forgetting to taunt, "You want to murder your husband?" Zhou Yi just laughed and ignored the dirty hand on her butt. Still thinking about it. The term husband is used very well. Can it be considered as a confirmation of one's identity? Didn't I say I would help you? Why are you live streaming again? Lu Chen didn't want her to please others. And made a promise. I will naturally help her achieve it. I just like it. Zhou Yi wrinkled her nose, but I don't know why, but I just can't gain followers. This made her somewhat discouraged, as she could sing in tune, and was beautiful and had a hot body. There should be far more than 200,000 followers. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly. The current live broadcast industry is still immature, and the live broadcast routines are still being explored. He knows clearly that it is difficult for an individual to attract fans. Without the support of the union and the operation of capital, 99.99% of the anchors will be like Zhou Yi. There is no way out. Not even enough to live on. Until one day, when they can no longer bear the pressure of life or their dream of becoming an internet celebrity is shattered, they are forced to change careers and find another way to make a living. If Zhou Yi hadn't met me, she would probably have done the same. The advantages she thought she had were insignificant in front of the instrument, and others could do them easily. Apart from those who want to look ugly, there are no ugly women on the internet. The problem that Zhou Yi was worried about was no problem at all for Lu Chen, and he was fully prepared. But before it starts working, I still feel a little uneasy. So I used the eye of observation. Name, Zhou Yi. Age, 23. Appearance, 94. Height, 169. Intimacy, 62. Durability, 1. Health, 97. The intimacy has reached 62, which means there is no doubt about her sincerity. The durability has only dropped by 1, so I can be 100% sure that she is my woman. Lu Chen no longer hesitated. Call me husband and I will help you realize your dream. The big bad wolf began to set a trap for my Yang. I thought Zhou Yi would be shy. Unexpectedly, she was not shy at all and called out very clearly and crisply. Husband, husband, husband. More than 10 people shouted in just a few seconds. This made Lu Chen feel no sense of accomplishment, and he couldn't feel the sweetness that he should have felt when he called his husband for the first time. It's too perfunctory and can't be counted, he said disapprovingly. Zhou Yi raised his head and put away his playful smile. I think at this point she no longer cared about dreams. I felt very peaceful with my arms around Lu Chen, and I wanted to express the warmth in my heart. Husband. This cry was so sincere and heartfelt that it was far superior to the previous ones. Lu Chen let her come down with satisfaction and took out a thick stack of papers from the bag on the sofa. There is a cover on the top that says, "The Complete Guide to Becoming an Internet Celebrity Blogger." The name was chosen by him, and the content came from the system, which recorded all the planning plans of major well-known anchors in the previous life. Operational philosophy, growth path, live broadcast routines, hook-setting methods, short video scripts, etc. If placed in the ancient martial arts world, it would be no less than a copy of the Sunflower Manual. Joey watched in amazement. "Oh my god, you can play like this?" After a while, she suddenly screamed, "I love this, motorcycle goddess." Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Motorcycles were not something you could just play with. So he asked with a smile, "Do you have a driver's license?" You cannot drive a motorcycle if you have a car driver's license. If you drive on the road without a motorcycle license, you will be considered driving without a license, and if you have a car driver's license, you will be fined and have points deducted. I have an E-level license, okay? Stop looking down on me. Joey waved his fist and said, "I'm driving a Honda CBR 500R now." Now it was Lu Chen's turn to be surprised. Although it is just a mid-displacement motorcycle, it at least proves that she has a certain foundation. Just know how to ride. The rest can be done by the team. Okay, it's settled. Lu Chen waved his hand and prepared to let Joey go the route of a motorcycle goddess. "Once we have formed a team, I will buy you any car you want. Motorcycles are very cheap. The G900 I drove today can be exchanged for at least 20 of the best cars." But when she heard that it was not to be bought now, Joey immediately became unhappy. She tiptoed to Lu Chen and said, shaking the corner of her clothes, No, I want it now." "All right, hubby." In front of the sound of the clamp, Lu Chen was completely defenseless and got goosebumps all over his body, but he was also quite proud of it. So I obeyed instantly. "Let's go, now." Lu Chen turned around to change his shoes, and a cheer of "yeah" came from behind him. "Pick up your sister and we'll go together," he said again. "Zhou Jing hasn't finished get off work yet, so it's a good opportunity for us to go out and play together. Otherwise, it would feel like we're being favored. Lao Tzu said that what is worrying is not the scarcity but the inequality. The palms and backs of the hands are all made of flesh, and sisters should be treated equally." "Hump, stinky man." Joey pretended to be jealous and expressed her dissatisfaction, but her body followed honestly. He was afraid that if he was a step slower, Lu Chen would leave him behind. Chapter 33 Kawasaki H2. In front of China Merchants Bank, where Zhou Jing works. Lu Chen had just parked the car for 2 minutes when the bank president, Lu Jianlong, came running out and said jokingly, "Brother Lu, why don't you come in and sit down?" He specifically told the security guard that he must tell him immediately when some big customers come. So the president already knew about it before the G900 was turned off. "Hey, why is Brother Lu coming out?" Lu Chen looked flattered. Then he pointed at Zhou Jing behind him. "I picked her up from get off work. It's not time yet, just wait in the car for a while." Lu Jianlong thought. Fortunately he called Zhou Jing out, and then looked at Joey in the passenger seat. The relationship between the two was determined instantly. I couldn't help but admire him. Isn't this too amazing? I just gave you one, but you got a couple. Young people nowadays are really cunning. If he was not so determined to pursue a career in government and not interested in beauty, he would have kowtowed and become his disciple on the spot. He winked at Lu Chen. He turned to look at Zhou Jing again. "Manager Zhou, please get off work." Zhou Jing was stunned, not knowing whether Lu Jianlong was being polite or serious. Many times, one should not just listen to what the leader says. So confirm carefully. "President, there's a meeting to be held." Lu Jianlong sighed and said inwardly, "How can a meeting be more important than accompanying a client? You will be free to work in the future, so it doesn't matter if you don't come to the bank. The meaning is very clear, just hold a position." Lu Chen drove directly to pick her up, which made their relationship clear, and he was willing to do this favor. He's just an employee, the bank can easily afford him. He uses a female manager to stabilize billions of deposits, and he even wishes he had a few more Zhou Jings so that he can just lie down and drink tea. The transition period in the branch can also be shortened by a few years. And even if he doesn't let people go, what can he do? The rich people on the list can choose not to work, and he can't stop others from resigning. It's better to be like this now. At least there is a bond, which will make it convenient to contact each other in the future. Thanks, Brother Lu. Lu Chen responded personally, indicating that he agreed. Lu Jianlong always does favors first. Although he has no intention of changing banks, he would be embarrassed to do so even if he did. Under the same conditions in the future, I will definitely choose China Merchants Bank again. In the car. What are you doing following me out here? Looking at her sister, Zhou Jing said unhappily. Her sixth sense told her that Zhou Yi must be up to something. The two grew up together and understood each other very well. Otherwise she wouldn't be so honest. Buy a motorcycle and become a motorcycle goddess. Zhou Yi said proudly and honestly. Her sister couldn't control her before, and now with Lu Chen's support, she is even more lawless. Speak with confidence. Zhou Jing also realized this, snorted and ignored him. Looking at the two sisters bickering, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. What kind of car do you want to buy? Without a destination, he, the driver, was in a dilemma. Of course it's the Kawasaki H2. As the ceiling among motorcycles, owning one is the dream of every motorcycle enthusiast. If you want to buy one, this one will definitely be the first one. The thought of myself in a black motorcycle suit. After stopping the Kawasaki H2, he took off his helmet and let his hair fly freely. There is an indescribable excitement and full of impatience. Go to Dongzhou 4S store and I can buy it directly. She added again. Kawasaki motorcycles are in great demand, and most models require reservations. Lu Chen didn't expect Zhou Yi to have this channel. You can skip ordering and get your new car directly. However, he was happy to just be the driver, so he turned on the navigation and headed straight for his destination. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen parked the car in front of the 4S store. Zhou Yi pointed at the group of people in front of the door and said in surprise, "The most handsome one is called Wukong. I'm going to get the car from him." That fangirl-like expression was as if she had seen her idol. Lu Chen took a look and found that it was a male internet celebrity. He couldn't help feeling jealous. There was no handsome guy in front of him. Compared with him, they were all trash. What Wukong? I'm Beiji. His tone was sour, which made Zhou Jing laugh. The thick-skinned Zhou Yi was unaware of anything and continued to look at the crowd filming videos in front of the door with admiration. The content of the filming was the vehicle delivery ceremony. A cargo box was delivered to the door. Wukong suppressed his excitement and urged others to open the box quickly. What does it feel like to pick up the most powerful motorcycle on the planet? Please follow me to find out. The toolman came forward with a wrench, and Wukong quickly warned him, "Take it easy, this is worth 2 Ducati V4S. After hearing this, the toolman immediately pretended to be surprised. They cooperated seamlessly. "Don't fool me, what kind of car can be so expensive?" Wukong smiled mysteriously. He didn't answer immediately, but tore off the wrapping film and pointed to a touch of green on the car body. Asked, "Isn't it obvious enough?" The toolman immediately understood and said a name casually. "I see. Yes, buy a disc." In this way, the few of them joked around and soon finished unpacking the box. When a black and green motorcycle was revealed, Zhou Yi screamed with excitement. "Mine, mine." Her voice was accidental and affected the filming. Stop, retake this part." Wukong shouted. Seeing this, Lu Chen finally understood. What Zhou Yi bought was a prop that someone sold to her after filming a video, and the price might even be increased. It's really a good deal. I thought the entertainment industry was hypocritical enough, but I didn't expect the internet celebrity circle to be the same, or even worse. After a while, the video shooting was completed and Wukong trotted over to find Zhou Yi. "Come on, sister, let's go through the formalities together." Zhou Yi agreed and followed him into the store, as anxious as a baby. Lu Chen and the others could only follow him helplessly. When paying the money, in addition to paying the balance, a transfer fee of 200,000 yuan was also paid. The landing price is nearly 650,000. Lu Chen felt that it was not a loss to buy a new car at the price of a used car. After all, it not only met Zhou Yi's needs but also saved a long waiting time. Why not? His favorite business is to exchange money for time. 2 words, cost-effective. If you leave your Kawasaki H2C in the store, you can get the license plate wrapped for 300 yuan, saving you the trouble of running around. After finishing the work, return to the car. Just as Lu Chen was about to start the car, there was a knock on the window glass. "Brother!" Wukong bared his big white teeth, leaned against the car window and said, "Can you help me?" "What?" Lu Chen asked in surprise. The two of them had no connection and no friendship, so he really couldn't imagine what the other party wanted to ask for, and why he thought the other party would lend a helping hand. Yukong sensed this indifference, but still kept a smile on his face and said it. Can I take a video of your car? He has already recognized that this car is a Brabus G900, and it is original from the factory, and definitely not a modified G-Class by an enthusiast. There are only 25 of them in the world. What you see in front of you may be the only real car in China. If you can record a vlog for it, it will also be unique in the car circle. Lu Chen curled his lips after hearing this. He didn't even bother to respond and drove away in his G900. Chapter 34: The Reason Why I Can't Get Out of Bed. Coming out of the 4S store. At Zhou strong request, the three of them went to have a hot pot meal. Then returned to Tsuehu Tiandi. After Lu Chen parked the car, he discovered that there was a Honda parked next to it. That was the car Zhou Jing usually used to go to work. It is quite an outlier among the luxurious garages in the community. Are we being too negligent towards Zhou Jing? He thought to himself. The first meeting between the two was not friendly, and the seeds of suspicion were planted that night. To the point of making yourself look down on others. Thinking of this, Lu Chen used the eye of identification for the third time today. Name, Zhou Jing. Age, 25. Appearance, 92. Height, 163 centimeters. Intimacy, 66. Durability, 1. Health, 97. The system will not make mistakes, and I was wrong after all. Zhou Jing is an introverted person. Even though she knows that he has a grudge, she will not easily make excuses, but choose to endure it silently. It is said that the crying child gets the milk. Joey knows how to act like a spoiled child and asks directly for whatever she wants. But she got nothing from herself. The intimacy level of 66 indicates that Zhou Jing has very rich emotions. I didn't expect that the two sisters from the same mother not only have different figures, but also have such different personalities. Speaking of figure. What are you thinking about? Joey suddenly yelled, look at how useless you are. I'm drooling. I was just thinking about something good when I was interrupted. Lu Chen glared at her in dissatisfaction. I wonder how I'm going to sleep at night. To be honest, this is indeed a problem. He doesn't want to run back and forth anymore. It would be best if they could sleep in the same bed. Eat hot dogs. The two sisters seemed to have guessed what Lu Chen was thinking. They looked at each other at the same time, and then quietly shifted their gaze tacitly. He. Joey sneered. Zhou Jing blushed, lowered her head and said nothing. So Lu Chen didn't get any answer, not even a hint, and still didn't know whose car to turn over. After a while, we arrived home. Joey returned to the bedroom and started the live broadcast, and Zhou Jing slammed the door shut. Only Lu Chen was left alone, messy in the living room. What about me? He cried out from his soul. Unfortunately, no one responded. The two sisters seemed to have discussed it beforehand and left the choice entirely to him. Lu Chen scratched his nose and walked to Zhou Jing's door. As agreed. This is his woman, and Joey is just a little boy. He pushed lightly and entered the room. The sound of a shower could be heard from the bathroom. Good things always start in the bathroom. But eventually you have to go back to bed. After the preparations, Lu Chen suddenly said, today, let's unlock a new skill. Zhou Jing was confused at first, but then she thought of something and her face turned bright red. Don't want. She refused with a snort. Men really do have bad tastes, and they are prone to taking advantage of others. They must not be indulged. Otherwise, they will make more excessive demands. But women are always soft-hearted. After Lu Chen's repeated persuasion, Zhou Jing finally gave in. Soon, a muttering sound was heard in the room. Did you brush your teeth? Yes. Why is it so hot? Tonight, it seems we're having hot pot. An hour later, Zhou Jing gradually fell asleep and Lu Chen quietly walked out of the room. Go find Joey. But the door didn't open, so I knocked on it with my hand. I'm asleep. I'm not accepting customers tonight. Joey's voice came from inside, and she rejected him mercilessly. Lu Chen couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She felt that this was not her style, but she still tried to persuade her kindly, girl, please give me some face. I just sleep with you, I don't do anything else. As for whether they really won't do it or not, that's not something a woman can decide. In the final analysis, it depends on who has more clever means. He believes in his own strength and will be able to take the initiative. As long as the door is opened, she will be blessed with good fortune. But after a few minutes of stalemate, Lu Chen was disappointed. Zhou Yuan was not as easy to fool as Zhou Jing. She said she would not accept any customers and would not give them any chance at all. If you don't want to open it, forget it. He said angrily that there was actually not much difference between plowing one field twice and plowing two fields once. It's all new land anyway, so it doesn't matter who cultivates it. Then he returned to Zhou Jing's bed. He stayed up too late at night, so he took a nap after breakfast. When he woke up again, it was almost noon. There was no one at home. However, not long after washing up, Zhou Jing came back. Lu Chen took the things from her hand and found that in addition to soft-shelled turtles and oysters, there were also some unknown meats. Loach? Eel? Anyway, they are all ingredients that nourish the kidneys, strengthen yang and restore energy, which makes him feel looked down upon. Just 3 times, what's the big deal? Strictly speaking, it is 2 plus 1, with a buffer of 1 night in between, so there is no need for so many things. Just having a turtle is enough, the rest is a waste. But it's all well-intentioned, and we don't want to discourage people's enthusiasm, so just treat it as a big meal. Is everything done? After putting the things in the kitchen, Lu Chen asked about the business. He plans to register several companies, on the one hand to manage his wealth, and on the other hand to make it easier to handle things. For example, shares of Times Entertainment. Using a company to hold it is much better than using an individual. Doing so will not only help the development of the company, but also appropriately avoid financial risks. Why not? He asked Zhou Jing to act as a private banking manager and use the bank's special channels to get everything done quickly. There are 2 companies to be established. Kuanping Capital Investment Company, Limited has a paid and registered capital of 2.5 billion renminbi. Among them, Lu Chen holds 95% of the shares and Su Mingqi holds 5% of the shares. It is usually used as the parent company. Later, it used its business license to establish the firewall company Galaxy Group. Finally, use it to control other companies, such as Galaxy Technology, Galaxy Investment, Galaxy Culture. But this step will take a few days. In addition, he spent 50 million to register an internet celebrity company called Star Media. Zhou Jing holds a 51% stake and Zhou Yi holds a 49% stake. After the equity structure is established, Lu Chen will invest and then hold a certain proportion of the equity. He plans to open a traffic exchange channel between Times and Starry Sky. If you are not good at acting, you can become an internet celebrity. If you are good at being an internet celebrity, you can go and act. If you cross over to another industry, you may become extremely famous. Shi Qi and Shi Shi in the previous life are examples. As for the office location, he chose the Joy City Center and has already rented 2 entire floors. Zhou Yi also came back at lunchtime. Looking at the table full of food, her eyes were full of strangeness. Is this why you can't get out of bed? The tone was full of suspicion and contempt, and Lu Chen was almost angry to the point of vomiting blood. He wanted to explain a few words, but was afraid of being considered as covering up. He could only glare at Zhou Jing with reproach. Zhou Yi immediately understood. It won't work unless it's a cow. But the ground is too hard. Sister, exhausting all resources is not a long-term solution. Chapter 35. Look at me, is there still a chance? After a nutritious lunch, Lu Chen returned to Gubei number 1. He first took a careful shower and changed into clean clothes to ensure that there were no flaws before driving the Daytona SP3 out. Going to school. It is inevitable to meet Su Mingqi there. He didn't want to have a woman scent or a few long hairs on him. Covering up is the minimum respect. If you are too lazy to even do this, then you are really heartless. There is roadside parking outside the west gate of Moda University. Lu Chen parked the car. This exit is close to the dormitory and cafeteria, so for convenience, we did not drive into the school. Besides, he was here to attend class, so there was no need to be so high profile. But the opposite happened. Guo Bailing, who was taking a taxi back to school, happened to see this scene. After Lu Chen walked away, she quietly approached the front of the car and found that not only was there a temporary license plate on the glass, but there were also several pieces of plastic film that had not been torn off. It's obviously a new car. Considering the rumors from a few days ago, it can be basically concluded that I have been tricked. There is no such thing as terminal illness or bankruptcy. In her opinion, it was probably a damn test. Guo Bailing quickly searched on Baidu and found that the car in front of her was worth more than 20 million. A surge of pent-up anger surged in my heart. If we hadn't broken up at that time, could we have sat in the car and laughed? There is no need to take taxis for travel like now. I have become the most miserable beauty in the department of Shanghai University. If I had been more determined at that time, would I still be Lu Chen's girlfriend? It's not like now, not only am I dumped one after another, but I also have to take the initiative to find a sex partner. If I had been smarter at the time, could I have gotten a breakup fee? It's not like now, where the wallet is cleaner than the face and you have to earn your own pocket money for food, clothing, and other daily necessities. It's a pity that I missed it at that time. Thinking of this, Guo Bailing regretted it to death. I thought I was throwing away a junk stock, but unexpectedly, it was a bull stock that kept hitting the daily limit. No. She thought unwillingly in her heart, I will take back what I lost. In the classroom. There are professional classes in the afternoon, so basically the whole class is there. Lu Chen and Su Mingqi sat in the last row, and in front of them was their classmate Wu Yaojie. When I first saw the crystal astronaut on a watch, I swore it was fake. Seeing our M66 today further confirmed my original thoughts. Brother, you're already doing it so soon? He stretched out the word and made a double entendre, and was immediately warned by Su Mingqi's eyes. Wu Yaojie smiled awkwardly. Then his gaze shifted to Lu Chen's wrist. It really is China's speed, huh? It's only been released for a short time and you're already wearing it. Lu Chen touched the sapphire crystal glass on the dial. The golden rock gestures were like the tentacles on a devil's mask, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. It can be described as being hard to put down. At this moment, Wu Yaojie was suddenly stunned. I found that Su Mingqi was also wearing a Richard Mille watch on her wrist. I feel like the goddess is so easy to fool. You can just rent a phantom and take her away. She even wears a fake watch so happily. What kind of magic potion did Lu Chen feed you? If I had known you were so easy to deal with, I should have given it a try. Wrong. If it were really that simple, Su Mingqi wouldn't have waited until today and would have been subdued by countless people. All I can say is that young Master Lu was very clever. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said softly to Lu Chen, "Hi, really hi." Lu Chen didn't know what he was thinking. He thought she was giving him a thumbs up, so he smiled and nodded, and gave Wu Yaojie an unfathomable look in return. Anyway, I'm just guessing, you can guess it yourself. Classmate, what do you think about this issue? The two of them were chattering to each other, and the old professor finally couldn't stand it anymore, and hit Wu Yaojie with a piece of chalk accurately. Yuan Fong was confused, but he was not innocent. Buzz. Suddenly the phone vibrated. Lu Chen opened it and took a look. Hubby, after all these days I realized that it's still you I love deeply. How about we meet at our usual place? There's still a place you haven't explored yet. Sender, Guo Bailing. The source of the information was unexpected, and the content of the information was even more confusing to him. The old place is the hotel that the two of them often go to, but where are the places that have not been explored? With his intelligence, he couldn't figure it out. Snort. A cold snort came from my ear. Lu Chen glanced at Su Mingqi and saw that her face was as cold as ice, and her eyes were focused on his mobile phone. Click on the avatar, click to delete. Snort. Another cold snort was heard. But unlike before, this time there was a hint of satisfaction in his tone. He sighed and thought to himself that it was a good thing that he saw the opportunity quickly. Why are you sighing? You can add it back if you regret it. Su Mingqi said. Lu Chen remained silent tactfully. He knew that the more he explained, the faster he would die. He understood this common sense. That female classmate, what do you think about this issue? The old professor has reached the age where he is not interested in women, so he doesn't care whether the other person is a woman or whether she is pretty or not. The chalk tip still hits the target accurately. But Yuan Fong is not afraid, because Yuan Fong knows the answer. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't reply, Guo Bailing wanted to send another message. Turn out. So he started using his cell phone to send text messages, bombarding Lu Chen with brutal attacks. If one number is blocked, switch to another one immediately. Lu Chen couldn't bear the torture and turned off his phone. After class. The two had dinner together in the cafeteria. Su Mingqi turned her anger into appetite and ordered a table full of dishes. Salted shrimp, spicy chicken, lion head, braised pork. It was paid with Lu Chen's card. But at the same time, they are all his favorite dishes. Although the taste cannot be compared with that of a star-rated restaurant, the atmosphere is more than enough and the dining experience is even better. Guo Bailing coincidentally appeared not far away. Seeing that they looked very intimate and behaved in a cheerful manner, they looked just like a couple in love. The fire of jealousy in my heart burned fiercely. I thought they just hooked up, but I didn't expect they were already in love with each other. This made her even more angry. I kept cursing Lu Chen in my heart as a bastard. I used to serve you so well, but I never saw you smile to me so sincerely. It would be fine if he just found someone worse than herself, but he actually hooked up with the school beauty. Guo Bailing couldn't accept it at all. So I walked forward as if possessed. Do you think I still have a chance? She asked with mixed feelings. Jealousy, envy, regret. And a hint of luck. It's hard to imagine that feeling for those who haven't experienced it. Will I give you another chance to push me down the mountain? Roll. Lu Chen's answer was clear and direct. How could she possibly put the plaster back on after getting rid of it with great difficulty, unless all the sows in the world died? Otherwise, forget it. Chapter 36, The Battle. A rolling word. It completely extinguished her hopes and shattered her pitiful self-esteem. Guo Bailing was almost overwhelmed by resentment. She didn't dare to do anything to Lu Chen, so she took it all out on Su Mingqi. So what if I'm the school belle? No one else can get what I can't get. Today I will make you my goddess. Disgraced. Su Mingqi, you mistress, you actually stole my boyfriend. The cafeteria is where the most students gather, and Chinese people have always had the habit of watching the excitement. Guo Bailing's shout immediately attracted countless attention. They all looked over here. There was surprise in his eyes at first, and then full of mockery. What's going on? Isn't that Su Mingqi? How did she become a mistress? You don't know this, right? The campus beauty has fallen for her. She was picked up by a phantom last Friday. What a thrilling fight! In just a few moments, most of the cafeteria's attention was focused. Many people were just about to leave after dinner. Now I sit down again, looking forward to the next plot like watching a movie. Only a few teachers shook their heads and sighed that the world was going downhill, looking at how chaotic the students were today. We really need to rectify the academic atmosphere. How could Su Mingqi, a girl, bear this? Her face turned pale in an instant and she stood there in panic, at a loss as to what to do. Lu Chen stared at Guo Bailing with cold eyes. His voice was deep with anger. Are you crazy? He had never expected that things would develop like this, becoming known to everyone and becoming a laughingstock. It doesn't matter if I'm thick-skinned, but Su Mingqi can't stand it. Bad reputation. Guo Bailing is so bad. Hubby, I can't live without you. Please don't abandon me, okay? She continued acting. To everyone, this is the same story of Qin Shimi and Qin Shanglian, who abandoned their old love to find a new one. Public opinion is even more one-sided. The discussions of the classmates around me kept coming into my ears. Su Mingqi couldn't stay here any longer. She just wanted to escape from here quickly and have a good cry to calm down. But Guo Bailing would never allow that and she stepped aside to block the way. And said in a pleading tone, Su Mingqi, please return Lu Chen to me, please. He clearly had a vicious heart, yet he pretended to be hurt. Even Lu Chen, who knew her strengths and weaknesses, had his perception refreshed once again. It was so disgusting. It's so disgusting. No explanation is useful at this point. We can only divert the firepower first and then slowly reverse the situation. To deal with a shameless woman, you have to be even more shameless than her. Lu Chen spat in Guo Bailing's face and began to complain as a victim. Bah, you fickle woman, go find that bisexual foreigner. You said he was much better than me. I'm afraid if I don't leave now, I'll get AIDS from you. Also, take my advice and have your other boyfriends go to the hospital. It will always put your mind at ease if they get a checkup. A bolt from the blue. I don't even dare to write a novel with such a melodramatic plot, but I didn't expect to see it happen in real life today. The already lively crowd became even more excited. Among them were many of Guo Bailing's classmates, who began to publicize her romantic deeds. I found that it was almost the same as what Lu Chen said. And there's one more thing. Aren't we Chinese men good enough? Why do we have to look for foreigners? If one is not enough, we can find a few more. At least you can use it without worrying about poisoning. Now that's better. It's retribution for you to contract AIDS. You're still taking advantage of others. Guo Bailing suddenly became anxious. She actually has a backup boyfriend who is an international student, but it's not for the money, it's just because he's older. But when did Lu Chen know about it? I have been feeling a little unwell these past few days. Could it be that I have really been infected? No, that's impossible. You're talking nonsense. Guo Bailing panicked and spoke without thinking. He's very healthy. I've read the medical report. The onlookers were in an uproar. What she argued for was whether it was healthy or not whether it existed or not. Isn't this tantamount to implicit admission? Even Lu Chen didn't expect it. The few random guesses I made up turned out to be reality itself. No one around spoke up for Guo Bailing anymore. I told you, how could Su Mingqi be a mistress? She would never do such a thing. A boy smiled with relief. But his companions looked at him with disdain. Fuck, you were the first one to curse. The slap in the face came too quickly and the boy felt a little embarrassed. But he still stiffened his neck and defended himself. I was just being harsh because I loved you so much. I hate iron but can't make steel, do you understand? Hearing the change in public opinion, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Jokes are indeed more effective than the truth. If he said that Guo Bailing was a scumbag, not many people would believe him. But if you change the method, the effect will be different. Although Su Mingqi will still be questioned, as long as the two people interact normally, the rumors will become legitimate. It just takes some time. Through what happened today, everyone at least knows it. Su Mingqi is already taken, and that pile of cow dung is him, Lu Chen. If there is any toad who wants to eat swan meat, he must consider his own weight, right? The facts are clear. This farce should end. Lu Chen pulled Su Mingqi up and prepared to leave, but Guo Bailing, who had suddenly overturned the car, was still following behind him and kept saying harsh words. Su Mingqi, you're just an ugly duckling. Do you really think you can turn into a phoenix? When he gets tired of playing with you, he will dump you sooner or later. Su Mingqi sneered after hearing this. She had thought about this question before, and even questioned whether matching her beauty with wealth would be like a castle in the air. It can't last long. But after visiting Gubei No. 1, she abandoned this insecure idea. Because of respect, there is trust. Guo Bailing just wanted to plant a seed of doubt between the two of them. No good intentions. What you can't get, you destroy. What's so difficult to understand about a bad woman's mind? Su Mingqi can do it too. She took out a black bank card and waved it in front of Su Mingqi. Do you know how much money is in it? 10 million, Lu Chen lets me spend it as I please. Then he took out an access card. On the black card were printed the words Gubei No. 1 in gold foil. I am the hostess of this 1,800 square meter villa. Then a lighter appeared in her hand. No, it was the key to a Rolls-Royce. Blackened paint color. Under the refraction of light, it appears delicate and noble. Lu Chen, Yaoying is a convertible. Will I get wet if it rains? The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched when he was named. Su Mingqi, who always appears gentle, actually has this side to her. It's really rare. Moreover, why does it feel like watching a palace fighting drama? Besides, the Yaoying has a soft top, so if it gets caught in the rain, it must be intentional. But it's easy to understand. The reason why Su Mingqi said this was simply because she wanted him to cooperate. Chapter 37. Why don't you sweep a bicycle? Lu Chen took the car keys. You press this button and the roof closes automatically. Seeing the two of them singing the same tune, Guo Bailing was almost furious. Su Mingqi's showing off undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, stabbing her already bleeding heart once again. The pain is indescribable. A bank card exclusively for private banking customers, an access card for Gubei No. 1, the most luxurious residence in Prushi, and the keys to the king of cars, Rolls-Royce. As a socialite, she knows all these things. So he didn't doubt Su Mingqi's words at all, and was extremely sure that those were sent by Lu Chen. Bitch. Things that belonged to me were taken away. Guo Bailing could no longer hold back and raised her hand angrily to attack. She used almost all her strength. If someone is hit in the face, there will be at least 5 red fingerprints. Fortunately, Lu Chen saw the opportunity quickly. He used his body to protect Su Mengqi, then slapped her back. Bang! The slapping sounded. Even a clay Buddha would get angry, let alone a living person who was bullied again and again. Be able to endure slander. When faced with sarcasm, just fight back. But you've already taken action, what else can you give in? When dealing with a woman like Guo Bailing, you cannot be gentle with her, otherwise you will be harassed endlessly. It was not until the two of them were far away that Guo Bailing came to her senses. She had been as proud as a princess since she was a child and had never been beaten by anyone. She just stood there blankly in a daze for a while. Wait until you calm down. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. I promise you, but there is a condition. On this day, a post appeared on the campus network. The department beauty battled against the campus beauty, all for one man. It describes in detail the entire process of the quarrel and includes the author's personal speculation on the cause and effect. The number of views is climbing like a rocket. Without a doubt. The cafeteria incident continued to ferment and has become known to everyone. Fortunately, Su Mengqi has always had a good reputation, and countless supporters have taken the initiative to exonerate her. On the contrary, Guo Bailing's dark history has been constantly dug up, and she has become a well-known green tea bitch. Lu Chen, on the other hand, received mixed reviews. Female classmates thought he was handsome and rich, so it was understandable that he had many girlfriends. But most of the male classmates thought that he was simply unforgivable. He dared to extend his evil claws to the school beauty. Even if he dragged her out and whipped her corpse 100 times, it would not satisfy his hatred. After dinner, in the dormitory. Brother Chen, please tell me, what is the secret to picking up girls? Li Junjie asked with great curiosity. This guy looks like Huang Bo, but he doesn't have his sense of humor. In addition, his family conditions are very ordinary and he has not found a girlfriend in 3 years. After learning about Lu Chen's heroic deeds, he has always wanted to learn his secrets to pick up girls. Su Mengqi was in a bad mood and went back to the dormitory to recuperate. Even Lu Chen looked listless. He didn't want to pay attention to Li Junjie at first, but now he was annoyed by his questions, so he just said something perfunctorily. Rich and handsome. As long as you have one of them, you can dominate the love field. Li Junjie, who was full of enthusiasm, became depressed after hearing this. These were all benefits that one was born with, and there was nothing he could decide on. Some people have sprained their backs, some have scraped their hands. Why is the gap between people so big? He couldn't help but sigh. Oh, heaven and earth, please give me a girlfriend. Yang Fan, who was playing games, felt sick when he heard his roommate's dirty talk. The big tabby cat downstairs has its mating calls at certain times, but Li Junjie does it every day for years. No wonder his face is covered with disgusting acne. So I couldn't help but complain. You can't change your appearance, but you can work hard to make money. When you're like me, driving a Porsche 911, maybe you can even pick up the campus beauty. Li Junjie curled his lips. Yang Fan is the typical type of person who flatters the powerful and looks down on the weak. When making friends, he always considers whether others are worthy of him. Although he has some money, he is not kind. I have always looked down on myself. Then I'd better burn more incense and try to be like you and have a good life in my next life, he said sarcastically. Yang Fan smiled contemptuously and didn't take it to heart at all. What's the point of arguing with a poor loser? We are not from the same world. Caring about him will only lower your own status. Suddenly, he received a message on his phone. So he shouted to Lu Chen, Zheng Kaixian asked you to get together. Did you get the message, Brother Chen? Lu Chen nodded. He received it, but ignored it. And I was wondering why I was called. Because Zhang Kaixian is the president of the school student union and also the boss of the rich second-generation circle. Normally, he would attract hundreds of followers with just one call. With his financial resources before his rebirth, if he didn't reveal his identity, he could only be considered a follower at best. Therefore, I never joined a gang. Since Lu Chen has some free time these days, he wants to check in at school. Besides, what fun can there be in a party of little kids? It's better to just stay in the dormitory and sleep. Seeing that he was hesitant, Yang Fan continued. All the important people in the school went, even Su Mengqi was invited. After hearing this, Lu Chen sneered in his heart. He had only been high profile twice, and he was classified as a well-known person? The standards are really low. He called Su Mingqi to verify and found that Yang Fan was not lying. Then I changed my mind and thought it would be a good idea to go, just as a gift to Su Mingqi to ease my not-so-good mood. Okay, let's go. He agreed. Outside the school gate. The traffic on the road gradually decreased, but it was still a little congested. A silver Porsche 911 drove up, and Yang Fan rolled down the window. Which beauty wants to ride in my car? Tao Jingying, the most beautiful freshman, walked forward with shining eyes. Porsche. For most girls, it has a strong attraction, and it is not called the god of picking up girls for nothing. Tao Jingying was no exception. She happily sat in the passenger seat. Yang Fan had just parked his car on the side of the road when a Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR came over. Green body, cool shape. On the road in front of the Demon Gate, the one called Green Demon is the brightest one. There is no need to say hello, someone will take the initiative to pair you up. In just 5 minutes. The Audi R8, McLaren 720S and Lamborghini EVO then repeated what happened just now. It was not until then that Lu Chen realized that all the important people in the school were going, and this statement was not just talk. Except for the seniors who are busy graduating. More than 10 people from the other 3 grades responded to the invitation. Among these people, the boys may not be the richest, but they are definitely influential figures. The girls may not be the prettiest, but they definitely have both beauty and wisdom. It's not easy to get these people together. Brother, where's your car? How about taking mine? After hearing this, Lu Chen turned around and saw that it was Zhang Kaishan from the student union. At this time, only the 2 of them and Su Mingqi were still standing alone on the side of the road. If a taxi driver saw them, he would think they were hailing a taxi. Zhang Kaishan pressed the car key. The lights of a red Ferrari SF90 come on. Sorry, only 1 seat is available. He glanced at Su Mingqi, then spoke to Lu Chen with ill intention. How about you scan a bicycle? Chapter 38, Public Ridicule. Puff. Tao Jingying, who was closest to her, couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Senior, you are too insulting. Tao Jingying said in a flattering manner. She attracted everyone's attention when she first entered the school for military training. She was the most popular female student in the school except Su Mingqi. Seeing Lu Chen being humiliated, he was naturally very happy. After all, as the boyfriend of the school belle, being humiliated is equivalent to embarrassing Su Mingqi. As one grows, the other declines. Her popularity will continue to rise. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel strange. He met so many bitches today, and why did they all want to provoke him? He walked a few steps to the front of the car. He took off his shoes and put his feet on the car window, and even got in front of Tao Jingying, since my schoolmate likes to flatter me so much. So what do you think of mine? Lu Chen rubbed his toes back and forth. Although there was a smile on his face, the disgust in his tone was not concealed. I also regret insisting on washing my feet every day. There is no smell at all. It's such a pity. Tao Jingying covered her mouth and dodged. But she didn't dare to interrupt again, for she was afraid that Lu Chen's athlete's foot would enter her stomach without being filtered. Okay, Brother Chen, you really didn't drive? Yang Fan saw the opportunity to save the situation and quickly changed the subject. Lu Chen did not answer, but walked to a little further across the street, got into the Daytona SP3, and stepped on the accelerator hard. The unique roar of the V12 engine explodes on the streets. A beautiful U-turn. He parked the car in front of Su Mingqi and opened the door attentively. My dear, be careful with your head. The tone was so gentle that it was a bit corny. Su Mingqi smiled sweetly. She never worried that Lu Chen would be bullied by these people. And watching her man constantly pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face, she felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Thank you, husband. In public, she also showed her affection. Lu Chen chuckled and closed the door. Then his expression darkened and he said to Zhang Kaishan, Chairman Zhang, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Yes. But it's more than just disappointment? As a loyal Ferrari fan, he is familiar with the Daytona SP3, after all, it is the highest-end model on sale. But it's the same brand, the same pattern. One is a mass-produced streetcar with V8, and the other is a high-end custom V12. I actually asked others to scan the bicycles. I felt like I was slapped in the face. Ashamed. But in the blink of an eye, he smiled happily again. The smile was somewhat unfathomable. Zhang Kaixian patted Lu Chen's shoulder and said, "I'll apologize to you when we get there. Let's go to TAXX bar." Lu Chen didn't care and drove to catch up with the team. Soon we arrived at TAXX, the hottest and most expensive nightclub in Shanghai. She became famous for being the spokesperson for the Cheetah Cub, but she was also criticized by Principal Wang for not paying the tax she should have. But no matter what, the popularity remains unabated. He heard that in order to show off, the bar would park some luxury cars in front of the door. So I drove straight up with a give-it-a-give attitude, and the security guard at the door took a closer look. Then the parking pile was quickly lowered. I have to say that this guy knows cars and has a very sharp eye. Suddenly, Lu Chen remembered Zhang Hong's bold statement that his family owned half of the bar. So I took a photo and sent it over. Zhang Hong didn't reply immediately, and just then other people came over, so he simply stopped waiting. They came in one after another. It was not yet 10 o'clock and there were not many people in the booths. Because after midnight is the time for partying. Led by a male marketer, everyone went straight up to the second floor and entered the middle box 02. Lu Chen was a little surprised. It's hard to get a regular seat at TAXX. When did it become so easy to book a VIP box? Or is there some talented person hidden among them who has already arranged everything in advance thanks to his excellent interpersonal relationships? He couldn't help but sneer, feeling that he was playing too much drama in his heart. When you go out to play, it's better to be casual. I have to say that the private room is very spacious, with a long sofa surrounding 3 coffee tables, which can accommodate twice as many people. Zhang Kaixian naturally occupies the C position. Lu Chen didn't care about what others did. He pulled Su Mingqi to sit at the edge and decided to be a nobody. Just have a drink and enjoy the atmosphere. Don't care about anything else. At this time, the marketing manager came forward and asked, "What kind of drinks would you like to order?" Zhang Kaixian took the wine list and looked at it casually. Said, "First, put on 10 sets of Shenlong suits." Tao Jingying, who was sitting next to him, opened her mouth in shock. 10 sets of Shenlong suits. Senior, you are so generous. I heard one set costs hundreds of thousands. Wouldn't 10 sets cost hundreds of thousands? Tax's Dragon set consists of 6 colors of spade champagne: gold, pink gold, green gold, purple gold, platinum, and black gold. The price is 129,999 Chinese yuan. Whether it is for ordinary students or these rich second generations, more than 1 million is an astonishing number. The car I drive was bought by my family, and the money in my pocket was given by my family. Unless the family is extremely wealthy, children will not have much cash. Even if you pay by credit card. Spending over 1 million in one night like this will inevitably lead to retribution later. But it doesn't matter if you let others spend it. Zhang Kaixian really enjoyed the flattery of the beautiful schoolmate. He waved his hand and hugged Tao Jingying's slim waist, with an indescribable smile on his face. Brother Kai is so generous. The chairman is awesome. All of a sudden, all kinds of flattery came towards him. Even the air was filled with the smell of cow dung. The marketing staff was extremely excited, as it was rare to find such a generous big brother SB, and they were thinking about the commission they would get. He was already beaming with joy. "Brother, please swipe your card. The total is 1,299,990 Chinese yuan." Unexpectedly, Zhang Kaixian turned his head and looked at Lu Chen. He said in a commanding tone, "You treat me this time, and from now on we are brothers." The innocent Lu Chen almost dropped his jaw to the ground. I was just shocked by Zhang Kaixian's wealth, but I didn't expect that he would throw the bill at me in the blink of an eye. What operation? Even Su Mingqi was surprised, feeling that Lu Chen was being targeted again. Tao Jingying gloated over other people's misfortune. Except for Yang Fan, everyone else had a similar expression. Anyway, I didn't have to pay, and there was wine to drink anyway. Whoever loves him can pay. Seeing that no one was upholding justice, Su Mingqi couldn't help but argue. But was stopped by Lu Chen. He suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had heard some terrific joke. "Zhang Kaixian, do you think I'm your father?" His expression suddenly changed, and his eyes shot out like knives. "Why should I pay for you?" Lu Chen felt the hostility of the crowd. When I was stunned just now, I exchanged a fighting technique called Sambo from the system. It comes from the Big Bear Special Forces. It combines kicking, punching, wrestling, ground techniques and weapon defense. Its style is rough and comprehensive, and its focus is on killing. faced with Zhang Kaishuan's repeated expressions of malice. Although he did not advocate the use of violence first, he was also prepared to be a reckless man again. As long as the other party dares to make mistakes, we must let them know why the flowers are so red. Chapter 39, Mr. Guo pays for all the expenses. Lu Chen's refusal was completely within Zhang Kaishuan's expectations. But I didn't expect his reaction to be so intense, and he didn't even give me any face. Now we are in a difficult situation. They were even roasted over a fire. What to do? It must be suppressed forcefully, otherwise I won't be able to lead my younger brothers in the future. Lu Chen, don't be so ungrateful. Don't you have any idea of what you've done? Pay for the wine today, and I'll let you avoid disaster. What have you done? Lu Chen was suddenly speechless. I just slapped Guo Bailing today. He was wondering where the hatred between the two came from. It turned out that they were standing up for that bitch and even threatened him. It's really strange. He couldn't help but sneer. Tell me, what can you do to me? Not to mention a few unruly students, even if their fathers came, they would still not give them face. Zhang Kaishian was stunned. He is used to using his power to bully others. After all, the identity of the student union president is somewhat useful. I didn't expect Lu Chen to be so fearless and not fall for it. It seems that I can only mobilize the power of the masses. You don't want to stay in school anymore, he said coldly. The others understood what was said, so they quickly joined in, constantly condemning Lu Chen for various reasons, as if he was an unforgivable bad guy. But Lu Chen didn't care and treated it as the buzzing of flies. Senior Lu, you are too stingy. You don't act like a man at all. Tao Jingying deliberately showed disdain. Even Yang Fan, who had been in the same dormitory for 3 years, came out and changed his stance. Lu Chen, a man who knows the current situation, is a hero. Do you have a choice now? To be honest. Although he knew that Yang Fan would not help him, when he really stood on the opposite side, he still felt like he was being stabbed in the back. Lu Chen shook his head in disappointment. That's it? If Guo Bailing doesn't come again, we too will leave. Ever since I knew Zhang Kaishian's purpose. He is just waiting for the real owner. As a result, he has not shown up yet, and even the group of people in front of him are just talking nonsense. It doesn't solve any problems. Zhang Kaishian sighed softly, stood up and opened the door of the box. I saw a long line of beautiful women walking and holding signs, followed by many male waiters serving drinks. Not long. There were 60 more bottles of Spade Ace on the table, a total of 10 sets of Dragon sets. Mr. Guo will pay for the entire evening. The DJ's passionate voice came from the crack of the door, and then a man and a woman walked into the box followed by 4 bodyguards. He knew the woman, it was Guo Bailing. He also knew the man. Guo Xingqiang is my mother Chen Shuyun's business rival, the son of the boss of Shenzhou Pharmaceutical, and they had a dispute when buying a house. Today's events are starting to get interesting. Since Master Lu doesn't want to treat us, I'll have to come. Guo Xingqiang sat in the seat vacated by Zhang Kaishian, with Tao Jingying on his left and Guo Bailing on his right, looking comfortable and smiling arrogantly. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Lu Chen nodded, not hiding his emotions at all. Even if this is what the other party wants to see. You arranged this? He asked in a tone of inquiry. It couldn't be a coincidence that several completely unrelated people appeared in the box at the same time. And they are so in sync. It was definitely discussed in advance, and condoms were prepared for myself. That's right. Guo Xingqiang did not deny it, but smiled smugly. After leaving Huazhou Junting, I started to inquire about your background. I never thought you would be Chen Shuyun's son. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Most of the families here are in business, so naturally they pay a lot of attention to the business world. Chen Shuyun is a female billionaire worth hundreds of billions. If even she doesn't know about it, it would seem that she is extremely ignorant. And Lu Chen. Then think about how aggressive I was just now. I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Is it really possible for me to get involved in a dispute between big men and small men of this level? Don't be unaware of the disaster that is about to happen one day. But the one who regretted the most was Guo Bailing, but she had become numb and seemed calmer than others. When they found out you were a student at Demon University, things became much simpler. I could just throw out an order and Chairman Zhang would be willing to be my pawn. Your ex-girlfriend also recommended it to me? Ha ha ha. Guo Xingxiang laughed like crazy, watching his plan succeed step by step. The pleasure of revenge was simply indescribable. To vent this anger, he even lost interest in buying a house and lived in a 5-star hotel all day. He called the bodyguard to him. Pointing to the wine on the table, he said, "You four, go and ask Mr. Lu to drink more. It's definitely not a drink you drink properly, but a drink you force yourself to drink." Su Munchi suddenly panicked. He didn't expect that they would actually dare to take action, so he looked at Lu Chen in a panic, wondering if he could handle it. "Calm down, go sit over there." Lu Chen pointed to a small sofa placed opposite the door. "Don't want." Su Mingqi refused. Lu Chen sighed, pulled her up and protected her behind him. At this time, the bodyguard was already walking towards him aggressively. There was still a grim smile on his face. "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry," said the leader. Two of them wanted to go around to the back and hold Lu Chen down, while the other dozen opened the wine bottle and got ready. You could hear a pin drop in the entire box. Although Zhang Kaixin and others felt sorry for it, they did not dare to step forward to stop it. Crack! A sound similar to a broken bone was heard. Many people subconsciously closed their eyes, but then heard two more clanging sounds and opened them again out of curiosity. What's going on? Turn out to be. The moment the bodyguard became violent, Lu Chen also responded. Over the shoulder throw. Elbow to the chin. Almost instantly, both of them fainted. At this time, the third bodyguard's gaze was still on the wine bottle. When he subconsciously raised his head, he felt a flash before his eyes, and then he was hit hard in the chest, and his body flew out. The leader of the four narrowed his eyes. Sambo fighting technique? Are you a special forces soldier, or have you received special training? Lu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him. Seeing that he had no intention of taking action, he strode to the table and picked up 3 bottles of wine. Bang! 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 The bodyguards lying on the ground, unable to stand up, were hit again and passed out with dizziness. Only then did Su Mingqi breathe a sigh of relief. It turns out that Lu Chen is not only powerful in bed, but he is also unmatched outside of bed. Screams were heard in the box, and the smell of blood gradually filled the air. Lu Chen was not ready to give up, but walked towards Guo Xingxiang. As the saying goes, every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. How can we miss the culprit? But the head bodyguard blocked his way and seemed to be trying to step over me. Get out of the way! Lu Chen shouted coldly. It's my duty. The bodyguard leader was stubborn and refused to give in. But things did not go according to his will. He then drew a parabola and lay on the ground to pose. Chapter 40. You begged me for this. How much can you drink? Looking down at Guo Xingxiang, Lu Chen asked jokingly. Guo Xingxiang shrank back in fear. The reversal happened too quickly, catching him off guard. There were 4 big men, each 180 centimeters tall and 180 kilograms in weight. They all fell down in less than a minute? Lu Chen, my status is far superior to that of a bodyguard. Do you really want to cause a rift between our two families? I'm asking you, how much can you drink? Lu Chen repeated. The idea is actually very simple. No matter how others treat him, he will fight back in equal measure. As for looking for the parents, then let them go. It is more shameful for the child to suffer the loss. One bottle. Guo Xingxiang said timidly, his eyes constantly dodging. Not honest. You can only drink 1 bottle of 12-degree sparkling wine. How can you beg for mercy at all? Lu Chen didn't waste time talking to him. He picked up a bottle of Spade Ace at random, pinched Guo Xingxiang's chin, and gulped it down. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. He wouldn't stop until he gushed out like a watering can. He opened another bottle, washed his hands, and turned his gaze towards the majestic Chairman Zhang of Shanghai University. Can I do it myself? Zhang Kaixin asked in a low voice. It is more comfortable to do the work yourself than to be forced to do it. As for resistance and escape. Didn't you see what happened to top young master Guo Xingxiang after he said a few harsh words? All sprayed. Just drink it obediently, at least you will suffer less. Under the absolute suppression of force, Lu Chen easily suppressed the entire audience with his own strength. In fact, he admired Zhang Kaixin very much. He who knows the times is a hero. It would be great if everyone was so self-aware. It can save a lot of trouble. So I softened my heart and decided to let him drink one less bottle, and I opened the black and gold version of Ace of Spades. The price of a single bottle is 59,999. Then the next one was Tao Jingying, the junior who had been talking nonsense all night. You are still young after all. I learned to lick thighs, but I don't know my own worth. Senior, I'm drinking by myself, can I just drink 2 bottles? Tao Jingying pretended to be pitiful with tears in her eyes. I want to arouse Lu Chen's sympathy for women. But what the hell was he doing so early in the morning? They are only now starting to use the beauty trap. If being cute works, what is the use of laws? 3 bottles, or spray. The rest are all fence sitters, which is not that hateful. Lu Chen was too lazy to pay any more attention. The systematic Sambo fighting technique not only includes combat skills, but also knowledge about the human body. When he was fighting against the bodyguard, only hit the part that can make the person lose consciousness without causing too much damage. So the 4 of them quickly came to their senses and gathered around Guo Xingqiang again. But he didn't dare to take any further action. Let's go. Su Mingqi tugged at the corner of Lu Chen's clothes and spoke softly. The box was filled with a complex and unpleasant smell, and it was definitely not a suitable place to stay for a long time. Then I'll leave? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and asked Guo Xingqiang for his opinion. Guo Xingqiang snorted coldly, maintaining his self-respect on the surface, but 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. I thought I could regain some face, but I didn't expect to be humiliated again. The more I think about it, the more unhappy I feel. The other side. Lu Chen and Su Mingqi walked out of the box. The booths outside were already full of people. Under the dazzling lights and deafening music, men and women were swaying their bodies to their heart's content. Blowing into the wine bottle, hormones are flying. He also wanted to go down and dance, but his mood had been ruined and he couldn't have fun even if he wanted to. Lu Chen took out his cell phone and looked at it. Zhang Hong has already replied, I'll be there in half an hour. But it's been more than half an hour and there's still no sign of him. I can only say that this guy is even less reliable than the police in the movies. I couldn't even make it to the end. The 2 returned to the small parking lot at the entrance. Turn out. There was a white McLaren Senna parked right in front of the Daytona SP3. There is no way out at all. Security. Lu Chen shouted angrily. The male security guard in charge of parking ran over and saw the Ferrari with its lights on and the McLaren parked in front of it. Then you will know what is going on. But before he could say anything, he heard someone scolding him. Whose car is this? Hurry up and get him out of the way. He's blocking my brother's way. The security guard quickly nodded in agreement. The one who scolded him was the second largest shareholder of the bar. Although he seldom came to the store, he was still a powerful figure. I can't afford to be careless. I'll be there right away, please wait a moment, the security guard said and went in to look for someone. Lu Chen next to him couldn't help but roll his eyes. The one who appeared in this way was Zhang Hong, who arrived late. I took off my clothes at home, and you called me out again, he said with a look of complaint on his face. Both of them live in Gubei number 1. It takes about 20 minutes to drive here, but this shows that there must be activity in the middle. Lu Chen smiled strangely, not bad, the time is still good. As for the conflict with Guo Xingqiang, he did not mention it at all because he felt there was no need. After all, it's not you who is at a disadvantage. Besides, it's all over, there's no point in talking about it. At this time, a group of people came out of the bar, led by Guo Xingqiang, followed by security guards, bodyguards, Zhang Kaixian and others. When he saw them, Lu Chen guessed what was going on. It's true that enemies meet in a narrow road. Brother, your car is blocking that Ferrari. Could you please move it? Or you can give me the car keys and let me move it. The security guard spoke in a very polite manner, but Guo Xingqiang didn't buy it. Instead, he spoke in an arrogant manner. What if I don't move? The security guard's smile froze on his face after hearing this. I wondered if my attitude was not humble enough, or if I said something I shouldn't have said and offended someone. But they're ISNT1. So he turned to look at the manager. The bar manager walked over to Zhang Hong again and told him what he knew about what happened in the box. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Seeing this, Guo Xingqiang became excited. He didn't believe that Lu Chen would dare to use violence in public. See what you can do. I won't move even if you smash my car. Guo Xingxiang looked like he had you in his hands and returned to his usual bad temper. Lu Chen called the security guard to his side, whispered a few words in his ear, and then gave Su Mingqi some instructions. Then he asked in a gentle and persuasive manner, "Is that McLaren Senna yours?" "Yes, it's mine." Guo Xingxiang said proudly that there were no parking spaces when he came, and he parked his car here despite the security guard in front of the door trying to stop him. "It seems that I stopped at the right place." So relieved. "You want me to smash your car?" Lu Chen asked. "Once words are spoken, they can be taken back. Now that you have put on this pretense, there is no reason to take it back." And he didn't think Lu Chen had the courage to do so. "You can understand it that way." Guo Xingxiang was fearless. Seeing this, Lu Chen laughed. "You're not kidding, are you really going to let me smash your car?" Chapter 41, Hammering Senna. Listening to the unbridled laughter, I seemed to be back in the box, experiencing the humiliating moment when I was forced to drink by pinching my mouth. Guo Xingxiang said with gritted teeth. "You smash." Just then, the security guard ran back panting and handed a sledgehammer to Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at Su Mingqi. "Is the recording done?" Seeing Su Mingqi nod, he stopped talking nonsense and turned around to step onto the roof of the Senna. "Just swing the hammer and start attacking." He kept shouting, 80, 80. This was the time when the flow of people was the largest. Among them was a rich second generation who recognized it as the McLaren Senna at a glance. I was shocked beyond words. How can you just smash a sports car worth over 20 million yuan? Impulse is the devil. In my opinion, the money he has to pay is a small loss. He might even have to go to jail. Jiang Hong covered his face. He knew that Lu Chen looked easy to talk to, but in fact he would not care about the consequences when he got angry. The last time he wanted to deal with Joyce Chang, he bought 5 billion shares with a wave of his hand and forced her to apologize on the spot before he gave up. This time it wasn't bad either, he swung the hammer and hit Sina. At this time, Guo Xingxiang could no longer stand. "It's such a fucking hit." "Okay. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust." He grabbed a cue post at the door and jumped into the Ferrari Daytona SP3, imitating Lu Chen's actions. 90, 90. Seeing the crowd growing larger and larger, Jiang Hong couldn't help but panic. Quickly asked the manager to disperse the crowd that has eaten and stopped them from taking pictures. In fact, at this time, many people had already finished filming, and it was too late even if they wanted to stop it. Lu Chen gasped for breath and told Su Mingqi to record Guo Zhejiang's heroic performance. The McLaren Senna was completely unrecognizable, as if it had been in a car accident. Daytona SP3 is slightly better. The reason for the significant difference is mainly due to the tools used in the crime. After all, a sledgehammer is much more convenient to use than a cue post. Another thing is that Lu Chen has good physical strength. The hammer is swung with force and frequency, causing greater destructive power per unit time. Wait for the two to stop. Jiang Hong said anxiously and helplessly, "You two should just leave quickly." "Do you really have to wait for others to call the police?" Lu Chen calmly lit a cigarette. "Don't care. I smashed his car with permission, so I don't need to pay compensation and it's not illegal. The car is personal property and every citizen has the right to dispose of it freely. Since you have repeatedly confirmed that someone smashed it, naturally, there is no need to take any responsibility." His face suddenly turned cold again. "But he smashed my car, which was intentional damage to public or private property, and is a criminal act." Guo Xingxiang's face turned the color of liver. Is this what the law stipulates? He doesn't know. However, Lu Chen did have someone record a video. At first, he didn't understand the purpose, but now he thinks it was definitely to preserve evidence. How insidious. The more Guo Xingxiang thought about it, the more panicked he became. Things are out of control. If we don't call for help, it might be too late. So he got in the bodyguard's car and prepared to leave. "My lawyer will contact you." Lu Chen walked up to him and patted him, not sure whether it was a warning or a reminder. "If we do this, it will become a big mess." After Guo Xingxiang left, Jiang Hong said softly, "He has seen a lot of conflicts among the rich second generation. Like tonight, there are also people who smash cars in anger. If you are willing to settle it privately, it's fine, but once it rises to the level of law, it will become a different situation. Those are two families. Even a contest between two interest groups. How could Lu Chen not understand? He just didn't want to see Guo Xingxiang jumping out for no reason and setting traps for him. There are thieves who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no one who can guard against thieves for a. As the saying goes, even the wisest man can make mistakes. What if one day he is not prepared enough? And there are 3 women around him. If they are hurt, it will be too late to regret. Therefore, Guo Xingxiang must be made to learn his lesson, or even to fear him, so that he will never have the desire to provoke me again. Don't worry, I know what to do. Lu Chen smiled. Zhang Hong didn't know what to say. He looked at Su Mingqi, who was waiting, and handed her his car keys. Please drive me home. Lu Chen did not refuse. He thought there was no need to refuse such a kind invitation. He just had to keep it in mind. Back to Gubei number 1. As soon as he came up from the garage, he received a call from Chang Wei. Boss, were you the one who smashed the car at the TAXX bar? It's me. Lu Chen replied casually. As expected of someone in the entertainment industry, his information channels are indeed powerful. It had only been a short while when he received the news and confirmed that it was him. But it's normal when you think about it. Times Entertainment has cooperated with many media outlets and has its own water army and reporters, all of whom have dog noses. His ability to capture information is naturally incomparable to ordinary people. Chang Wei sighed on the other end of the phone. I'll ask the team to do some public relations and try to minimize the impact of the incident. As the boss of Times, Lu Chen's actions represent the company to a certain extent. Smashing cars in public. It's not a big deal, but it's also some negative news. Once the news spreads or is hyped by someone with ulterior motives, it will not only damage the image of Times Entertainment, but also cause significant fluctuations in its stock price. This boss is really a worry. Okay, it's up to you. Lu Chen said. With so many things happening in China every day, the friction between him and Guo Xingxiang can only be considered a small ripple at best. There's no need to make a fuss. Chang Wei gave some more instructions and then hung up the phone. Ding ling ling. The cell phone rang again. Lu Chen looked at the caller ID and answered the call helplessly. Gao Fushuai's voice came from inside. You. He paused after saying 3 words, as if he couldn't find the right words to condemn. It's not good to say it too seriously, and it's useless to say it too lightly. In the end, he could only blame, can't you just be quiet? Lu Chen smiled bitterly. It is true that good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. It reached Coach Gao Fu's ears so quickly. I hope the whole Magic Team 1T know about it tomorrow. I've been very low-key, he said. But people don't look for things, things look for people. 5 minutes. He kept saying and listening carefully. After Gao Fushuai finished talking, Su Mingqi had already washed up and came out. They were originally planning to take a bath together. Forget it, I'll wash it alone. Come out of the bathroom. The phone screen lit up again, displaying the words Lu Xiaohua. Lu Chen dealt with it with his last bit of patience, then turned off his phone and stopped accepting any interruptions from anyone. On the bed. Su Mingqi rested her head on his arm and said, Hubby, can you please do less dangerous things like this in the future? Today, whether it was the farce in the cafeteria or the bar incident in TAXX. She experienced it all firsthand. It was obviously impossible to say that he was not frightened, but he endured it bravely and pretended to be calm. Only now has his weak side been revealed. Lu Chen wrapped his arms around the beauty and said in a soothing and apologetic tone, I'll listen to you. Otherwise, how can we say that pillow wind is effective? He didn't take the words of the 3 grown men to heart, but what Su Mingqi said sounded like a proverb. It was agreed. Chapter 42, Miss Chen, who loves Bentley. No matter what's going on outside. Anyway, Lu Chen slept soundly all night and even had a beautiful dream that he could not remember. I woke up at 9 the next day and found myself alone in the bed. Su Mingqi went to school on time. For her, a top student, nothing was more important than attending class. I opened my phone and was flooded with messages. He read them selectively, and most of the content was either seeking verification or meaningless consolation. But one of them scared young Master Lu so much that he almost died young. The sender of the letter was his mother Chen Shuyun, asking him to pick him up at Pudong International Airport at 10:30 a.m. And the information needed to verify your identity at the private jet pickup gate. What's going on? Lu Chen, who had just woken up, was completely confused. He thought that he would just be scolded at most, but he didn't expect that his own master would come in person. The car smashing incident is easy to explain. But your own car and house cannot be explained in a few words. However, he realized another problem, that is, did his mother really know nothing? So Lu Chen must consider it. Should he choose to confess and get leniency, or should he prepare to cover up the truth? Suddenly he thought of a saying, you can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. Then I came to my senses in an instant and thought that I just needed to stay calm and not say anything anyway. If you want to know something, go look it up. She couldn't find anything anyway, otherwise the bank would have come to her long ago. That's it. Lu Chen made a decision secretly. So he called the housekeeper Ella, drove a phantom and a ghost respectively, and went straight to Pudong International Airport to pick up the people. Following the navigation and road signs, we soon arrived at 2 gates. He reported his identity information and entered a yard without any obstruction. There were not many parking spaces and only one small entrance and exit. But only specific people can use it. Celebrities are one of them, and they usually spend around 10,000 each time. If they insist on going through the normal channel, there are only 2 reasons, either they are reluctant to spend money, or the store is open for business. Mom, I'm here. Lu Chen sent a WeChat message so that Chen Shuyun would know he was coming after the private plane landed. Not long after, the phone vibrated. Just wait patiently, I'll be out soon. Chen Shuyun replied. It didn't take long. A woman who looked to be in her early 40s came out, wearing a long floral dress, a silk scarf around her neck and sunglasses on her head. Following behind him was a man and a woman, each pulling a suitcase. Mom! Lu Chen hurried forward and called out in a half-friendly and half-flattering tone, but he actually felt a little unnatural inside. Although he inherited all the memories, it is not that soul after all. When calling out this name, there is a contradictory feeling that is both strange and familiar. You little bastard. When she saw her biological son Lu Chen again, Chen Shuyun did not express her longing for him, but instead threw her handbag at him. A face full of resentment and complaint. How long has it been since you called me? Do you not want me as your mother anymore now that you have a woman by your side? Lu Chen's face suddenly turned black, and he quickly begged for mercy and tried to comfort Chen Shuyun, as there were many people watching him. But he also understood something. There is a woman around. This is definitely not referring to Guo Bailing, so it must be referring to Su Mingqi, or the sisters Zhou Jing and Zhou Yi. Sure enough, my mother knows a lot of things. Fortunately, I did not hide it, but chose to face it calmly. Just wait and see how I deal with you later. Chen Shuyun was finally tired of beating him, and her hands were a little sore, so she ended the brutality with a harsh word. At the same time, I sighed in my heart, thinking that when a son grows up, he is no longer under the control of his mother. Although he was disobedient before, he is now more independent-minded and no longer needs my protection. It's better when you are a child. He can't leave me alone and feels needed. Mom, get in the car. Lu Chen smiled and then held Chen Shuyun's arm and helped her get into the extended version of Rolls-Royce. The other 2 followed Ella onto Gust. It wasn't until they were on the road that he realized the woman was an assistant and the man was a vice president. Let's go directly to Huazhou Junting. Chen Shuyun, who was sitting in the back row, said casually, from now on, that will be my palace in the Magic City. After hearing this, Lu Chen was once again certain in his heart that his guess was correct. Even his house is clearly known, so how can we expect him to have any secrets? He must have been exposed by the investigation. Moreover, it is difficult to say that there is no intention to knock. Don't think you are too powerful, everything is under my control. But Chen Shuyun didn't ask how it happened. It was unclear whether she was deliberately keeping him in suspense or she didn't intend to get to the bottom of it. No problem, you can live there in your old age. Lu Chen laughed. I know. I know you know. I also know that you know that I know. Both of them pretended to be ignorant even though they knew the truth, and slowly came to the king's villa in Huazhou Junting. Good. The knowledgeable Chen Shuyun was very satisfied after seeing the house. Actually, this is all thanks to Ella. Following Gubei No. 1, she further improved Thompson 1 and the living conditions there. Otherwise, Mom wouldn't be able to stay here today. This was Lu Chen's second visit to Huazhou Junting, and in order to keep it secret, the developer did not tell him that the villa had a second underground floor until after the house was delivered. It was built into a secret room. Used to store valuables, prevent violent intrusion, and protect against water, fire, and natural disasters such as earthquakes. It is equipped with a bedroom, a biodegradable toilet, and a signal monitoring system. It can store water, food, medicine, and emergency power supply equipment for a long time, allowing a family to stay in it for a long time. It really deserves to be the most expensive mansion in Shanghai. The security issues that the rich care about most have been taken into consideration almost to the extreme. Since his mother was only staying here for one day, Lu Chen hired 3 nannies to take care of her daily life. I see my son is careful and thoughtful. Chen Shuyun showed a girlish smile. I won't take advantage of you for nothing, I'm giving you a gift today, she suddenly said. Lu Chen was very curious and asked what the gift was, but Chen Shuyun refused to say anything. Just wait patiently. Fortunately, the wait was not long and the gift arrived at noon. After communicating and confirming with the property management, 2 flying wingbox trucks drove carefully to the front of the villa. The female secretary stepped forward and directed the driver to start working. As the carriage slowly opened, Lu Chen finally realized what his mother was keeping secret. The one in front is transporting a Bentley sports car. Its lines are much sharper than previous models, and its front face is more aggressive. Lu Chen is no longer a car novice. You can recognize it at a glance as Mulliner Batter, Bentley's latest GT sports car, limited to 18 units. The bare car price is as high as £2 million. You don't have to guess to know that this is my mother's favorite car because she only loves Bentley. How much do you love me? I loved it so much that after the Mulsanne was discontinued, I didn't buy a new car for 3 years. So Lu Chen tactfully continued walking back and came to the front of another box truck. Look up. A pause. Chapter 43 Hidden Mission. Horseshoe-shaped air intake grille and C-shaped headlights. And the classic oval logo. Seeing this, Lu Chen already knew that this was the king of supercars, the Bugatti that all men dream of. The name of the car in front of me is Devo. It has a red and black two-tone body with a scattered diamond pattern printed on it. It looks like a Western evil dragon that emerged from a bath in magma and is covered with hard scales. Arrogant and domineering. To be more precise, it should be called demonic nature. Otherwise it is not enough to describe it, with its handsome appearance and gorgeous colors. Lu Chen at this time. The little emotion caused by losing the Daytona SP3 has been completely replaced by the shock brought by the Devo. I lost a dime and found 100. Even if you feel regretful, you can't stop the sudden surprise. Do you like it? Chen Shuyun asked. She was very satisfied with her son's reaction and couldn't help feeling happy. Lu Chen laughed. Then he asked curiously, Mom, how did you order it? If he remembered correctly, Devo was limited to 40 units worldwide, with a base price of €5 million. Equipped with an 8.0 TW16 engine, it can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.3 seconds. And the time from release to order end. It is also calculated in seconds. Whether you can get an order depends not only on purchasing qualifications but also on having enough luck. Of course, there is money, all 3 are indispensable. Just tell me whether you like it or not. Seeing her son so happy, Chen Shuyun was also very pleased, thinking that the hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan were not wasted. Lu Chen naturally answered that he liked it. Simply compare the factory price. The number of cars that can surpass the Devo can be counted on one hand, so what else can you not be satisfied with? At least in China, it is the pinnacle. But he always felt something was wrong. His mother came to Shanghai to find someone to hold her accountable. How can you give a car as a gift without beating or scolding him? I have the impression that even on my birthday, I rarely received expensive gifts. Not to mention the legendary cars that cost over 100 million. So, today's behavior made it hard for him not to suspect whether Miss Chen had some ulterior motive. Mom, aren't you here today because of what happened last night? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask. Chen Shuyun snorted coldly after hearing this, and her originally good mood suddenly became a little less beautiful. If it were any other time, she would definitely have cursed. But when I think about it. She sighed softly, a hint of worry appearing on her face, but she hid it well. I spoke to Gui Yongchang on the phone last night. Chen Shuyun deliberately paused at this point. Lu Chen became a little anxious. What did you say? Gui Yongchang is the actual controller of Shenzhou Pharmaceutical, was Sheqiang's biological father, and a person of the same level as his mother. Chen Shuyun smiled. I thought that my son was still young after all, and judging by his slightly nervous expression, he must still have some concerns. That's good. If you are truly fearless, you should be disciplined. You have bad intentions but good intentions. She continued, Wei Yongchang spoke to me last night and expressed his willingness to make concessions in the market in exchange for us to settle the matter peacefully. Lu Chen nodded silently, which was not much different from what he expected. The reason why he did not call the police on the spot was to keep the evidence to scare the police. Just let the bullets fly for a while. Given the identities of both Guo Xingxiang and I, or in other words, the status of both parties' parents, we will always give others a way out. You can fight as much as you want, but there must be a minimum bottom line. Unless one party breaks the rules first. So this car is a reward? He asked amusedly. But at the same time, I feel that this car is ready-made, otherwise how could it appear out of nowhere? Really? Chen Shuyun chuckled, I originally wanted to wait until you graduated to give it to me, but who knew the delivery time would be a little early, so I'll just give it to you in advance. But it just arrived last month. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly froze. Because the voice of the system appeared in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission. Mission content, Supercar Collector. Task requirements, collect 9 different types of new limited edition supercars. Task time limit, 12 months. Task reward, manufacturing drawings of the new energy vehicle hub motor system. Oh my god. There are hidden tasks? Lu Chen was completely confused. He had encountered novice tasks, main tasks, and branch tasks before, and now a hidden task appeared. According to the settings of the game in reality, this should be considered an adventure, right? I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Collecting limited edition supercars is not easy. But 12 months is enough time to search around the world. As long as the money is in place, there is nothing that cannot be done. Even if we ask the supercar factory to design 9 models specifically for us, we can do it within the specified time limit. As for the mission reward, the hub motor system. He just had a vague idea of what was going on. The electric motor is the drive system of new energy vehicles, equivalent to the engine of traditional fuel vehicles. It can not only provide power to the vehicle, but also convert the vehicle's kinetic energy into electrical energy and store it in the power battery. Together with batteries and electronic controls, they become the 3 core components of new energy vehicles. And the hub motor. It installs the motor inside the wheel hub, which can drive the car sideways and turn on the spot. It also has advantages such as simplifying the body structure and improving driving efficiency, making it the best solution currently imaginable. However, due to various technical limitations, it has not been used in mass-produced cars. If the system provides mature technology after completing the task, you will have the ability to enter the car manufacturing industry. It is not impossible to surpass TSL. What are you thinking, little brat? When he was imagining the future, Chen Shuyun saw him in a daze and couldn't help but ask. Lu Chen came back to his senses. Keep your thoughts about the system to yourself. He said with a smile, I think that a child with a mother is like a treasure. He took the opportunity to flatter. Then he took Chen Shuyun to visit the villa. When they visited the wine cellar, Miss Chen was even more satisfied. She is from Dongzhou. But the more this happens, the more I realize the value of collecting wine. So he immediately decided to ship some of it back to Kyoto so that he could drink it no matter where he lived. It's just like a robber. The key point is that Lu Chen didn't even dare to say no. He also said in a very adoring manner that he would cover all the alcohol from now on and that it was okay to drink it like water. Remember to take 2 bottles of this and go see your principal. Chen Shuyun pointed at Mutai and reminded. The current president of Shanghai University was once her homeroom teacher, if we count by seniority. Lu Chen can call him master. The old man doesn't smoke or perm his hair, but he is addicted to alcohol and drinks 2 taels of liquor every day. Especially for Mutai, I have a special liking for it. When these students go to visit, they will consciously bring a few bottles, otherwise they will be scolded as unfilial students. I come and go in a hurry. Time is running out. Lu Chen had no choice but to make the trip. Chapter 44 My Big Dad. No problem. Lu Chen agreed very readily. After all, he had been protecting him for 3 years, even if it was just to be able to continue skipping classes. He should also show his filial piety. The mother and son hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they spent an afternoon together, full of love and filial piety. Soon it will be dark. Chen Shuyun sent Ella, who was applying for a temporary license, and 3 nannies away, and started cooking dinner herself. This made Lu Chun feel that his mother was really nice today. There were already 8 dishes and a soup on the table, but she was still busy in the kitchen. Such treatment. It can only be enjoyed on New Year's Eve. There are a few dishes that I don't like. And I don't have the impression that my mother eats it often. Could it be that she has changed her taste? Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Totally unqualified. As her biological son, he had never noticed these subtle changes in her. After. You need more companionship. Mom, let's eat. The dishes were finally served. The 2 of them sat at the table, and Lu Chen picked up a piece of meat for Chen Shuyun with emotion. Wait a little longer. Chen Shuyun said softly. Lu Chen wondered, what should he wait for? Wait until the food gets cold? But before he could say anything, he caught a glimpse of a bright light flashing out of the corner of his eye. It seems that there is a car parked in front of the villa. Is there a guest? But I didn't hear my mother say who was coming. This is the Huazhou Royal Court. The security measures are very strict and ordinary people are not allowed to enter. But there are always unexpected things, and someone might take a risk. Lu Chen subconsciously prepared for battle. Fortunately, my mother is the only one here at the moment, so I can protect one person by myself. Besides, isn't it time to hire some bodyguards? Dangers must be eliminated in advance. In just a few seconds, thoughts kept flashing through his mind. The car stopped in the blink of an eye. Someone walked up the stairs quickly, his steps steady and powerful, and his height and weight were not less than mine. Suddenly the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a square face walked in. Empty-handed and alone. Lu Chen sighed lightly. The other party was in his early 50s and was unarmed, so he could beat 10 of them alone. Who are you? He asked coldly. The square-faced man stood at the door and did not rush forward. Instead, he stared at Lu Chen closely, his eyes moving constantly over his body. He only spoke after he had looked him over carefully. I'm your father. Hearing this, Lu Chen was furious. It's one thing to break into someone's house, but you also come up and start talking nonsense. Do you really think that my fist is not as big as a casserole and it won't hurt if it hits you? I'm still your father. He cursed back angrily. The square-faced man stopped talking. But Chen Shuyun beside him opened his mouth and said in a buzzing voice, he really is your father. Lu Chen looked back. Seeing that she lowered her head and didn't dare to look at herself, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Who is Mom? He made mistakes when he was a child. He is a ruthless person who shows no mercy when using a feather duster to remove the feathers from a chicken. The only thing that could make her feel insecure about herself was probably the father-son relationship, which she never allowed anyone to ask about. The Eye of Observation. Name, Lu Qingze. Age, 54. Strategy, 95. Charisma, 93. Commander, 94. Intimacy, 88. After using the skill and looking at its attributes, Lu Chen was almost certain. This is undoubtedly my biological father. Otherwise, who could have a natural intimacy of 88 with him? Except for his blood relatives, there would be no one else. Moreover, Lu Qingze. The name looks familiar, I think I've heard it somewhere. Sudden. He seemed to have thought of something, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Magic City number 2. After watching the local news several times, he finally put the name and appearance together in his mind. In this way, many things can be figured out. Why did you let him come to Shanghai at that time? Why does my mother know so much about him? The answer is obvious. It's all because of old Lu being here, so he has no one to rely on, but at the same time has more support than in the capital. It is better not to cause trouble and just accept reform honestly. If he gets into trouble, as long as it's not a big deal, he can easily handle it. What a pair of old bastards. Eat, eat. While he is stunned. Lu Qingze sat down at the table without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat, as if he was back home. A wife, children, and a warm bed, that's home. He said with emotion. Chen Shuyun was instantly moved to tears, and her eyes became moist unconsciously. She had waited for this day for too long. It was so long that half a lifetime passed in the blink of an eye. There are no strong women at this moment. She is just an ordinary woman who longs for family warmth and wants to be both a wife and a mother. Reunion is better than anything else. But Lu Chen didn't think so. The two of you served the rice and I scooped the soup, cooperating with each other tacitly. It didn't look like we hadn't seen each other for 20 years. As if she saw his doubt. Lu Chengza coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Your mother and I only meet secretly a few times. Secretly? How many sides? Now Lu Chen's mind is full of why. So he interrupted the two people's sighs and said with resentment and doubt, shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? Yes, 20 years. Do you know how I have been living these past 20 years? The longing for father's love, the ridicule from classmates, and the doubts about his own life experience almost covered his first 20 years. I finally stopped caring, but you showed up again. Brother, let us play. Chen Shuyun understood Lu Chen's complex emotions best, but she also knew the unspeakable secrets behind them. So he said to Lu Chengza, you tell me about your Lu family's affairs yourself. It's clear that I don't want to get involved. Lu Chengza put down the chopsticks in his hand and showed a solemn expression. Let me tell you a story first. When Lu Chen heard the word story, he couldn't help but laugh. When he was preparing to deal with his mother, he thought about making up a story, but he didn't expect that Lao Lu was such a big leader. And using childish tricks. I thought you'd better make it up perfectly and not reveal any flaws easily. Old Lu was not affected by him at all. He gathered his emotions and started to tell the story. In order to save the nation from extinction in the late Qing dynasty, the Westernization movement was launched by the Westernization movement, which aimed to develop industry and learn Western technology. One of the key initiatives was to send gifted children abroad, but they were later urgently recalled due to policy reasons. Of the 120 people sent abroad, only 94 returned. Having said that, Lu Chengza smiled slightly and looked at Lu Chen opposite him. He knew his son was a poor student. If you don't understand this history, you'll have to spend more time explaining it in more detail. Of course, I also hope to get some response. Instead of talking to yourself all the time. Do you know why? He asked. Lu Chen was feeling depressed and had no mood to pay attention to him. He snorted coldly and ignored him. Faced with his son's neglect, Lu Chengza was helpless. Even if you become a local lord, you still can't be tough in front of your family. He touched his nose awkwardly. Let us continue with the previous topic. Apart from those who died of illness or dropped out of school, some were unwilling to return and wanted to continue their studies, while others were utterly disappointed with the Qing government and planned to stay in the United States to develop their influence. To achieve the goal of saving the country in a roundabout way. No one thought they would actually succeed and establish a mysterious organization with mainly Chinese people in tentacles all over the world. Chapter 45 True Identity. This mysterious organization is called the Dawn Society. Lu Chengza has a magnetic voice and has great potential to be a voice actor. He tells stories with ups and downs. It makes people unconsciously fascinated. Audience member Lu Chun frowned. What does this have to do with our Lu family? Even now he still doesn't understand why my cheap father abandoned his wife and children. Lu Chengza drank some soup to moisten his throat. The main line of the family can no longer be traced, but our branch can be traced back more than 200 years. At that time, our ancestors joined the Nian army, an armed force against the Qing dynasty. To prevent the failure of the uprising and the extermination of the clan, he classified all the clan members. There are the visible who stand in the front. Whether it's death or glory, it's all borne by this group of people. Then there are the hidden who hide away. They go their separate ways and leave everything to fate. As for hidden, it means changing one's name to avoid being found, leaving behind the family bloodline. Is it really a story? Lu Chen couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. Although it sounded reasonable and well-founded, it was also a little unbelievable. He couldn't tell the truth from the falsehood. However, based on historical trends, it is speculated that the Nian army's uprising must have failed. Then the tribesmen belonging to Xian are destined to be killed. What kind of things are passed down to your own family? It seemed as if he saw Lu Chen's doubts. Lu Chengza pursed his lips slightly and continued to analyze. Your great-grandfather was originally hidden, but became visible after the snowy mountains and grasslands. And according to the genealogy, there is also a hidden member of the same clan among the international students who founded the Dawn Society. Hiss. Lu Chen was shocked when he heard this. Was it unintentional or a layout? A rebel leader at that time was able to gain such astonishing power in less than 200 years. although he doesn't know the identity of his great-grandfather yet. But with his experience in snow-capped mountains and grasslands, he can't be an unknown person. Coupled with the founder of the mysterious organization and the owner of the system, he is simply so powerful that it is terrifying. Suddenly he thought of something and looked at Lao Lu with a questioning look. Lu Chengzi smiled and nodded. Smart, you're a sub. Then he continued to say shockingly, your unexpected wealth is all given by liming. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. This matter cannot be avoided after all. He subconsciously wanted to play dumb, but when he realized that he was not facing his mother, but a veteran who had been immersed in officialdom for decades and had a strategy value of 95. Then he immediately changed his mind. He firmly believed that no one would know the existence of the system. If there is a loophole, it is the source of funds. After all, a reliable source does not mean that there is no trace. Bank? Lu Chen asked indirectly. Seeing that he always thought of the key points, Lu Chengzi nodded approvingly. The account that transferred the money to you is under the Dawn Society. Lu Chen chose the default. I thought that the power of the state apparatus should not be underestimated. However, he soon thought of another problem, which was whether the system could be left without a trace. I think it should be possible. But if that were the case, it would truly be ill-gotten gains. It is precisely because traces can be found that the source is reliable and you can spend it with confidence. With the endorsement of the Dawn Club, the huge wealth created out of nothing becomes legitimate. No trouble. Therefore, the system can be absolutely trusted. And there was one thing he was sure of, that was he was being targeted. Behind the bank is the country, and behind the country is. This also reasonably explains why Lao Lu suddenly came to the door. Have the people from the Dawn Society come to you? Lu Chengzi asked. Not to mention him, even Lu Chen himself would have made the same guess. The Lu family and the mysterious organization, the intersection of the two lines, is such an important bond. More important than an undercover agent infiltrating the enemy. If Lu Chen becomes the leader one day, would it be equivalent to China indirectly controlling the Dawn Society? A world-class mysterious organization. The power it possesses is terrifying. Even a big country will try its best to fight for and maintain it. The top management cannot help but pay attention. However, these are just speculations, and Lu Chen has not been contacted. So he shook his head honestly. Let's eat. Lu Chengzi smiled indifferently. In his opinion, Lu Chen must be in the probation period. After all, such a large organization must have strict rules and regulations. But since the funding has been given, there was a high probability that his son had already caught their attention. So things can't be rushed. What about me in the future? Lu Chen thought about his identity. The second generation of rich people, the second generation of officials, and the fourth generation of military personnel. He wanted to determine what identity he should act in. After all, his background was no longer as simple as before. There are also limits on what you can do. Only. But I didn't realize it. He had been influenced by others without realizing it. From refusing when he knew Lu Chengzi's identity, to listening later, to now considering himself a descendant of the Lu family. 20 years of accumulated resentment was resolved in just over 10 minutes. Maybe this is the love between blood relatives. However, his question was a bit unnecessary. If he had to continue diving, how could there be a family reunion tonight? Maybe 20 years will become 30 years. Even a lifetime. It depends on your mood. After resolving the family conflict, Lu Chengzi began to focus on cooking, while sighing in his heart. Times may change, but my wife's cooking skills will not. It's still the same. Unpalatable. He was just thinking about how to deal with dinner, and after hearing Lu Chen's question, he responded casually. Do things according to your mood. This is the confidence he gave to his son. Seeing that the two were having a pleasant conversation, Chen Shuyun was very happy and kept picking up food for them. It was not until then that Lu Chen discovered it. It turned out that those dishes that he didn't like were prepared for Lao Lu. My mom's taste hasn't changed. Fortunately, he once felt deeply guilty, thinking that he didn't care enough and wanted to thank him for his company in the future. Judging from the current situation, seems redundant. Old Lu, you're not leaving tonight, are you? After dinner, Lu Chen was recommended to wash the dishes. As soon as he turned around, he heard Chen Shuyun's voice. He didn't suspect anything. But precisely because of this, Lu Qingzi took over the conversation. It's not convenient with the kids around. It's obvious. This is for him to hear. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that it was better to be a child without a father, at least he would not be kicked out of the house. And the house is obviously his, why let him go? Really? But a short separation is better than a new marriage, so you should be more sensible and not stay here to be a third wheel. I'm leaving. He snorted in mock anger, then walked out with his car keys. A good time to try out the new car. The Bugatti Divo was a legendary horse in ancient times, and Lu Chen couldn't wait to get one. Insert the car key. Press the start button on the steering wheel. Boom. The fire dragon welcomed the arrival of its distinguished master with a roar. Chapter 46: A call for help from a beautiful celebrity. Sail out of Huazhou Royal Court. Lu Chen fully felt the rage coming from Bugatti. Just lightly press the accelerator and it will shoot out uncontrollably like an arrow. Fortunately, I had more than 10 years of driving experience in my previous life. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to control the speed and would crash into the security booth at the door. For the security guy. Today is also an extraordinary day. The special car of the leader of MOA 00002 entered the community under his nose. He was so scared that he didn't dare to stop it. Although the car left quickly, there was someone in the back seat when it went in, but only the driver was in the car when it came out. What does this mean? It means that a big shot is going to stay overnight there. As for more specific information, he didn't dare to imagine it. It was not something that a mere security guard like him could make random guesses or slander. More than half an hour later, a sports car stumbled towards them. The dazzling light shining into the eyes make people feel dizzy and unreal. As the distance got closer, he finally saw the true face of the car, which turned out to be a Bugatti supercar. Black and red body, extremely cool shape. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. As a security guard at the Huazhou Royal Court, he has extraordinary insight. Bugatti Divo. The name came to mind almost instantly. And there are no rumors about it either in reality or on the internet. So, this is the first time it has appeared in China. The security guy suddenly felt proud of it, and immediately took out his mobile phone to take a photo and posted it to his circle of friends. Who owns the most luxurious home in Magic City? A mysterious Bugatti has appeared at Huazhou Royal Court. He has a friend in Tan Palace. People always say that it is the most luxurious house in Shanghai. He has expressed his dissatisfaction many times, but has never had strong evidence to refute it. This time he is going to slap the other party in the face. If you have the ability, let Demon A00002 stay with you for a night. If you have the ability, let your owners drive Bugatti. Goubet number 1. Under the gazes of passers-by along the way, Lu Chen finally drove the car back. Although he was mentally prepared, he still underestimated the influence of Bugatti. On the way, there is always a 30-meter vacuum distance behind Divo. No car dared to get too close. I'm afraid that if I don't brake in time, there will be a close contact and I will end up losing everything. Passers-by were also crazy. While waiting for the traffic light, a beautiful woman stopped his car on the street and asked for his contact information. Some people even followed the live broadcast and had traffic accidents because they were not paying attention. In short, it's too eye-catching. Back home. As expected, the villa was empty. This was exactly what Lu Chen wanted. He had encountered too many things today and he wanted to digest them calmly. Whether it is the big boss father or the mysterious organization. Any of them. The impact of both is greater than last night's bar incident, and is worth careful consideration. Lu Chen took out a ball of paper from his pocket. Wrapped inside was Lu Qingzi's hair. He secretly took it off his shoulder when she wasn't paying attention, and planned to send it to Hangzhou tomorrow for an expedited paternity test. If you need to expedite it, the results can be obtained on the same day. Although the two have an intimacy level of 88, they still need to verify it again through scientific means just in case. As for why we're not in Shanghai, it's because it's not safe here. No one dared to underestimate the number 2 leader's control over his territory. Maybe his heir wouldn't even go to the hospital. People have already received the news. And only by confirming the blood relationship can he maintain a certain level of trust in Lu Qingzi. Then slowly distinguish the truth from the words spoken at the dinner table. After figuring this out, Lu Chen simply washed up and lay down on the bed, sinking his consciousness into the system. The reason why I have so many concerns. Ultimately, it is still not strong enough, and the power it controls can only provide limited help. The most convenient solution. It means using the system cheat code to cheat again and again. He first called out the character panel. Host, Lu Chen. Age, 21. Appearance, 92. Height, 185 centimeters. Physical fitness, 101 plus. Mental, 101 plus. Intelligence, 101 plus. Skills, Sambo fighting. Rich point, 2020. Not counting the new company's registered capital of 2.5 billion yuan, there are still 5.8 billion Chinese yuan in the bank card. He suddenly realized that the money invested was not considered consumption. Only what you spend yourself can be recognized by the system and converted into rich points. There is really no loophole left. Consumption cashback cards 3. After upgrading to a 2-star super rich, the starting price of the cashback card becomes 100 super rich points, and the limit is also increased to 2 billion. However, you still need to double the amount to redeem it again. 3 cards, and a total of 700 Shinhao points will be consumed. Entertainment Resource Pack 2, 600 Shinhao points. In order to better control the Bugatti, he also exchanged for God-level driving skills, which greatly improved his driving skills. The moment you click to confirm the exchange, countless pieces of knowledge automatically appear in your mind. Sports cars, trucks, motorcycles, and so on, more than 10 models. Their driving and operating techniques have reached a superb level, and one-handed steering has become basic operation. Basic repairs are also possible. It can be said that Lu Chen is now an extremely experienced driver. Such a practical skill only requires 200 godly rich points, which is really a great deal. Lu Chen did not continue to exchange resources. The remaining 520 points should be kept for emergencies. When he had almost fleeced all the wool from the system, he was ready to go to bed early, but he didn't expect the phone to ring. The word Sun Qian appeared on the screen. Boss, I'm blocked in the restaurant. 2 minutes later, Lu Chen finally understood what was going on. It turned out that she was having dinner with some friends when a few rich second generations suddenly broke into the private room. The sparrow takes over the dove's nest without saying anything. He even forced them to celebrate his birthday with him. The restaurant owner was helpless, and Sun Qian and her friends were afraid of rumors spreading, so they didn't dare to call the police easily. In the spirit of evil will be punished by evil. Wrong. It is based on the principle of brine tofu, and one thing can conquer another. I found my boss, hoping that he could help me vent my anger without causing too much impact. Where is Chang Wei? Lu Chen asked. The means used to pick up female celebrities are so low level. Even if those guys are rich second generations, their class is not that high. Chang Wei should be able to handle it. I can't get in touch with him. Sun Qian said speechlessly that the first person she contacted was Chang Wei. But I called several times, but the call was never connected. It was just the same as before. Unreliable. Address. Lu Chen said as he walked out. At the same time, I was wondering why so many bad things happened in the past few days. He didn't even look for a woman today, he just wanted to be alone and quiet, but he didn't expect that trouble would still come up. Although Sun Qian made him a little disappointed. But after all, he was from his own company, so he would never let anyone bully him and pretended nothing had happened. That's not called calmness, but a turtle hiding in its shell. Lu Chen drove out of the community and sped towards the restaurant where the incident occurred. The few followers who had been lurking at gate number 1 Gubei, determined to find the Bugatti owner, suddenly became like cats smelling fish. I feel more energetic. But after chasing for just a few hundred meters, I felt something was wrong. The car is going a bit fast. And he moves so gracefully, darting like a monkey. Could it be that the owner has changed? He blinked. Then I realized that I had lost him. Chapter 47, Becoming Famous. The restaurant where the incident occurred is right on the bank of the Huangpu River. After Lu Chen arrived, he hurried up to the box on the second floor. They were still a little worried. After all, they were just girls, and how could they fight against the arrogant rich second generation? Don't suffer too much loss. At least don't be taken advantage of, and the rest will be acceptable. Even if the Jade Emperor comes, there must be an explanation for what happened today. Not yet. At the door, he heard a rough voice filled with anger coming from the box. It seemed that the matter was more serious than he had imagined. An inexplicable restlessness. Who the hell is this guy? He is so arrogant. Sun Xian is a public figure after all, yet she dares to bully others so blatantly. Isn't she too bold? Lu Chen kicked open the door of the box. As everyone stared in amazement, he said coldly, "The King of Heaven is here. Who wants an explanation?" Then he began to look around. There were 3 men and 3 women inside, with cutlery scattered all over the floor. The women were naturally Sun Xian and her friend. The other 2 were also people in the entertainment industry, and Lu Chen couldn't remember their names for a moment. But I'd definitely seen it on TV. It doesn't matter if it's a man. He doesn't know me anyway, so there's no need to worry. Boss, you're here. Sun Xian pouted and acted pitifully. She was like a bullied child who finally saw her parents, and she felt aggrieved and excited at the same time. It was nothing at first, but now tears are welling up in my eyes. Are you their boss? Among the 3 rich second generations, one named Liao Qiming looked at Lu Chen. He is young and has an extraordinary appearance. The watch he is wearing is a Richard Mille, and look at the car keys in his hand. It's Bugatti. This made him realize instantly that the other party was also a fellow traveler, and was more than 1 level higher than himself. Rolex, McLaren. Compared with others, it's like heaven and earth. Thinking of this, his breath was held and his attitude weakened a bit. He had thought that the person who came would be a bald middle-aged uncle. After all, most of the people who protect female celebrities are of this type. Although they are wealthy, most of them have limited resources, and they are confident that they can handle it themselves. But the person in front of him was obviously beyond his expectations. It's not easy. Brother, what's your name? The cleverness of Liao Qiming lies in that he never provokes people he cannot afford to offend, so he inquired about Lu Chen's name. If it's just slightly awesome, it's not impossible. After all, there is a big brother behind him. Lu Chen kicked away a wine bottle, walked inside, pulled out a stool and sat down. Some people are disgusted by the smoky and foul atmosphere here. The alcohol evaporating in the air and the cold leftovers mixed together really smell bad. He frowned when he heard the question. Lu Chen. Then I waited for Liao Qiming to make a move, wanting to see how powerful this guy was. When Liao Qiming heard the name, his legs went weak and he asked cautiously, "The one at the TAXX bar last night?" "Mr. Lu from Nuoyun, that couldn't be you." In fact, no wonder he is timid. The main reason is that the car smashing incident has fermented and has spread to Shanghai and even the whole of China, especially in the circle of high-ranking second generations. At first everyone treated it as a joke. Many people even made bets to see which position it would top the trending search list. How much criticism will it receive and how much social repercussions will it cause? It will be even more interesting if the official media speaks out. As a result, after a day, this matter was like a weight falling into cotton. There was no sound. The media were almost silent, and even if there were some that wanted to attract attention, they quickly withdrew their reports. How much energy is required behind this? It is definitely impossible for the Chen and Guo families to do it alone, and as for who did it, it is unknown. And it is the unknown that is scary. Naturally, Lu Chen was put on the list of people who should not be offended by many people. Liao Qiming is somewhat of a person of high status and has heard all kinds of rumors. Now he knows that he is challenging this person. It's pretty good that I didn't sing conquer on the spot. Even the billionaire Guo Xingqiang has to bow his head, let alone a small fry like him. It's not shameful. Brother, what happened today is indeed our fault. But we just came in to sit down and save some face. The 3 sisters across from us beat and scolded us. How about reconciliation? Hearing this, Lu Chen looked at Sun Xian, seeking to verify the truth of Liao Qiming's words. Sun Xian nodded slightly embarrassedly. He looked guiltily at the other rich second-generation guy, who had a conspicuous slap mark on his face. The third person's hair was wet and there was a water stain on his collar. Lu Chen was speechless. The actual situation is quite different from what Sun Xian said. Although they were forced at first, they were able to show off their power later and did not suffer any injustice. On the contrary, Liao Qiming and the other 2 were hurt. And if he continued to be domineering, I would have reason to get angry, but he acted like a hero who knew the times. Just hope that the matter will be resolved. This made it difficult for him to refuse, unless he wanted to be unreasonable. Let's go. Lu Chen waved his hand casually, not wanting to get entangled with the three of them anymore. Liao Qiming was pardoned. Thank you, Brother Chen. He pushed his companions out of the box one after another, and finally did not forget to close the door, so that it would be convenient for Mr. Lu to do whatever he wanted. At the same time, making malicious guesses. Among the three beautiful stars, which one will Mr. Lu take away? After a brief silence, Sun Qian took the lead and said, I'm sorry, boss, for causing you trouble. She saw that Lu Chen remained silent. I felt the pressure in the box suddenly rise, and an invisible sense of oppression came over me, to the point where I could hardly breathe. It is impossible to say that I am not afraid. Can be regarded as the initiator. Sun Qian knew that she was the first to be blamed, so she took the initiative to break the silence and seek forgiveness from the young boss. No matter whether you are wrong or not, it is always right to admit your mistake first. Don't cause trouble, and don't be afraid of trouble. In fact, Lu Chen was distracted just now. He was wondering where Chang Wei was and why he was still nowhere to be seen. Hearing the apology, he smiled slightly at first. Then make your attitude clear. After hearing this, Sun Qian felt relieved and even grateful. In the few years since her debut, she had never been protected like she was today. At the same time, he also realized how powerful Lu Chen was. It turns out that there really is such a thing as the aura of a king or a tyrant. Just by relying on one's fame and prestige, one can scare away those who are helpless against him. You have to accept it. Thank you, boss. Sun Qian said with a smile. He quickly introduced his companions. This is Jiang Qingying and Chu Ranran, famous beauties in the circle. And the contract just expired. Do you want to sign it? After hearing this, Lu Chen remembered that they were Jiang Qingying and Chu Ranran. Same as Sun Qian. Both of them are only second-tier celebrities. He is the type of person who becomes famous easily, but it is difficult for him to become popular even without resources. Moreover, in his impression, Jiang Qingying and Chu Ranran did not have any scandals that were not worthy of being made public. If it were in front of other companies, he would be considered a relatively popular artist. Of course you can sign it. I even have a plan in mind on how to push them to the forefront and become the leading actresses of Times Entertainment. Chapter 48 must read. Boss, please take me home. Tomorrow. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, you go to the company to sign the contract. The contract will be based on the standards of the first-line workers. Jiang Qingying and Chu Ranran were extremely surprised. Investing in Times Entertainment is already a guarantee, but I didn't expect to get first-tier treatment. What does this mean? Higher commissions and better resources. I will never have to worry about not having notices again, and I can choose the script according to my mood. Besides, it's nice to stay under a big tree and with young Master Lu Chen looking after me. I just need to concentrate on filming. Don't worry about any external difficulties. Thank you, boss. The two girls were both more beautiful than the other, and their charming smiles revealed their seductiveness, which immediately made Lu Chen a little excited. Sun Qian was also very happy. Even if this incident had not happened today, she would still introduce her good friend. In this way, I will have two helpers in the company in the future. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. With the sisters joining forces, even the top-tier actress Zheng Shi can't be as strong as before. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. The world of martial arts is not just about fighting and killing, it is more about human relationships and worldly affairs. Company resources are limited. When some people are full, some people will naturally be hungry. If you don't fight for anything, are you just waiting for others to feed you? After being suppressed by Charlene Choi for so long, it's time to fight back. And I heard that the boss is going to make a big move. It would be a sin to miss such a rare opportunity, so Sun Qian said with a cruel heart. Boss, please take me home. As for what happens after returning home, those who should understand will naturally understand. Seeing her so proactive, Lu Chen looked strange. Last time he used inconvenience as an excuse, but why did he come to his senses today? Or is it that Mr. Lu's current identity is more useful than the prospective boss back then? Although she was indeed inconvenient that day, she did not contact me afterwards. I thought Sun Qian did not mean that. Unexpectedly, she changed her mind after just a few days. Come out of the restaurant. Jiang Qingying and Xu Ranran took cars back to their respective residences. Then Lu Chen used the eye of observation. He wanted to confirm whether Sun Qian, who was beside him, was worth training. Name: Sun Qian. Age: 24. Appearance: 93. Height: 168 centimeters. Intimacy: 51. Durability: 0. Health: 97. This result seems pretty good. I didn't expect that she is such a white lotus. This gives her the basic conditions to be my woman. Intimacy: 51. Basically at a level of gratitude. This shows that although she has personal demands, she is not trying to get something for nothing, but is ready to throw herself into the arms of others. If you just want to take advantage of yourself, it is equivalent to harboring ill intentions, and the intimacy will be negative. So Lu Chen acted like a gentleman again. He not only personally sent Sun Qian home, but also went up to visit her boudoir. Opened the door and walk into the living room. At first glance, you can tell that this is a woman's home. The decoration and home furnishings are white, supplemented by pink embellishments, except for the essential black of home appliances. There is almost no third color in the whole house. Revolving bookcase, bubble sofa, cloud coffee table, Papa Bear, rocking chair, bird's nest bed. Seeing these arrangements, Lu Chen had an intuition. Sun Qian must be a very lazy person. Because all these furniture showed that she would rather lie down than sit, and would rather be quiet than exercise. So by working backwards we can understand Sun Qian's general personality traits. Did you buy this house? It was a bit uncomfortable to enter someone else's house, so Lu Chen asked casually for fun. I rent, I can't afford to buy. Sun Qian took out a pair of the most neutral slippers. Hand it to Lu Chen. The helplessness in his tone when he spoke was no different from that of an ordinary person. Even as a celebrity, he couldn't afford to buy a house in Shanghai. Of course, that's on the premise that you want to live in a big house. Whether there is one and whether it is big or not. Just like being alive and living, they are not issues on the same level at all. After a while, Sun Qian walked into the bedroom. And soon the sound of taking a shower was heard. Looking at the door that was not closed tightly, Lu Chen had a question in his mind: was the bathroom door closed? He has a strong thirst for knowledge. Once curiosity arises, you have to know the answer. So I went to the bathroom door and tried to slide the sliding door, but to my surprise, it actually opened. In the misty fog, a figure was looming. Lu Chen chuckled and walked in. Taking a bath with two people is time-consuming and laborious. When she came out, Sun Qian was already limp and was completely at the mercy of others. Perhaps because she was prepared, she felt that she did not have much resistance in her heart. Even a little bit of anticipation. And she couldn't help but imagine that when it comes to having a relationship, Lu Chen is indeed a good choice. Handsome, humorous, and with an extraordinary background. It almost perfectly matches the image of the male god in her eyes. If it can come to fruition, a female star marrying a rich second-generation man can be considered the best destination for people in the circle. The more she thought about it, the more intoxicated she became. At this time, Lu Chen was playing with his legs, and looking at the gradually blooming smile, his interest became even stronger. After all, this kind of thing, it requires cooperation. It is better for Sun Qian to enjoy it than to be forced to do something. He will not do anything that forces others. An hour later, the fierce battle is over. One of them was willing to fight and the other was willing to be beaten. Although the wailing was extremely tragic, the process was pleasant and happy. With this in-depth communication, their relationship progressed by leaps and bounds. They are much more casual with each other. Lu Chen stopped kneading the dough and asked seriously, "What are your plans for the future? If you follow me, you can only be my woman." The meaning is very simple. That is, you must never betray. Feeling the domineering man around her, Sun Qian not only did not feel disgusted, but also felt more and more sweet. "As long as you treat me well, I won't mind being with you forever," she answered with a smile. After hearing this, Lu Chen raised the corner of his mouth and continued kneading the dough. The way he treats his women can no longer be described as good. He not only puts himself in their shoes but also considers them. "Give me whatever you need. Even if you are as selfless as Su Mingqi, you will still try your best to improve the other person's life. And the rain and dew are evenly distributed. Spend as much time as possible with others. So as long as they are willing to follow, Lu Chen can keep them, because no one can give more than himself. As long as the feelings are there, you can even get whatever you want. The two of them slept in each other's arms all night. After dawn, Lu Chen summoned Ella and asked her to go to Hangzhou for him. Sun Xian made a sumptuous breakfast despite her injuries, which made him feel distressed. Maybe this is how women express their feelings. They are auditory animals, but also action-oriented. Once you decide to give yourself up, consider the man wholeheartedly. Until you become love-brained. In order to respond to her kindness, Lu Chen ate until he could not eat anymore. Then he took out a bank card and the key to the top-floor duplex and handed them to Sun Qian, who was cleaning up the dishes. Move upstairs. If you don't like the decor there, just use the money on the card to redo it. This card is blessed and contains 50 million. I think it should be enough. Chapter 49, Catching an Adulterer. Sun Qian knew that Lu Chen had a house in Tomsanipine. It was also clear that it was a sky villa on the top floor, unique in the entire community. So I gladly accepted it. After all, they were just moving in to live there. Given their current close relationship, there was no need to draw such a clear line. Otherwise, familiarity will turn into alienation. It's just about the money. I still have some savings. If it's not enough, I'll ask you for it later. She declined politely. Although his career was not going well, he could still get some acting jobs. It can also generate tens of millions of income every year. It's not so bad that I need help just to decorate my house. Lu Chen didn't want to force it, so he prepared to take the card back and said jokingly, "This is 50 million. I didn't expect you to not want it." Sun Qian was stunned after hearing this. How many? 50 million. She didn't expect there would be so much money in it, and then she snatched the card back into her hands in a lightning speed. "Since this is your intention, I'll give you some face," she said with a grin. "Joke. It's enough to cover my income for 3 years. Only a fool would have the heart to refuse it, especially if I give it to another woman in the end. Wouldn't that be a huge loss?" Sun Qian is very self-aware. She could tell that she was not Lu Chen's only one, not even the second, third, or fourth one. So it's not pretentious. At first I thought it was only a few million, so I figured I shouldn't take it. When he learned that it was 50 million, he couldn't resist the temptation and reached out to take it. Without any hesitation. That's her personality. Looking at the little money grubber look, Lu Chen suddenly found it very funny and even thought it was a little cute. Compared to several other women, Sun Qian is not only unique, but also suits her own temperament, and is qualified enough to be included in the harem. I started to think about her in my heart. Just then, a fat woman opened the door and walked in. He shouted anxiously, "Shanshan, hurry up and get ready. The damn new boss has issued an order that all artists must return to the company today, otherwise there will be consequences." After she finished speaking, she also came out of the restaurant. Then I saw Lu Chen sitting at the table. The two looked at each other. Before Sun Qian had time to introduce herself, she heard the fat woman scream and then hurriedly pulled the curtains. Early in the morning, female star, wild man. What about last night? Qian. She angrily accused, "Who is this person? Where did you know him? How could he bring him home? If you get caught by paparazzi, you'll be finished." Hearing these continuous questions, Lu Chen had basically guessed the identity of this fat woman, but he didn't know how to answer. "You can't say it. Am I the damn boss you are talking about?" Fortunately, Sun Qian came to her senses, leaned over and whispered in her ear, revealing Lu Chen's true identity. But it did not explain the relationship between the two. Then he awkwardly introduced Lu Chen, "This is my agent, Wang Shijuan." Wang Shijuan immediately put on a smiling face, but when he thought about what he had just said, he felt extremely regretful. Damn, that's not the boss. It's obviously me. In fact, ever since Lu Chen went to Times Entertainment, his photo appeared in the company group. But photos are photos, and real people are real people. There is still a difference. Although he could recognize it with a little effort, Wang Shijuan didn't notice it because of his surprise and panic. But on second thought, misfortune often brings good fortune. Sun Qian is a boss on the list and is sure to take off. As his agent, am I afraid that I won't get any benefit from it? Sorry, boss, I. Wang Shijuan wanted to explain. Lu Chen waved his hand to interrupt her. said he was not angry. Then he looked down at his watch, stood up and said, "Let's go to the company first, it's getting late." Then he walked outside. There are still many things to do today. Half an hour later, the three of them entered Times Entertainment together. Lu Chen said hello to Sun Qian and then returned to his office. Call up the company's artist list and the resources redeemed last time. Prepare for the morning meeting. Suddenly there was a noise outside, and it sounded like someone was arguing. After a while, the noise gradually became louder. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Call in the female secretary by Jia. What's going on? He asked with an unhappy look on his face. It would be fine if there were just some conflicts, but it hasn't been resolved for so long. Is there anyone in the company who is still in charge? Bai Jia was newly recruited. Not yet proficient in the business. Therefore, he replied with some panic. Zheng Sini and Sun Qian's agent almost got into a fight outside. It seems it's because of the script. When Lu Chen heard it was them, he no longer felt strange. One of them relied on Joyce Cheng to show off his power, while the other felt that he had just found a backer, and there was also a feud between them. Since they didn't really fight, they were already restrained. There was just one thing he didn't understand: what's the conflict between the two of them? When Bai Jia heard the boss ask this, she instantly became alert. Because she heard what happened on her first day at work, she talked about it like gossip. Before Zhang Sini's divorce, her ex-husband had flirted with Sun Qian. Although Sun Qian never responded, her ex-husband kept pestering her until one day a reporter exposed her, turning them into enemies. After hearing this, Lu Chen immediately understood. No wonder whenever the two of them appear at the same time, it seems like they are the only ones who matter. It turns out it's all because of a man. Because of which script? He asked again. Bai Jia thought about it and felt a little unsure. It should be owed to Joy. Joyce Chang made a bold statement that as long as she is in the show, Sun Chen will be wanted in the crew. It really is a choice between two. The last time Lu Chen came to Times Entertainment, he gave some scripts to Cheng Wei. Let him prepare for the shooting as soon as possible. At the same time, by combining the memories of the two lives, we have found the most similar directors for each movie and TV series. It is scheduled to sign the contract today and select actors from the company. In order to promote his own artists, Lu Chen not only provided the script, but also provided most of the funds. The right to speak is quite high. As long as his acting skills are not so bad that the director is determined not to want him, he will be given a role. There are huge benefits here. The competition between Zhang and Sun is definitely not an isolated case. I'm so angry. It's impossible to control the artists nowadays. Cheng Wei pushed the door open and complained angrily. His tone was full of helplessness. In fact, this situation is very normal. When a star is popular enough and becomes a cash cow for the company, he or she can be so arrogant. After all, no matter how angry the boss is, he will not go against money. If you really don't listen. Usually they just give a warning at most, and rarely take tough measures, which results in a lose-lose situation for both parties. The company cheats the artists, and the artists don't listen. It seems like they all deserved it. Cheng Wei looked at Lu Chen and said carefully, "Boss, it's time for the meeting to begin." Chapter 50, Spoils Division Meeting. In fact, Lu Chen doesn't need to attend this meeting. It's just a matter of deciding on a few actors for the script. It's not a major decision and it's not serious enough to alarm the chairman. It's just that he is impressed by every play and knows who can play what role. So you have to check it yourself. In the extra-large conference room. When Lu Chen walked in slowly, the place was already full of people and looked crowded. Company executives, celebrity artists, and guest directors. It almost concentrates all the essence of contemporary entertainment. Since it was his first official appearance, everyone was very curious about the new boss and the enthusiastic applause lasted for a long time. Lu Chen gave a brief self-introduction. Then he got straight to the point and said, the company plans to invest 1.5 billion and start filming 6 new dramas at the same time. As soon as this was said, everyone in the conference room was shocked. They knew about the 6 new dramas, 3 movies and 3 TV series, and even read the scripts more than once. But unexpectedly, the company invested 1.5 billion yuan. This is all real money. When did Times Entertainment acquire such strength? Thinking of this, they subconsciously looked at Lu Chen. I think it must be the new boss's credit, otherwise it would be difficult to come up with even 150 million, let alone 1.5 billion. Then I couldn't help but feel excited. It seems that the company can fill more roles than imagined. After all, each film costs an average of 250 million, which almost covers all the investment. Can't they use whichever one they want? Even the director has to follow the times. Now, let me announce the company's employment plan. Lu Chen paused for a moment, then smiled with a malicious smile and continued, Ode to Joy, Andy, and Joyce Chang. Hear your own name. Zheng Xinyi looked at Sun Chen demonstratively. There was both confidence and disdainful ridicule in his eyes, as if he had her in his grasp. At the same time thinking, as long as I'm here, you can't turn around. Ode to Joy by Chu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qingying. Ode to Joy Qiu Yingying, Zhu Ranran. Ode to Joy by Zhao Qiping and Liao Kai. Liao Kai is also under Times Entertainment. His acting skills are top-notch, but he has only played the second male lead in a few dramas. The reputation has always been good. When Sun Qian heard his name, her heart skipped a beat. Now it's the male protagonist's turn, so how can he have any time to spare for himself? Is he going to lose again? She was very discouraged, she clearly. Ode to Joy by Guan Zhuer and Sun Qian. Lu Chen in front of the microphone coughed lightly, deliberately trying to attract everyone's attention. Sorry, I missed one, he said with a chuckle. Sun Qian's sadness suddenly turned into joy. When he looked up at Lu Chen, he saw a smirk on his face. How could he not understand that he was being fooled? While feeling funny, I also picked up the heart that fell on the ground. Stinky man. You have a conscience. It's worth my commitment to you. But as one family is happy, another is sad. Sun Qian's twists and turns are just like Zheng Xinyi's coming to an end. How can this be? What about the tacit understanding we had before? Everyone in the entertainment industry knows that only one of him and Sun Qian can be used, so why this time? She suddenly stood up, ready to force Lu Chen to choose between the two. Suddenly, I remembered what happened at Jingxiwi, and I couldn't help feeling a little timid. But I decided to take a gamble. I object. Zheng Xinyi gritted her teeth and said confidently, the company can't give her this role. This situation was not unexpected. When the name Sun Qian was mentioned, many people felt something and sat up straight subconsciously. You could hear a pin drop in the entire conference room. They all wondered in their hearts how Lu Chen would deal with it. Even her former boss Chang Wei couldn't do anything to her, so can the inexperienced new boss be so cruel? Many people will see the handling of Joyce Chang as a benchmark to gauge whether they can be like her. Being pampered and spoiled. Even if I can't do whatever I want, I can at least negotiate the terms. For a time, people were in turmoil. Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly. In fact, he had deliberately arranged for the two to have a car crash. As for the reason, naturally, it is to kill the monkey to scare the chickens. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 things to do. Although he doesn't want to show off his presence, he still wants to clean up the chaos in the company. Have to do this. So Joyce Chang became the victim. Director of the artist department? Stop accepting her commercial performances for a month. Lu Chen had already thought of a solution. Not too heavy. But it shows his attitude towards difficult to manage artists. Whoever stands out will be beaten. Anyway, I don't care about money. If you don't care either, then let us hurt each other. Seeing that Jin was punishing her, Zheng Xinyi became even more angry. I don't accept it, she shouted. Although a month of commercial performances is important, Times Entertainment's status cannot be challenged. If Sun Qian was not suppressed, how can I be the top lady in the company in the future? Lu Chen's brows tightened, and he didn't give in at all. Then stop for 3 months. Now Zheng Xinyi felt heartbroken, feeling that the income of more than 10 million yuan had gone away from her. Lu Chen is too cruel. At least threaten them first and give them a friendly reminder. It's really unsportsmanlike. Boss, I made my debut in Times Entertainment. Do you know how much benefit I have brought to the company? Zheng Xinyi argued. Seeing that a head-on confrontation would be too hurtful, he played the emotional card. Lu Chen wanted to laugh, but he held it back. I thought Joyce Chang would be very difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect her to give in so quickly. She begged for mercy in disguise as if she had suffered a great injustice. But every word he spits is as good as a nail. The commercial performances for 3 months have been suspended, and he has no intention of taking back his words. So you think? Why wasn't your role in the new drama cancelled? Joyce Chang was silent. This sentence is both an explanation and a threat. If I don't know the seriousness of the matter, I'm afraid I won't be able to have a chance to play the new play. She sat down obediently and was forced to accept reality. Other artists are even more silent, and they must not offend the boss who often cancels commercial performances. Times entertainment has changed. Haven't you seen the tigress Joyce Chang? She has become a paper tiger. It's better not to test the law and just act honestly. Earning more money is better than anything else. Next up is the Grandmaster. Lu Chen found a pair of young handsome guys from the company to be the protagonists of this TV series, hoping to bring out two traffic stars. The energy of fans. He had seen it all. Whether it is to share the cake or to show off, there must be a top streamer. The third part, White Knight Hunting, the male lead is given to Pan Yueming, a decadent man who was once very popular. However, the main purpose of this drama is to train its own director Xiao Wei. If there is potential, just give him a suspense special. And as soon as Pan Yueming becomes popular again, he will start a web drama about tune rating to create a new character label for him. Lu Chen doesn't have high requirements for these three plays. Being responsible for your own profits and losses means making a profit. The focus is still on the planned movies, and Times Entertainment's performance needs to rely on them. The first one is scheduled to be released during the National Day holiday. The name is Charlotte's Troubles.